So if you're focused on something, then you can take things into your own control. It doesn't happen overnight. It's not easy. Expect pain, expect anxiety, expect everything to go wrong, and just be cool. Breathe easy, and then just see it out. It's never going to happen the way you want it to happen, ever. And if it does, do not trust it. It's the devil. should have to be nice to get somebody to give me something. If my product is good, no matter how I act, you will pay for it.
Yeah. Oh man, another Tuesday and we back again. Another episode of Seen Yo Lil Podcast. Uh man, it's been a trip that week already, and it's just Tuesday. Uh it's your boy Beans, aka Emerge. I got the homie Keyhol with me tonight. Keyhol, you there?
Yo, all right.
What's going on? What's
Building.
going on?
Just
And
chilling, just chilling. Kia,
we also got
she can introduce herself.
a special guest in the building tonight. Finally, it's been a few weeks since we've had some feminine energy on the show to kind of balance us out. So I definitely appreciate it. You can introduce yourself to the people.
OCO. My name is Kia Nashoba, Chief Kia Nashoba. And yeah, feminine energy definitely coming in tonight. Leo, feminine energy.
You know it.
Oh Lord, Leo
gang.
energy. Oh no.
We're gonna be easy on you though. We're gonna be easy on you.
I sure appreciate it. But welcome to the show. Man, I'm hoping the homie slide through. We got another guest. Hold on now.
She here? There she go.
Okay, we got another guest in the building as well, bringing that energy to balance out the show. Blac Fire in the building.
Blac Fire in the building. Can y'all hear?
We want you ladies to take a moment to introduce yourself and what you do and how you do it. So each one of y'all take a turn. You know, let them give them some information about yourself.
Well, let's start with Blac Fire since I was just introducing her now.
Oh, can y'all hear me?
I can definitely hear you. Everybody can hear her, right?
Yeah, I can
hear. Okay, well, my name is Blac Fire, known in social media as Blac Fire. I teach metaphysics, I teach universal law, I teach the balance of feminine and masculine energy. I'm actually a metaphysical reverend, so I'm very much in tune with, I guess, like spiritual law. I use any kind of old texts like Bibles, not in a religious type of way, but more from a spiritual perspective to teach about cosmic law. So that's the gist of what I do.
Well, that is very different.
Mm-hmm.
I definitely can appreciate it, even if I couldn't understand half of it. But I definitely can appreciate it. Because usually you hear I'm a pharmacy tech, or you know what I'm saying, I do hair. So you know what I'm saying? Like that is definitely different. I can definitely appreciate that. My other sister, go ahead and tell us about yourself real quick.
No, he didn't. He put a time limit on me. He said real quick.
No. No, I didn't mean it that way. But you know what? I guess I kind of did. I guess I kind of did mean it that way. I'm sorry, though. Go ahead.
All right. So, like I said before, my name is Kia Nashoba. I'm a medicine woman. I am an energy healer. I'm a tarot reader. Just a wise sage. I do a lot of stuff. I also make jewelry. Indigenous rights activist. Yeah.
Okay.
I told you I was bringing it.
Huh?
No, I told him I was bringing something.
Yeah. That's just a little bit. He gave me a time limit, so you know.
No, I mean, if you need more time to tell us,
I'm just messing with you. I like to have fun.
Yeah, no problem.
Yeah.
And I'm glad because actually I've been talking to a couple of my coworkers about doing a podcast that's more focused on being on funny and because on this particular podcast, right, I named it Seen Yo Lil Podcast basically because how women sometimes will add lil to whatever it is that a man is doing. You know what
Lord,
I'm saying?
we starting this early. Like,
Oh yeah, we
ain't even been in the podcast long enough.
We coming right out the gate.
Oh, Lord. Are you sure? Are you sure? Because you got two strong sisters on the panel.
I'm also a fire sign, by the way. I'm an Aries,
Me too, sis. I'm a Leo.
All right.
Are you sure you don't want to wait at least 30 minutes before we go at it?
Nah. I mean, we look.
Oh, Lord.
I'm with all the smoke.
We can't even let the water sit on the stove and come to a rolling boil.
I'm just telling the truth. You know what I'm saying?
Lord,
so
have mercy.
If the truth starts a fire, then,
okay, so let's get with your reality for a minute. So you said women like to put Lil behind everything men do, right?
Well, not behind, but in front of sometimes.
Oh.
Like, I seen your little podcast. I seen your little, your new girlfriend. I seen you got your little car, you got your little taxes. You know what I'm saying?
Okay.
To try to minimize.
But we got artists out here calling themselves Lil and then put whatever behind it.
They definitely do.
Men do that too. So
call themselves that.
So men and women use that vernacular. Basically, within our community, we like to use Lil. So it's just not a woman thing, right?
That's true too. But if you notice already, the difference in what you just said and what I'm saying is that when the women do it towards men, they do it to minimize or to belittle whatever it is that the man has. Versus whereas a person is calling themselves Lil, I don't necessarily know why they do that. And I know when we say little mama, you know what I'm saying, little hottie, it's definitely not to diminish the woman. You know what I'm saying? It's maybe just to refer to her stature, but it's definitely seen as a cute thing, right? But when somebody says, yo, Lil, whatever, you know what I'm saying?
No, not all the time though. Not because I don't see people like, I seen you got your little job, in like a joking kind of manner. Everything is not so demeaning, because that is a verbiage that we use in many different forms.
True.
Well,
and I can't say yes, please.
Because metaphysically, I'm gonna go there. It's not what people say to you, is how you respond to it. Right. So if you didn't internally feel like
you was love,
that you were like you're feeling like you're being attacked because there is some sense of that it might be little. You see what I'm saying? So so like when somebody tries to attack something about you, if it wasn't true at all, it wouldn't even come up in your vibration. It wouldn't even come up in you wouldn't even notice it. You see what I'm saying? So
I understand what you're saying, but
for you would be, do you feel like it's little? Do you feel like it's a little podcast? Like it's a little car? Like it's a little job? Like it's a little whatever? Do you feel that way?
I mean, to some of those things, probably yes. I mean, right now, this is a little podcast. You know what I mean?
Oh, come on. You can't.
Well,
so
now we get into the truth of the matter.
Oh, you can't.
But hold on. But hold on. So let's do this first. So I really want to run well, how can I say, a collegiate type of program, right? Everybody gets a chance to speak. When we address people, we allow them their turn to speak. It's a debate show, but we want to be respectful, right? So just to answer your question, let me say this. The other sister once said that it's not all the time, right? This is typically a response that we get when people are in defensive mode. Well, not all. Wait a minute. Right? Wait a minute. Let me finish.
Wait a minute, but you're throwing darts over this way.
No, I'm not. I'm using it as a reference. I'm not saying that you're wrong.
But you prefaced it with, this is typically what people say when they're, I'm simply saying it's a part of our vernacular and we use it in different ways. And then the other sister said, and I'm gonna paraphrase, sister, tell me if I'm wrong. In a nutshell, you're projecting.
Exactly.
Okay, right. Okay, so here's what I'm saying. Here's what I'm saying to her saying that people can be projecting. Not all the time. Sometimes.
Is this one of the times, though?
Sometimes you can one of the times? Well, no. But again, we're talking about why I named the podcast this way.
No, I love the name of the podcast.
Thank you. I appreciate it.
Yeah, I actually love it. But it was just the way when you when you explained a little and then you just threw everything at the black woman, it was like, but I actually loved it.
Listen.
It's really
Hold on for 1 second, sister. Hold on for 1 second. Let me introduce and bring my boy onto the show. MH, you there? Can you hear me, MH? Okay, maybe.
Yeah, I can, bro. I'm in here.
Oh, you can hear me, bro?
Can you hear me? Yeah, I can hear you. Can you hear me?
I can hear you now. Can everybody hear MH right now?
Yeah, I can hear him.
Okay, good.
All right, what up, family?
So let me say this.
What's going on?
We were talking about
Sorry,
how I named the title of the show. You breaking up a little bit, MH, but okay. Yeah. So we were talking about the name of the show, and I'm just saying, like, it just came to me. You know what I'm saying? To name the show that nobody knew that I was going.
Hey, Beans.
Podcast. Hold on,
Beans. Let me get. I want to say something real quick though before you pass by the projecting. Remember, MH, when I told him last week he was projecting when he was talking about what women wear to work.
Right.
Yeah. So they just got on him in case you missed that about him projecting.
Right, but that doesn't apply here, is what I'm saying, because nobody had anything to do with the name of the show except for me.
Well, it does apply because
but that's not what you said
was
earlier.
a projection. Like we I mean, I don't know if who else loved it, but I absolutely love the title. It's brilliant.
Thank you.
It's a play on words. How I receive it, but you was doing the little jab at the black women, but I see it beyond that as a play on words.
Right, which is what it was. But I'm saying that the idea is that's where it came from.
Where did it come from?
The idea came from the fact that I have, in my lifetime, my experience, have seen women use Lil to kind of diminish someone else's success or whatever it is that they have, right? And so I'll be honest. In my lifetime, I haven't been around a bunch of white people. I haven't been around a bunch of Puerto Ricans. I haven't been around a bunch of Asians. So most of the time when I say things and you hear me say black women, it's not because I'm trying to specifically target black women. It's because that's who I socialize with. That's who I associate things with. And I don't take kindly to when other races talk about us. So I try not to talk about other races. So most of the time, instead of just saying women, unless I'm specifically generalizing towards women, I'm gonna say black women because I want people to know exactly where I'm coming from.
Well, can you talk about the black women in your neighborhood? Because you're generalizing all black women. And I've never used the term little to belittle a so-called black man. So
right,
I'm not taking that responsibility.
Let me ask you this. If you know that's what I'm talking about, then why do I have to?
No, I don't know that's what you're talking about. Because when I read I Seen Yo Lil Podcast, like I said, I thought it was a brilliant play on words. You began to explain your reasoning behind it, which kind of like took all the shine off of it for me.
Right, but that's not what I'm no, I'm saying you just said, can I say the people in my
because you haven't encountered like all black women, so you can't say. I never used that type of verbiage to belittle someone. I've never did it, and I refuse to take on the responsibility for somebody else who may have belittled you in the process.
So go ahead. So one thing I'll say about that is, I think part of the problem
that we have real bad, bro. Like how you was last weekend, mate.
I think he might be on the iPhone because I try to. If he hasn't updated it, it'll stutter like that.
I'm still stuttering now too. Give me 1 second.
No. Now you sound pretty good.
Okay, but one thing I'll say is just, one problem we have in these conversations is that one woman may be a certain way, but we're talking about what is the norm and what's the majority. A lot of times when we had a conversation, women will basically deflect because it's not you. But
wait a minute. Why do men always do that? Like, how many you only know the women you've encountered. You cannot speak on the women in the next town or the next state or the next country. You only know the women that you encountered in the circles that you chose for yourself.
Okay, let me do this real quick. I'm gonna ask a template question because I just want to see where your mind is at. Are Black women beautiful?
Which part of
Yes
issues?
or no?
No. I want to know which part of your brain are we delving into your issues, because you skipping. Let's get back over to
I'm
you
not skipping. I'm
generalizing.
just asking you a question because I want to.
No, that question is truly for you, because apparently you got some problems with Black women. So ask yourself that question. Are Black women
are we
beautiful?
here to argue or debate?
Well, I'm trying to figure out what is the podcast about. Like, I'm trying to get to what is the actual topic.
Do this part. So do this part, because I'm trying to gauge something. So I'm just asking you a general question that only requires a yes or no. Are Black women beautiful?
I'm gonna throw that question back to you, because you're asking a woman that. That's kind of like ridiculous. You're the one projecting about women. So ask yourself that question. Are Black women beautiful?
Right. If I can answer it, then so can you. We both can answer.
Well, what she said is you never really answered it. But see, we had this. We do have topics, but we had these moments where we go through let me see what I want to call it. we go through the mind of one of us.
Listen, man, we can debate. I don't have a problem. I love
debate. We're not touching on the topics because you getting into you deep into your mind. Yeah, you in your mind, and you showing the ladies your cards, and we ain't even got to talking yet. You know what I'm saying?
I know he started first 5 seconds in.
I was just being honest about where the title came from.
Okay,
look how we got there, because I said that I said because sometimes women will, and then it's like, oh, wait a minute,
Beans, let's get into the topics, because you already showed your cards already. Now, you gave them an advantage on you. Let's get into some of the topics though that we got on the table.
Okay, so 1 second. If I remember correctly, I'm hosting the show.
Oh, Lord, that equals.
So therefore, right? See, this is what I'm saying. Like, so we can't have a standard, right? What? Because this is a Black show, we can't have a standard. We can't have a hierarchy. We can't have all of these same things that we accept in the outside world. We can't have them here. Why? I'm saying, I'm just asking a specific question to gauge where the sister is coming from, because if you can generalize in one way, then you shouldn't be so defensive against other generalizations. Keyhol, you and I have had this conversation before, and I know
so basically
generalizations, but I don't always generalize bad. Now I'll answer the question: are Black women beautiful? Yes, but there are some that isn't.
Okay, but see, that was a yes or no question. Remember,
it was, and you wouldn't give me one.
Yeah, but wait a minute. So why is it that you get to answer it and add that extra ding at the end, but you just wanted me to do a yes or no?
Well, because now I'm not actually answering the question. I'm just explaining. So I'm trying to explain to you why I asked it, which is because if you can generalize, people will typically generalize when they want to. They will.
Did I generalize?
No, you haven't.
Oh, okay.
Please.
Okay,
people
so you're projecting.
Generalize when they want to, right? But then they will tell you when you're generalizing about something that they disagree with. They'll say, well, you shouldn't generalize. You see what I'm saying? Instead of just accepting that everybody generalize. It's how the conversation moves forward, so we don't get stuck on trying to say, well, the 5 people you know, or the 4 people over there, or this or that. We just move the conversation forward. It's not personal. I don't know either one of you. At this point, I think you're both beautiful, Black women, strong, whatever you want to be, whatever you are. I don't have any negative energy or thoughts about you at all. But I do want you to allow me to run my show. That's all I'm asking.
Okay, see,
please do. Please do run the show, sir.
I want your opinions. I value.
Are you sure?
Yes.
Because one minute you want opinions, but then the next you like, this is my show.
Right.
You know, this is your little podcast.
Exactly.
See, exactly. In that tone you said it with.
That's what he wanted, right?
No, she did that on purpose.
You made it.
No, I did it on purpose. So
I know, and I appreciate
that circle he was stuck in.
And listen, you hear me laughing? I appreciate it. I swear to God, I do. And that's what I'm saying. Like, I value whatever it is that you have to say. I just don't want you to make it personal. right? Whatever you say about black men, black women, or whatever tonight, I'm not going to take it personal. Yeah, I'm not going to take it personal.
Well, just know I will not be
value your
generalizing.
experiences. And I'm not going, you know what I'm not going to do? I'm not going to gaslight you at all.
Oh, shoot, you just did that. You've been doing that for how long? You've been talking?
How? I have not told you that your experience isn't valid or isn't real at all.
You was doing nothing but straight gaslighting. And me and you, I mean, you was giving me all sorts of red flags. I was like,
I think people take gaslight and make it mean what they want to.
No. I know exactly what gaslighting is. I've dealt with many a narcissist. Trust me, I know exactly what it is.
Well, then do me a favor for the audience, because I swear on social media daily, I see people use the word gaslight, and a lot of times I don't think they're using it right, according to what I read as the definition. But I did Google it, so it could be something else.
You just tried to change all of our reality.
How?
With your gaslighting. Like, I said something, sis said something, and you went around back to something else, and then you try to play psychological games. Just know that I'm a Leo. It ain't gonna work. With some are black women beautiful, because you thought you was gonna peg me in the corner. You couldn't even answer your own question right without asking.
Somebody's phone got a lot of static. I don't know if y'all can hear that. Is it me?
Wait, are you projecting right now?
Hold up, sis. What you say?
I was saying I hear a lot of static. I don't know if it's my phone or somebody else's.
I heard it too, but it wasn't as bad.
Bean, slide one of them good old topics on the table, man.
But I got a question. Are you projecting right now?
Okay, that was a nice gaslight. That's a nice gaslight.
See?
Because
I was told earlier that it could have been me projecting.
I just gave a pretty much a recap. Like, remember I said, are you sure you want to do this so early in the show? Like, can we just do a build up?
The show can't get started.
Exactly, because you thought I was trying to bring smoke when I was literally just explaining where the name.
Well, it wasn't really smoke. It was a little bit of, embers, just like when the fires start just a little bit.
Yeah.
We ain't got into the smoke yet, because you won't let us, because you keep reminding us that this is your little podcast.
I mean, you started a little campfire on just the topic of what the name of the show is.
Right.
You started a little campfire.
Oh, this what you want to do? Oh, this what we own?
I mean, I was just trying to see if you could just wait.
Because,
right.
You know what's funny is? I find that the title does start a conversation, and the title can have people kind of project like, oh, your little podcast, that attitude comes out just for reading the title. Sometimes people may be projected because of how the title is, because you're saying in the voice that it seems like he made it for somebody to say it just like that.
And that's why I appreciated it when she did that. That was kind of hilarious.
Cool.
It really was, man. Like, I really want to bring more laughter to the podcast, because we get deep. You know how we get to talking. But Keyhol, I'm gonna follow your lead on this one. I'm gonna start.
Hey, look here, I've been just sitting back. I don't know where we're going now.
We're gonna do the topics right now, man. I'm about to get into the topic, and I really wanted to start with the one about the Christmas gift, but I think I'm gonna hold off on that one real quick, and I'm gonna start with alimony. And the first question tonight is: does anyone deserve alimony? And what made me think about this question was there's been a few divorces recently, and people have been walking away with so much money. And I'm seeing a lot of debates online where people are saying, well, they were with this person for this amount of time, and, they deserve half and this and that. But I also noticed that when the men were the beneficiary of those alimonies and those, it becomes, the conversation becomes a little bit different. So that's why I wanted to pose the question, does anybody deserve alimony? And if they do, what is the requirement for deserving alimony? Blackfire, let's start with you.
Okay, I'll make it short and simple. You deserve anything that you agree to. And that's the same thing when you come into a marriage. That's why people get prenups. So whatever you agree to from the beginning, that's how universal law works. You deserve whatever you agree with. Whatever you accept, you got what you deserved. So if in the beginning of a marriage, y'all made a prenup that your wife or husband or whatever will get half of this, that, and the other, then yeah, you deserve it because it was a contract.
Right.
That's it.
Hey, let me ask a question about a prenup to you real quick though. If you trust somebody, do you need a prenup? Does that go against trust or some do something with trust?
That's a great question. But you asking a person who doesn't believe in structural marriages, I guess I'll call it.
Wow.
Oh,
Go
okay.
deeper.
That's interesting.
So
Do
Right.
tell.
that I don't
Go
Do
deeper.
tell.
because I've been married. I don't, and we did not have a traditional. We didn't go down to go see no white man at no court and ask him for permission to sign off on no certificate.
Right.
Because I just don't understand why there's a third party involved in this. So, and some people will say, some people disagree with that, and they'll say, oh, well, now you don't have anything on record saying that that's your husband if something happens and that. That's what contracts are for.
Right. Right.
You can make your own contracts. You know, they could put you on your life insurance policy. So, what you're asking, like, if there's trust, I mean, people change, things change. I think that should still be discussed up front.
Yeah.
It's a business. To me, marriage is business. Love and there's all that other stuff, but it's still business.
Yeah. Leo's fire. my Leo sister. What do you think? Does anyone deserve alimony?
I'm kind of with sis on this. Personally, I think it's really not a topic to be debated. It's something that's carried out between the two parties that entered into that marriage contract. So whatever they work out is whatever they work out.
So, but this is my thing, and I guess it's kind of like the same kind of question that Keyhol asked. Is that something that you talk about? Like at the beginning of a marriage, you talk about, hey, if we ever leave, if we ever break up,
People who know how to have functional relationships do.
I agree with that.
People who know how to have functional relationships know that there's no such thing as together forever, like, because that's ownership talk.
Ooh.
So, and people in relationships evolve, and sometimes your spouse does not evolve with you.
So why get married then?
Well, see, again, I'm with sis on that part. Like, if you get married through the state, you're contracting with the state, and the state divvies up your assets, right? Because let's face it, that's the only way you're getting alimony. Is if you contracted with the state and the state say, okay, well, I tell you what, you need to do this and you need to do that, and your children go here and your children go there.
Right.
So, and since that happens, people need to be smart in advance.
Man.
My other question is,
what do you mean smart in advance?
Oh, sorry, go ahead.
Okay. Well, to give respect to the sister, I'm gonna let the sister talk, and you don't mind if I come back to you.
Oh, sure.
On that. Okay.
Well, I'm piggybacking on what you I think you might have said something about, I forget what you said, but my mind went to, what is the difference between talking about, hey, baby, can you get a life insurance policy in case you die?
Right.
And to make sure me and the children are taken care of, versus, hey, let's talk about if our relationship doesn't evolve the way that we think that it will. What do you think should happen? Like, see, it's again with the metaphysical perspective, we're scared of death. Like, most of us are scared of death, and I'm just talking about a physical death, right? Because we're scared of something coming to an end. We avoid that, and I don't think it has anything to do with not trusting. Why get married? I feel like it's the same as looking at death. Period. So if I have the courage to have a conversation about getting a life insurance policy, like, why wouldn't I not have a conversation about the possibility of our relationship ending?
I think those are two totally different subjects. My life ending and our relationship ending is two totally different
finalities. It can feel
finalities.
almost the same.
I was getting ready to say, ask the man that's in the corner crying because his woman left.
But we talking about logic though. You talking about
No,
how it
logic
feels.
is when your heart is broken, when your dreams and the reality or the fantasy that was sold to you don't follow through, you feel like you have dead. That's why they call it heartbreak.
That's emotional though. Men deal with that every day and have to pick up the
That's
pieces and keep moving.
okay.
I mean,
Wait a minute. Hold up.
that's
I think
emotional.
we don't got on another topic called how men don't process their emotions properly.
Mhm.
Hey, we
Because
have
what you
this
mean that's
conversation.
emotions? We all are emotional beings.
Yes.
Right. But the thing is,
Is there
the
something
thing is,
wrong with crying after a breakup and
oh
snot
no, no,
dripping
no.
out your
What I'm
nose?
but the thing is how long? See,
However
when you
long it
say
takes.
well, when you saying like that, you basically comparing death to a breakup. And
You can
that's
die
not the
many
same
times while
thing.
being alive.
You sure do. You that's why I said, remember, I don't know who that was that just said that, but remember that I'm a metaphysician. So that means that I'm gonna think about things. I'm not gonna separate like how you're doing. That's a lot of masculine energy, by the way. But making things about
Oh
logic.
my
That's all you
You
gonna
have
get,
to
God.
baby.
separate
That's all you gonna
logic
get.
from
Well, I don't.
You gonna
emotions.
get
I'm
a
gonna
lot
show how
of it.
they can work together.
But why are we getting a lot of it when it took both male energy and female energy to create you? You need to bring yourself into balance.
Because my dominant form is to be masculine. That's my natural state. There,
No,
the
that's what
balance is
society taught you.
No.
Oh
Trauma
wow.
That's what
taught you
I
that.
that's what I need
Now
to
that's
be.
wrong. That's
Now that's wrong. That's what I
wrong.
Okay,
need to
no,
be.
trauma taught you that because you get part of your
There's
daddy's
no trauma
DNA,
in
part of
masculinity. There's no
okay, let
trauma
me
in that.
finish. You get part of your daddy's DNA, part of your mother's DNA, but somehow you just want to tip over there to the male side all the time. That's trauma-based living.
There's no trauma in that. That's me.
Mhm.
That's me
And
That's all
operating in my
trauma.
role and my
energy.
purpose. My purpose is to be a man, not to be a woman.
Okay, well, what's a
So
man?
there's
Please explain.
nothing. There's
But I
nothing
want to
womanly
know
I need
at
to
what
tap
point do
into.
you use feminine energy? Because you can use it even though you're a man. You know that,
I
right?
don't. But that's the thing, though. It labels. I'm a
Okay,
man.
see, he got
Every
flustered.
No,
See,
I'm talking about
no.
energy. Like
No.
I'm not talking
What I'm
about
saying. Hold on.
gender.
Let
We
me get
gotta
out.
let people talk. Come on, y'all.
What I'm saying is labels, right? You want to label like what is feminine energy?
well,
Like that? No.
what's
Wait.
masculine
Do
energy?
you know what it is?
That no. What I'm saying is I know what it's supposed to be, but you talk
Do
about what
you?
the
Are
world
you
has
sure?
taught you. What you talking about? What the world has taught you. Whatever you have learned has taught you that there's some feminine energy that I need to tap into. No,
You
my
already
energy.
got it.
Listen, my energy. Whether I cry, whether I need comfort, it's
Do you
still
cry?
masculine. It does.
But do you cry?
You want to label it as a feminine act? No, I'm a
I
man.
never said that.
You
Everything
wait a
I
minute. You
do.
don't cry?
Everything I do is
I'm
masculine. I
asking
don't
you, do
need
you know?
feminine
Do you
energy
really
to
know
tap
what
into
it
my
is?
emotions.
When was the last time you cried? Like a real good, like one of those nasty cries.
So see, that's why uh, things you talk about projection and
No,
generalization.
I'm really
I just
asking because I work
that's what
with
I'm saying,
men
right?
like you
So
that don't let their
I just
emotions flow.
right. So the reason I was late is because I was indulging in that particular act because I just lost
Okay,
my
that's good.
friend.
That's cleansing.
So therefore, that's what I'm saying. But that's not a feminine energy. I'm a man and I had an emotional moment because I'm sad that I lost my friend that I grew up with.
Okay,
But that's not feminine. I'm like, what
my
do you label as
condolences.
feminine energy and how do you
But
quantify
let me
that?
say something. I'm a man from when I tap into the feminine aspect of myself. It's the creative side. It's the nurturing
Mhm.
side. It's there's different aspects of the self, just like there's different hemispheres of the brain, and you know that the masculine and the feminine we all consist of that anyway. The X and the
Right.
Y. That's the X is it's a whole. I'm gonna let them speak on it, especially Kamisha, because Black Fire. That's her thing.
Well, it's definitely not narrowed down to crying. That's for sure. That's for sure.
Yeah, because that's
Like to
just a
say
human
that, like,
activity. Well, actually,
yeah,
animals cry
really.
too, but
Right. So why isn't it just a human activity being done by a man? Why is it feminine energy
no,
then?
but what? No,
I
what?
never said that it was. I
Right,
asked
you
you,
got
do you know what
offended.
it is?
No,
Yeah,
I'm not
you
getting
got
offended.
offended
I'm
because you said,
trying
"Oh,
to
that's emotional,"
yeah,
and then so that's how we got onto that whole subject because I had said something. You was like, "Oh, that's emotional," but it was
right.
the way that you said it. Like even though you indulge in the act of cleansing tears, somehow you're not truly settled with it. And I applaud you for letting that be known on the podcast. That took a lot of courage.
Let me say something
See, that's what
real
I'm saying. It
quick.
didn't take a lot of courage.
Hold on, MH. Let me say something real
It's the
quick.
normal act.
Let me say something
Absolutely.
real quick. First of all,
Oh Lord.
no, first of all, I gotta say this. So I think, and I don't want to use the word project because I don't want it to sound like I'm, just playing devil's advocate or whatever. But I think a lot of times, the more we know, the more we interpret. And I think that's really bad. I think we have to allow people the space to express exactly what they're thinking and what they mean by what they say, instead of just assuming, right, what they meant by what they said. And so I don't think necessarily that any of us at this point have well, I can't say that, but I'm going to say I don't think any of us have been offended. We're not arguing, we're not bickering. We're just having a good conversation, a good communication back and forth right now. And I think that's pretty cool. And this is exactly why the things that you all have said thus far, ladies and gentlemen, I appreciate it all. And this is exactly why I said I value your opinion, your perspectives, and what you have to say. And we definitely will debate because we won't agree on everything. But let's allow each other to talk, you know what I'm saying, and finish their thoughts. It's just going to make for a better presentation, more clarity for the people who will eventually be watching. So we want to give people understanding. We want to educate and enlighten people. We don't want them to just see Black men and women bickering.
Well,
right?
we wasn't bickering.
I know. And
I'm sure a lot of us talk like this in our households.
We do, but this is not our household.
I didn't know that I had to not be me.
You can be you. See how you taking it?
On this
see how you
field
taking it
podcast.
personally? Why you know what I'm saying? You get on my nerves. You like
oh no, I ain't got on your nerves yet.
You like the sister that I didn't grow up with or something right now.
Listen,
you know
the night is young. I ain't got on your nerves yet.
I wanna slide in here on the alimony thing because I think the what I was talking about with the emotions leads to my take on the alimony.
Okay.
So we said, does anyone deserve alimony? Right? That was the question, Beans.
Yes. Does anyone deserve alimony?
Okay, so this is my thoughts on alimony. So it was a little confusing for me to, like I said, I think a breakup and death is two different conversations. Like, it's easy for me to talk to my wife about, man, we got kids, we need a life insurance policy because we got to leave these kids something, or, man, I'm gonna get some life insurance because anything happened to me, I'm the, the breadwinner. You got to be straight. Those, when you're together, those are easy conversation. When you talk about a prenup, we're talking about basically preparing to break up. I don't, I don't know anyone that has a prenup that never used it.
Okay, so why do you get in the car and put your seatbelt on?
So, oh yeah, just in case. But the thing is, there are different things in life where either you prepare for success or you prepare for failure. And you can compare it to the seatbelt just in case. Insurance is just in case. But the thing about it is, being basically planning to be together forever creates a different mindset than I got this paper in my back pocket. I can leave tomorrow. I mean, think about what position that puts the person that has the advantage in the prenup. It doesn't promote longevity. It promotes that if I'm not happy, I got this prenup in my back pocket and I can walk away and not lose a thing.
So if they're not happy, they have. I'm getting ownership vibes there.
No, it's not ownership
because you're telling somebody if they're unhappy, they shouldn't walk away.
No, yeah, and I'm saying what I'm saying is the true understanding of. I'm saying people lack the real understanding of what a marriage is. You ain't gonna be happy all the time. The reason why we have so much divorce now, it ain't men. You know what I'm saying? Because men.
Hold on, mate.
Okay, go ahead. Let's hear your logic. Go ahead.
Wait a minute.
Go ahead. Spin your logic real quick. Go ahead.
Real quick.
I'm talking statistics and numbers, and I'm talking reality.
Please, hold on 1 second.
Yes, sir.
Because I'm so glad that you said that. Because what I want to do right now is I want to segue into the next topic, which ironically is exactly that.
He's giddy right now because this is his zone.
Watch this.
Black woman
Wait, watch this. The next topic is, why are 80% of divorces filed by women?
Because women finally stepped into their full femininity, and they are not taking no stuff no more. They're releasing themselves.
They have no long stuff.
You know, there are laws in place now to protect women when there weren't before.
Wow.
Gone are the days of ownership.
It's not ownership. It's that.
It's ownership if you think that a person can't walk away when they're not happy. It's ownership if you've already don't spread out for yourself. You ain't always gonna be happy in the marriage. Why get in it?
I mean, okay. So I've been married for almost 20 years. Okay. Yeah. So when I'm talking about what a marriage is, I most definitely know what that consists of. And what I'm saying is, you're not gonna be happy.
Longevity of a marriage does not mean that there's a lot of aspects there. You can have the years in, but it doesn't mean that it's evolved to a certain level. So throwing your years on the table like you got the winning hand.
That's true, but it's not that I had the winning hand, but I do have some understanding of the subject matter because I got experience in it. Like
but
if I had
a lot of people have been married. If you're walking through this life interacting with people in general.
Okay, so this is the thing, right? So we live in a society.
Hold on, MH. I want you to realize that you really just verified the meaning behind the title of the show, because you just told him his little years and his marriage.
Mm-hmm.
Well, absolutely, I say his little years because it's some people that's been married for 50 years.
That's true.
Okay,
still though, 20 years when the average marriage is going 5 in our community.
We need to stop looking at the years and start looking at the quality and the functionality.
But
because there's a lot of people that's been in marriages for 45 dysfunctional years.
But you're assuming that his marriage.
I'm not assuming. I'm talking about. He was talking about statistics. I'm not talking about his marriage. I know nothing about his marriage. I would never speak on his marriage. But since you wanted to bring up the years, I said we need to stop looking at the years and start looking at the functionality of it and the quality of it.
In general, you mean?
In general, and if someone has not evolved to the point where they know relationships is not about ownership, it could be the best 5 minutes of your life, the best 10 seconds of your life, or the best 20 years.
And that's why people not married now, because we talk about 5 minutes. See, that's the thing.
But why can't you learn to? But why can't you? Why can't you learn to just enjoy people for however long they're meant to be in your life? Why is it? And see, that's why the whole what is it saying with the shackles? That's a lot of pressure to put on somebody because they join in a relationship with you, and then it's like when they're not happy, they have to stay there, and that's how abuse starts to get introduced.
I think anybody is delusional who thinks they're gonna be with somebody forever. You setting yourself up as a delusion. You ain't gonna be in that body forever. So you started off with a lie. Tell me I'm gonna be together forever.
You set yourself up to start controlling somebody.
You change your body, the organs in your body and the cells in your body completely change every 7 years.
Yeah, that's true.
You're not even the same person.
Okay, so I'll say, so this is what I'm saying, right? And everything that you all are saying is showing a lack of. I think our problem as society is not really.
Oh no, you should have gave me a warning. I was drinking water. I almost choked.
Not really understanding what marriage is. See, when I'm talking about, for example, a dude has a playing career in the NBA. He doesn't go into it thinking, I'm going to be here for 2 years and then I'm never going to play again. He's looking to have a career for 10 years, but he may sit on the bench for 10 years. The quality of what that 10 years was, because you didn't see him out there playing, doesn't mean it wasn't quality. He still was there for 10 years, and that says something about him being able to maintain a job like that for 10 years. When you
he don't even get there without a contract.
I'm just saying, but when you're talking about marriage, years does mean something. Even if somebody's together 50 years, you may say their relationship isn't that great or whatever, but to be able to stay with one person and negotiate that, go through those ups and downs and do it for 50 years, that's still an accomplishment. Our problem
it's not
today
quality,
is
it's not.
that like
It's
you
the
said,
torture.
5 minutes. You said it could be 5 minutes, 10 years, whatever.
Yeah.
We look for instant gratification, and if we're
How is
not
that instant
being, if we're not being,
gratification?
I'm saying you because you said
Most people
that
do,
you
though.
should never expect someone that you shouldn't expect someone to stay if they're not happy. Not being
Absolutely.
happy doesn't last forever. And that's the thing about a marriage. Sometimes you're not gonna be happy.
Ooh,
Sometimes you're not gonna get along with each other
That's
or even be
trauma.
willing
That
to.
that
sound like
don't sound
trauma.
good, man.
That sound like
That sound
trauma
like
speaking
miserable.
right there.
Man, how many of
Yeah,
y'all got
that's
a
what I'm
Wait,
relationship?
saying.
hold on 1 second. Hold on 1 second. Let me ask this question. Keyhol, you a father, right?
Yes, sir.
How long you plan on being a father?
Until my
Forever.
children are
Forever. Just say it.
adults, then
Forever.
they're gonna be somebody's father.
So after they become adults, they won't need your fathering anymore, is what you're saying.
Whatever the most I'm gonna get my children are gonna come in the crucial years of their life.
Which
Those
And,
are
and,
those are
and
titles.
but we are
Husband is a
adults.
title.
Wait a minute.
That's right. It is.
But we are adults much longer than we're kids.
but I've
Much
seen
longer than
people
we're
hold
children.
on to children so long, being all in a child's life that when they become adults, they can't even have their own life because that
understand
mother or
that.
that father's vicariously trying to live through that child or force that child to be or do what they wanted them to do. No,
And that's
I
bad.
should instill morals and values and assist in a child becoming a healthy adult and becoming their own individual.
True. And in the society that we are living in now, that's a lifetime journey. That never stops.
Oh man,
And you're not
That never
always happy with
stops.
your kids.
that's rough.
You gonna
That's
get rid of your
Never
kids?
stops.
that's generalizing and projection.
Are you gonna get rid of your kids because you're
Wow.
not happy with them?
Really?
The man
No, it's
just
not
told
generalizing.
you
It's the same
about
thing.
how toxicity can form between the parent-child relationship.
Right, but
when the
why are you?
parent
Can
doesn't.
I ask you a question, sister? Please. Why are y'all
Nobody's happy
so
all the
hard?
time.
Why are y'all so eager to deal in bad faith? Why
Right.
can't we talk best case scenarios? Why is everything we talk about? We say, man, a cell phone. Well, you know, cell phones
Wait
give
a
you
minute,
cancer.
you are the
Well,
you the
a
one
car.
that's
Well, a
the
car
bad
trash.
case. You,
Like, can we talk best case scenario? Can we talk in
I don't
good
know,
faith
can
for
we?
5
Because you've
minutes?
been talking about the worst case scenario since you started, and every
All
time
I
you
did
get on the
was say
best
that
case, you
sometimes
interrupt us.
women say men stuff is little. Okay, and from there you try
Okay,
to
so
suggest that my
what's
car was
little on you,
little,
sir? Because
my haircut
apparently
was little.
somebody really
Yeah,
thinking
he can't let
something.
that go.
Did.
I mean, he
Yeah,
over here
look,
to
I was
something else.
just
Who said your
Like,
stuff was little?
like, come on.
Come on now. I'm starting
like
to get another
somebody
That's
hurt
what
his
I'm
visual.
feelings
saying. Like it
bad.
was like honestly, like look,
I know.
if I'm being 100% honest, I can't even in my mind remember a time that someone said that to me. I just know that it's been said, and I thought it was a cute
now.
play on words.
Okay.
I'm not saying that it never happened. I'm saying I can't remember. Ma'am, I'm 44. I smoked a lot of weed. I have not taken care of my body the way I'm supposed to. My
That
mind,
explains a lot.
my memory is like, dude, if it don't really matter, I ain't holding on to it. That's how my mind work right now. Like if I don't need to remember this tomorrow, I'm probably not
Well, you
holding on
remembered
to
it
it.
though.
Okay.
It got in there deep enough for you
No,
to
but I'm
respond
saying
to
you're
it and
saying that I
actually
remember
name your
something,
show
and I'm
that.
telling you I don't even remember it ever happening to me.
Your
I just
body
know that
remembers.
it has
Your body
happened.
remembers. Your
No.
body remembers.
How can you tell me that if I'm telling
Because
you
you
that I
acted
don't
it
remember
out.
saying it?
You
No,
don't.
I
Are you not
didn't.
hearing
That's my
yourself?
whole point. I'm saying I know that it happens. That's what
hey,
I'm
hey,
saying.
hold
And that's
on,
what I
B.
said in the beginning.
Bees, I want to ask MH a question. Would
Go
you
ahead.
recommend somebody getting married? Would you recommend marriage to anyone?
Absolutely. Because marriage creates structure, it creates a family, and it puts men in a different direction. Like
What about the woman?
for women especially for women. Like what like I mean, especially for women. Women, you need a husband. You need coverage.
Oh my God.
You need coverage.
Hey,
You need a husband. You need coverage.
MH. Now you know
It's
I
dangerous
rock
out
with
here.
you. Hey, MH, you know I rock with you, bro. And I'm
Yeah.
behind you 1000%.
Yeah.
But I gotta be honest. Those are trigger words you just said right
I
now.
understand. I understand.
Those are not.
I
Those are
understand.
not trigger words. It's
let me
just
say this.
interesting.
That's I agree with you on that. I'm gonna agree with you for the rest of the night because I don't want no more smoke with you. But
No, you
listen,
don't get all the smoke.
but,
Back out now.
but Black Fire. When we first
Yeah.
started talking about alimony you made a point, and like you said earlier, that you can't remember what the assistant point was. I can't remember what it was, but I wanted you to know that was really, really, really deep, and I totally 100% felt it in my spirit. And I hope that it comes back up again, because I tend to agree with what MH is saying, but I understand that that's maybe, and I hate to use this word, but it may be on a primitive level. Right?
I don't even know what you're talking about.
And I'm about to go into that. I literally just said I can't remember what it was that you said, but it was about alimony. We were talking about alimony. And then when we went into the divorce rate, but you were talking about marriage in a way, and the breakup of marriage and comparing it to
about
death,
being about
and those things, you know what I'm saying, and
the
how
same
you die
is like a death. If you've been married to somebody for
I thought you said something was wrong with your memory.
Break up.
She just spoke and then came back to me.
That's like a death occurring.
Yeah.
Metaphysically, that is a death occurring.
And this is what I wanted to do.
You letting go of an idea.
Yeah, and this is and that's what it was about, how you have this idea of what you think your life is going to be, and then all of a sudden that's gone, and what that can do to you, what that can do to you, and that's what I want to say, because I myself on this show, I say it every episode, I pride myself in being transparent. I'm one of those guys, right, where I have abandonment issues, I have trust issues, I have letting go issues, staying in toxic relationships way too long. My thing is, if I step up to you, and I got married when I was 19. If I step up to this altar and I say, "To death do us part," I meant that.
Ooh.
You see what I'm saying? Because now I
think about what death really is. See, that's where I think people spiritually, and I know I might be getting too deep, y'all let me know, hey, you're going a little too deep. But when people hear death do us part, how do we know it's talking about a physical death?
Well,
who told us that?
Those vows sound like they was written by a toxic person. I'm just gonna keep it real.
We wrote our own vows. When I did marry, we wrote our own vows.
Right. I mean, listen, the whole thing is this. I understand what you were saying. I understand what Leo's fire is saying.
I appreciate your vulnerability too.
Yeah, I mean, honestly, because the thing that I realized,
a lot of men don't admit that they don't even recognize that they have those issues. So I definitely salute you for that. But go ahead.
Sister Fire, you know what I realized? I realized that I am not an anomaly.
That's right.
Just as sure as I exist, it's a million other people just like me. And a lot of them don't have the courage to talk, but I do. You see what I'm saying? A lot of them, the reason why a lot of men in our community, and now I'm about to go there, the reason why a lot of men in our community suffer is because they do it in silence. They don't talk about the trauma from their childhoods. They don't talk about, our men won't talk about their mothers at all. Right? That's like the greatest sin in the world, to say your mama wasn't perfect. And it's so many of us, I like to say, Black men don't wake up at 18 broken. That was 18 years, because they say Black men, right? And we consider men to be 18 years older, right? So Black men don't wake up broken. There were years and years.
I'm happy. Hold on. Let me say how proud I am with this brother. Let me say how proud I am with this brother. Family, I'm proud. Remember we talk about the roses while you're here. And you remember how I opened myself up when I spoke on trauma and the things we go through, and how you a little boy and don't cry, shut up, so you stop acting like a bitch, be a big boy and all that. And when we start displacing our emotions, and to see you, you know what I'm saying, even going as far as you're going now, I just want to say I'm proud of your family.
Thank you, man. I appreciate that. I'm kind of mad that you just did it right now, because now I have to fight back emotions. But thank you.
Why? But why are you? But you just did this speech about how speaking out loud, but then you going back into the old programming.
No, it's not old programming. It's just
but you're fighting back tears.
Yeah, because I want to run the show. I don't want to interrupt the show. I don't want to interrupt the show.
Men can't always stop and be emotional.
No, because you have to think about somebody could be watching this podcast, and if you would have allowed those cleansing tears to flow, you could have really been helping another brother. But you switched back into that program and said, "No, I can't do that."
But I think he showed the brother
you're not fully transparent.
Yeah, I'm just trying not to. I just don't want to.
What you say now?
The flow of the shore with my tears. Like,
no, I was gonna say, I feel like he showed good. I feel like he shows great balance as a
But that's
man.
not balance if you hold back tears. The body, I work with the body, right? I work with energy. I work with the body. So if your body is bringing those tears up, it's to release that energy. If you store it, your body becomes sick.
Yeah, but
You create real disease in the body.
Oh,
as men,
absolutely. So you're not going to, tears are for a reason. So let them flow. We're not judging your tears.
no, I'm just saying sometimes as men we gotta hold them and let them go later.
No, that's toxicity. That's
exactly
toxic masculinity.
If I'm in the middle of war and I just blew somebody's head off, do I got time to cry?
I would hope so, because if you don't, that means you don't lost your humanity. No, that looks no, because if you didn't shed a tear for taking a life, you quite possibly have lost your humanity. You lack empathy. Now the
real
brother
men
was
cry, man.
It would
Real
have
men
been
cry.
very. It would have been. I'm just telling you in the future. I'm just telling you in the future. If by what people have said, moves you, then let it move you, because you had just said that you had all of these issues. So at that moment, you was feeling the love and the warmth, and if it came through tears, then let it flow.
Irregardless, believe me, I don't have a problem with that. It's just like I said, I'm trying to operate a show. I'm just trying to operate a show, and I don't want to make it about me. No, I'm saying I just don't want to make it about me in this moment. He took a moment to give me my flowers. I appreciated it. Like you said, it gave me something to warm. I mean, I don't have a lot of validation in my life, right? And so that's part of the reason why I'm doing this show. Is I want to speak my voice. I want to tell my truth and all that, but at the same time, I want to be able to reach out to other people. At the same time, I want this to be an educational platform, which is another reason why I love the fact that the two sisters, are here right now, because I understand that you two are speaking from another level of thinking right now, right? And I hate people that are what I call surface thinkers, right? They can't think, like, they only can think on top of the water. They can't go deep. You are going deeper, and I very much appreciate that. But in this moment, I just don't want to make it about me. That's all it is. Believe me, I would cry. I don't even know you. I would cry.
But this Yo Lil Podcast.
Can I ask a question?
That's a good one.
It is. You get on my nerves. You get on my nerves, but it is. Oh, and let me say this. So, and I didn't pull this up, but I seen a meme the other day that some girl posted. I believe it was on TikTok, and she said she was in a relationship with this guy, and she was talking to him and saying, I need you to be more open, be more vulnerable. And then he called her and started talking to her about something and started crying.
Yep.
She said she immediately lost interest.
Thank you. That's what I was about to get to.
Immediately.
Okay, so
that was vulnerable don't necessarily mean crying.
See, and that was my question, right? So this sensitive guy that y'all talking about, could y'all really date this man that every time the tears well up, he stop in the middle of the mall and just start crying? Or y'all having a conversation and you just on the tears every day he's crying on your shoulder, you will not respect him.
Were you just present?
Stuff, y'all wouldn't even date that guy.
But wait a minute, were you just present a few minutes ago? Did either one of us make him feel bad about tears? We was actually encouraging him to cleanse himself.
No, but that's what I'm saying. I'm saying you encouraging him, but the way that you wanted him to drop tears mid-show, could you really?
Well, I had respect for him.
I'm just saying, like, if you had a guy that every time the tears welled up, because let's be honest, right? Women look for strength in a man, right? So it's like
strength certainly ain't holding back your tears.
We most definitely come to you all, but if I'm crying on your shoulder every day, you're gonna start to feel like you're not going to feel that same safety that you feel from a man that's able to control his emotions. It's not repression, it's control. As a man, we have to control them. Like when you're raising your son, I got a 13-year-old. That's basically an everyday thing. Teaching him to control his emotions so he doesn't get out of control with his emotions.
You don't tell him to not cry.
He can't cry. No, not telling him he can't cry. We cry all the time. Like I hug and kiss my son. He comes and he sits, and when he having a moment, he cry, man. And I don't tell him stop crying, you a punk. I'm like, man, let it out. So we have an open space in here, but I'm also teaching him to be a man. And men, in a circle of men, beings may not be able to drop tears right there because there's a certain reason why you can't, because it's a totally different world that men live in. And I don't know any women that
That's
You
that
gotta do
generalization
right.
again, though.
Yeah, it is.
Because I got guys. If I
listen,
can't
right?
shed a tear in front of my
I
guys,
was gonna say that.
then
It's a
these ain't my
generalization
guys.
because it's a real thing. Man's world is different. Like I said, just
Who
about like
created
the
that world though?
well, I'm
Well,
saying like
that's why they end up coming over there to me.
well, listen,
That's
I'm
why they
talking
end up
about real
coming over there to
logic.
me, getting all their trauma release in the session, and they
But
be
like I
crying
just
because
said,
they
there are
don't do
guys
it.
in the army. There are guys in the army. Like I just said, if I shoot a guy in the head, I cannot start crying mid-battle. That's not acceptable. It's
Yeah, and that's why a lot of people come out
logic.
the army with their
No,
mind messed up.
logically, you can't do that. We're in war. That's what I'm saying.
Well,
That's
hold on.
that's
Let me speak real
that's a
quick.
man's
Like, I'm
world.
not saying that that y'all should cry
There's
right
a time
on
and
the
a place
spot,
for
right? But I'm
everything.
saying that later on, that I do feel like, and I'm not just talking about any man. Like I'm talking about like you like people that you really consider to be your real brother. Like, yes, y'all should be able to cry in front of each other. And with
Absolutely.
each other.
Yeah.
Time and place, though. That's all I'm talking about. Time
Yeah,
and
I
place.
agree with that.
Like right now is not time for beings to cry.
Well, let me ask.
His
let me ask
body
this
was
question.
trying to release it, is what I'm saying.
And
I
he
His
needs to
body
hold
was
it. He needs to
his
hold it 'cause he
body
got a show to do.
determined the time.
No,
I
his
get
body
both of
don't.
y'all's point. I get both of y'all's point. At this point, it's going to kind of become circular. I want to ask this question that I think I already know the answer to, but I'm just going to ask anyway.
Oh, Lord.
So we all agree that whooping a kid and then telling the kid be quiet before I give you something to cry about is not only abuse but trauma.
Wait a minute. How are you gonna say we all agree? Why
I'm
not
asking.
give people?
asking?
I'm asking.
I'm
do
just
y'all agree?
saying. Why? Because you've already decided for us.
I'm asking. I said I'm going to ask a question. So, do we all agree? Do we, preposition for a question, do we all agree that whooping a kid and telling them to stop crying before I give you something to cry about is not only abuse but trauma?
Yeah, I agree with that.
It depends. It
Well, we
depends.
waiting here.
It depends because I sometimes kids be crying. It's like a form of uh uh civil outrage. You know what I'm saying? Like sometimes kids be crying and they cry because that's like they form of control. Like, man, I'm gonna yell my head off. Like I'm talking about like you pop a kid once and he just starts
Right.
screaming. Like, bro, I barely touched you. Stop it. It just depends. To me, it's a situational thing. Sometimes kids are doing too much, and you didn't pop
Right.
them, and you know you didn't pop them that hard, and they crying uncontrollably. So shut your mouth. I give you something to cry about. That situation, I'm with it. But
Man, I think spanking, whooping it should be last resort, man, because what it does is create violence within that child. They begin to think that that is the way you resolve issues or handle issues by hitting, as I've seen it firsthand with my own. So I don't think that's you know what I'm saying. I think that's the last resort. That's something that you would like to avoid. You would like to communicate with your child.
Yeah, it's not the
Leo's
first thing,
fire.
but I don't have a problem with it though. Corporal punishment, I think actions have consequences, and swift, immediate consequences that have pain attached to them does teach you a lesson. And I never grew up thinking I should put my hands on people. It actually taught me the opposite. Like, man, do what you're supposed to do because there's consequences.
If that was the truth, though, a lot of these adults would be out here getting knocked upside the head regularly. Because I see them all the time. These adults who need to be knocked upside the head,
right,
but
that's the problem,
consequences.
though. You know, 20 years ago they would have.
Leo's fire. I need to know what you think on this one.
You sure you want to know what I think?
I definitely want to know.
Well, I'm gonna tell you from a perspective because I was for a short time a corrections officer at an all-male prison, maximum security. At some point in life, that child gonna get ass whooped. Now, either it's in the home, outside the home, or it's the court system.
Yep.
Right.
And that's just the reality.
It is.
Now,
But
excessive.
what about the stop crying part? Like,
I mean, like he said, sometimes it's like it's just like a little pop of what it depends on the age range we're talking about, and then then they just put on a whole entire show. You be like, listen, you know, stop. But I feel like that question is coming from a space in your life, in your childhood. No, I really do.
I was wondering that too.
I really do. I feel like that's the projecting thing going on again. The whole show of this little podcast has been such.
I'm not gonna listen. So because I'm transparent, I'm really I say I like to use that word a lot because of the fact that I don't have a lot to hide. I mean, I'm not gonna offer up everything, but I mean, at the end of the day, I have been on Facebook and seen so many memes. I haven't figured out this app yet, so I don't know how to put up pictures yet. I know how to put up videos though. But I have seen so many memes where people were talking about black moms do this and black moms like that. And it'd be all of these memes where people are describing these situations that so many of us, I'm not going to say all, but so many of us have been through. So if you want to ask me directly, of course that has happened to me. But I'm not the only one. And most of the things that I talk about, I don't just talk about it because I've been through it. I talk about it because I've seen or heard or know of or understand or can feel that there are thousands upon hundreds of thousands and possibly even millions, particularly men, but black people in general, going through these same things. And that's why I want to talk about them. It ain't just about me. I'm 44. I have a 20-year-old daughter and I have a 16-year-old son. And thankfully, my son was able to avoid that type of abuse and trauma in his life, but my daughter wasn't. And guess what? At some point, my daughter's going to have babies. And I hope that my daughter can come to this podcast and she can hear some things that I've said, some things that you all have said, and that she can grow from that and elevate from that and be able to share that with her kids and not the same trauma that we both endured or a lot of the people that I know. I mean, when I look at the men in my life, the men who grew up with their fathers in their households and the ones that went to the military are the ones that are doing the best in life. All the ones who came, yes.
Facts.
I can count them off the top of my head and run them down. All the ones who either not even necessarily had their father in their household, but the father was in their life. They had an understanding of where they came from.
Now I disputed that last time because if the father ain't right and he all out of balance because his trauma he carrying, he could be a plague to the son. He could be a gift or a curse. So I don't feel like that's what it is. Of if the father's there,
but that's an argument. What you're making now for a position that I'm not presenting. I'm presenting what I know. I literally said the men that I know.
Part. Okay, I'm gonna present what I know. I'm gonna present what I know. A father in your life all the time don't make you shit. You understand?
That's true.
Because if he ain't shit, then he give you that
foundation and point of origin, and that's important. A point of origin and knowing where you come from, knowing why you have the issues that you have, whether he was good or not. It gives you a point of origin. It gives you something to aspire to get away from or something to aspire to be. And then eventually a real free man is free when he gets away from the expectations of his father and follows his own ambitions. So eventually you're going to get there. But the foundation to have a dad at home, whether he's good or bad, is still monumental. Because that origin, guys are still searching for that origin today and they 40 years old because they don't know their father.
I see a lot of leniency being given to fathers and not the same to the mothers.
Oh,
There's a reason for that, but I don't want to interrupt you. Go ahead.
No, I just made mention of it.
Yes, I think she was waiting on you to say something.
Yeah, it's because it's like the father could be pretty much anything as long as one toe is in the household. It's better than nothing.
No, but see, this is the thing that I noticed particularly about you and Keyhol is that you all immediately go to the bad faith argument.
Okay, what I noticed with
worst case scenario.
But what I noticed with you is
I haven't said anything bad about moms yet in this particular.
Wait a minute,
segment.
Listen, sir, have you ever been diagnosed as a narcissist? Because when I tell you, you are hitting all of the boxes.
Let's not make this personal.
No, seriously, I'm just asking because you will throw something out there and literally say it, and then you will gaslight us as if you didn't say it in that
scenario. You're hearing good things. Hold on.
And then you project.
You said you're hearing a lot of leniency for the fathers, but not for the mothers. But we didn't even say anything about the mamas.
Yeah,
we didn't say whether they was doing anything good or bad. So there was
you've been saying things about women in particular and mothers throughout the podcast.
Right. But not right now.
Right
That's
now,
what
you're
I'm
just
saying.
talking
Right
about
now, what we were talking about, we were just talking about fathers and the impact,
father's
because I
presence.
said about, the men that I know and them having their fathers in their lives,
It's exceptional.
and I also mentioned the military, because what I was basically talking about was discipline and structure and how that helps them out. But I haven't. We can talk all day about how having a wonderful mom and how that affects your life. If you want to have that conversation right now,
No, that's not.
and we can
That's
go.
I said leniency, as if, because you guys were talking about, even Keyhol had mentioned about it's pretty much the quality of the father, right?
Right.
Versus
Yeah.
him being there, and then y'all was
Right.
kind of giving leniency to a father
No.
that really couldn't even. Go ahead.
It wasn't leniency. It's just we just stating facts. His presence, whether it's good or bad, is needed. And the same thing. Wait. The same thing with the mother, because I mean, you can't even get away from the mother, because women always get custody. So whether he's good or bad, his presence as a father still has value. That's all he's saying. Like, it's not good that he's bad, but he still should be there. You know what I'm saying?
I think the difference. Hey, did you come from a
You
two-parent
believe
home?
he be absent, and that's better.
Now let me ask MH, you came from a two-parent home?
I did.
And your father was pretty cool though. He wasn't a bad dude.
See, but that's the thing though. My father was good and bad. Like the way I play, for example, right? The way that I play with my son, like right now, I just went upstairs. Full disclosure, I went upstairs real quick because that alarm was going off. But my 13-year-old man, he just came up and hugged and kissed me. You know what I'm saying? And then in a minute, he'll come and just jump on my back, do whatever. He's 13. This man got hair on his balls. You know what I'm saying? I didn't have that relationship with my dad. We didn't have that kind of closeness. It was good and bad. So from him not spending time with me like I think he should have, I learned to spend time with my son like that. You know what I'm saying?
So you do wish you would have had that? You do wish you would have had that?
I do wish I would have had that, but it taught me to be a better father. The way that he provides, man, like no other. He taught me, man, go out there and get it. So it's like it's the good and the bad, but having him there versus not having him there, I wouldn't trade it for anything in the world. It wasn't all good. My daddy put a gun on me, bro. Okay, so like we're not talking about like just father of the year here. So I totally understand the argument and the point that I'm making, because my dad was good and bad, but him being there was irreplaceable.
Well, let me address real quick what the good sister Leo's fire, as I like to call her affectionately, said, because I'm not going to deny that exists, particularly in my conversations. I do give leniency to fathers, probably more so than I give to moms. And the reason why is because more often than not, fathers aren't there, right? This is the argument that's made a lot, although I don't actually believe that it's true. But I'll ride with it just for conversation purposes. So more often than not, the fathers aren't there, right? So I'll give you an example. So you have a single mom and she has a son and she raises him, and that son becomes Kevin Durant. And everybody says that, clap, applaud the single black mom. She did it all on her own. Hey, he couldn't have been none without her, and she gets all of the credit. But then you take another single black mom and she raises Pookie or Ray Ray, and then all of a sudden the entire narrative becomes the absentee father, the father who wasn't there. But where was the father at? There's no examination of the mother at all. And so therefore, internally, yes, I'm going to give more leniency to fathers just off the strength that we get a bad rap. You know, if you make a baby and you don't take care of it, you're a deadbeat dad. But if you make a baby and you choose to abort it, hey, you were just making a life decision.
You made the best.
If you make a baby as a man and you don't want to have anything to do with it, and you don't step up to the plate, or you just ain't even got no money, you a deadbeat dad. You make a baby and you drop that baby off at a fire station, or give that baby up for an adoption, or let your grandmama raise it, you did what you had to do. Yeah. So the same way how society gives more of the benefit of the doubt and more courtesy and pleasantry to women is the same way how I give more leniency to fathers, because I have experienced the life as a man and I know that it's not easy.
Well, I hear some generalization happening, because
I know
plenty of people who have gotten on the women who decide not to be functionally there in their child's life. I have taken on the custody of children that were not mine
But
because
majority
the
of
mother
society,
decided
what did
she
they
wanted
say?
to do. So say what now?
But majority of society though, what do they say? Because
But it's not, I wouldn't say the majority of society. I would say
uh,
according to the spaces that you've been in, because
no. You can't say
what
nothing
but
Wait,
negative
hold
in
on,
this
hold on,
world
hold on,
about
hold
a
on,
single
hold on,
woman.
MH. Hold on, MH.
wait a
Hold on,
minute.
MH. Let her
Sorry,
finish.
sorry.
Let her
Yeah,
finish.
let me
My
finish.
bad.
I
I'm
would
sorry.
say
I'm sorry.
yeah, you ain't really sorry, but it's okay.
No, I am. A little bit.
A little bit.
Little
All right,
bit.
well, we is on this little podcast show, so.
Right.
But no, you could just say like within the spaces you've been in, because even the term single mother doesn't truly it does not truly exist, because there is no mother that's raising a child single-handedly. She has assistance from somewhere or
Wow.
somebody.
I value that. Thank you.
But the woman always get put with that label, a single mother,
That's
like it's the
enlightening.
scarlet letter.
Right.
That's
Yeah.
enlightened though. I've
And
never
people
heard
don't even
anybody say that.
Yeah, man.
Yes, she
And
made
that's
a
why I
great
said I
point.
appreciate
Whether
that.
it's
Yeah,
the
the no
government
single
or her
mothers.
mom or her aunt or
That's
sister,
enlightened.
she
Yeah,
gets some type of help usually.
absolutely.
Let me ask you this, Sister Blackfire. Let me ask you this.
Let me say this real quick. After you ask me this, I'm gonna hop off because it's definitely past my bedtime. But go ahead.
Okay. So what I was gonna ask you was, do you think, and I have to pose it this way in general, right? Do you think our communities, wherever we go, as mostly Black people, do you really think that there is a high value for Black fathers, like that people just in general have a high value for Black fathers? Or does it seem more like, the mothers get all the praise, and the old saying, mama's baby, daddy's maybe? Like, do you see that in your existence, not just where you are now? Because I understand that you two are way more enlightened than most women, and I don't think that you all are giving yourselves enough credit for that. You're communicating with us as if most of the women in our community are as enlightened or as educated or whatever as you two.
They are. But go ahead.
Absolutely, Bean. Absolutely. That's what
Okay, hold on. The question was directed at Blackfire. I want her to answer
yeah,
before she get
Blackfire.
off.
Go ahead.
Do you think, in general, in our communities, Black fathers are valued?
Generally
that
speaking, I'm
Paul.
gonna say no, I don't. And I actually do believe that society and the government what is the word I want to use, that it does favor the woman, and that's all constructed that way,
Right.
on purpose.
Yeah.
I believe that it's constructed that way on purpose. Yeah, I don't think that Black fathers are not given enough recognition. Like we really do highlight the absent fathers more than giving praise to the fathers that are actually there.
Most deaf.
So
Exactly.
that's
Then
just
act
my
like it's
perspective,
normal.
my opinion. But real quick before I hop off here, I did want to something y'all was talking about before you asked this question. Because you were kind of saying something. It's kind of similar to what you just asked me about. Like the role of women. I guess where I'm trying to go is that. So I teach a online course, and I do travel and teach a class called Self-Realization of a Goddess. That class is 100% about women holding themselves accountable.
Woo, girl, teach that
Because y'all
class.
were saying stuff about, when a woman having an abortion, she just made the right choice, and da 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 da. Right. So it's almost like saying that a lot of women, generally speaking, and I'm not saying that this is the truth, but I'm just generalizing, don't hold themselves accountable. And I do believe and I'm a woman saying that because I used to be like that. I used to be, matter of fact, I wanted to tell you, I don't know if I'm saying your name right, but is it Emerge?
Emerge, yeah.
The person that's running the show.
Yeah, Emerge.
Okay. I had a podcast called I don't know if I could curse on here. Can I curse?
Yeah.
Oh, called No Pussy for Boys.
Mm.
Okay.
Mhm.
And I
Mm.
created
Woo!
that out of anger.
Woo!
You know, so I
Wish we
couldn't
could get
even
that in the
really
community.
come at you too hard about it because I whether you know you created it out of that or not. I'm not saying that, but I'm saying
Right.
that I created a podcast out of that called No Pussy for Boys because I've got to a point where I was tired. I was tired of being the victim all the time. I was tired of
Right.
blaming men all the time. I was tired of
Right.
saying you just a F boy and like I ain't got nothing to do with choosing you. You know what I mean? But
Right.
that
Yep.
didn't go off until I was like in my late 30s.
Right.
So, you know, I'm just saying all that to say that I can raise my hand and say that I'm definitely a woman that hold women to at a high level of self accountability. Like they
Right.
can when I do retreats and stuff like that, they can't even come with me unless they've been through my course. And that ain't even got nothing to do with like money. That's about the kind of women that I want to be around. Like you can only
Mm.
be self accountable to even be in my circle like that.
Right.
You know, so there are women like me that exist. I'm letting you know
No doubt.
because they come through my classes and they
Yeah.
have raised their hand and said, I'm also tired of screaming about toxic masculinity. Because even what you said earlier, I don't know if you were talking about your mom, but the
Mhm.
whole like beating on a little boy and saying, you know, stop crying, shut the F up. Where did that come from? Is you probably a woman that did that.
Mm.
No doubt.
Oh
Right.
yeah,
So
that was
now
me
Yeah.
she's
said that.
No
dealing
doubt.
That
with
was
her
me said that.
own
Yeah, be a man.
cycle, you know, like that's coming back. Like a lot of women are talking about toxic masculinity as if just I don't want to say generally speaking, but that's the only
Mhm.
word I can think of right now, as if they
Mhm.
didn't play any role in creating that.
Right.
Hmm.
So you
Right.
know,
And that's one of the things real quick before you go. I want to say this, and then I actually want to give you a second to promote anything that you want to promote that you got going on, businesses or whatever. Uh, but that's one of the things I get. Believe it or not, I get pushback from men on social media when I talk about this because like I said before, men don't just wake up broken men. Something
I
happens to
totally
get them
agree
to
with that.
that point. And so in that space and time, you're dealing with more often than not a mom. The mom is the first educator, the nurturer, the lover, and all of that.
That's right.
Mm-hmm.
And so they women are the purveyors of our culture. Whatever you demand, that's what we will present, right? And so
Mm-hmm.
when you make it really easy for people to get with you and make babies and this and that, then that's what it'll be. When you make it harder for men to get with you and make babies, that's what it will be. And
Right.
so a lot of men don't like it when I talk like that because now I'm saying, well, ladies, you need to limit the amount of sex you have. So of course, men
Right.
don't
So we on the same
Absolutely.
page.
Or
Absolutely.
maybe
listen.
men can maybe
Women should be
men can
stingy.
control their own sexual desires and not be out there hopping around with a lot of women.
Wait.
When is the responsibility gonna be with men have to be
Well,
accountable as well?
the thing
Hold on,
is,
Image. Hold on,
women
Image.
dig.
Hold that point. Image, hold that point. Please
Okay,
don't
got you.
forget it. I want to give the sister a chance to
Oh yeah,
promote whatever
absolutely.
she wants to promote because she has to go. It's past her bedtime.
Thank you.
Uh-huh.
Well, I certainly enjoyed this. Thank you for inviting me on, Kiani. I hope I said your name right. He been
Yes, you
following my
did.
page for years, but we've been following each other. So you know, he knows. I don't know how long. He probably watched me go through. Was you around when I was doing No Pussy for Boys?
Yes, I was. Yes, I
Okay, he
was. I
saw the
watched
whole
the
transition.
evolution.
He saw it, right?
Yeah.
I'm sure he saw me evolve and change and mature and go get married and get divorced, and you know what I mean. So
Hmm.
I appreciate you for inviting me on. But just to plug myself real quick, you can find me on all social media platforms, whether it's Facebook, Instagram, TikTok, YouTube, whatever, under Black Fire Nation, BLAQ, firenation.com. I also have a book that goes with the course called Self-Realization of a Goddess. It is based on the metaphysics of the womb, which, like the brother just said, the woman is the first teacher and everything is really coming through her. So that is what my whole stance is, what I'm trying to get women to really, really understand how much power they actually have and to stop giving, their
Right.
power away. That's the main thing that I teach it. And I teach it by using metaphysics. I'm an etymologist. I study words. I study the metaphysics of the Bible. So I'm pulling laws, universal laws from a lot of different places and just kind of putting it in one place. So
Well, I
that's my
just want to
spiel. Thank y'all for having me on.
Yeah, I want to say real quick, thank you.
Awesome.
I appreciate you. I appreciate your energy and your intellect. And this, you have an open invitation every week.
Yeah,
Whenever you
I
want to be
enjoyed this.
on,
This was fun for me.
yeah, whenever you want to be on, you're most definitely welcome to be on. It's not even like an option. Like you don't even have to ask. You just come on. Just pop in. Okay. So we're gonna let you go, and I thank you again, and hopefully we'll see you again real soon.
All right, now,
Have a good night.
All right.
All right,
now.
now.
Nice talking with you,
Thanks
sis.
for being
All
on.
right,
Follow
peace.
your page and try to promote your book because people need to hear what you're talking about.
Oh yeah, you'll
Yeah.
like it. Men usually support it. It was funny. I know I said I was gonna go, but it was funny when I first started doing no pussy for boys. Women were the ones who had a problem with it, not
Mhm.
men.
Right.
Some men did. The ones who thought that they thought I was talking to them when I was saying boys, and I would be
Right.
like, "Why are you even responding to this? Are you a boy? Because if you're not, then that vibration wouldn't even bother
Right.
you, right?"
It wouldn't even touch
Right.
you. Yeah.
So
Absolutely.
only those, but the women, they were the ones. They were dragging me through the mud. Okay, y'all, I'm getting off. Good night.
Good night.
Hey, that's crazy, man. I really, 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 really appreciate that. Thank you so much to her. And thank you also to you, Keyhol, for inviting her on. Like I said, man,
Yeah.
whenever,
Yeah.
whenever you can get her back on. So inmate, you had something you wanted to say. Go ahead.
Yeah. So, I'm sorry. What's your name, Miss Lady? I don't want to get.
It is on the screen, sir.
Okay. Not
No.
Don't want to say
Shobi.
it wrong,
The
though.
show.
Right. Nashoba. Okay. Nashoba. So she was saying that that men need to control themselves and whatnot.
Mhm.
But the thing is, women dictate sex and men dictate marriage. If all the
What,
women said, if all the women said we ain't giving you none, it don't matter how horny men are, they ain't gonna get none. Like men may pursue getting some on a regular basis and be heavy on the pressure, but if she says no, it's not happening. So yeah, men most definitely need to control themselves and not give in to the women that are giving in to them because a lot of men are just trying to get their
How
thing
it
off.
becomes a woman's
That was
fault.
like a double negative.
Yeah.
But
Hey.
right. But what I'm saying is, but women are in control of sex though. Men can't force you to have sex with them. So when you say that, like it's the men need to control themselves, that's not really true. Women need to stop giving it up without no real commitment, and for sure stop doing it raw. If you ain't
Okay, so why
married
men
and
out
trying to
here
raise a
giving it up?
family.
Why men?
Wait,
Okay, I'm gonna wait till
before
my
you
turn to
respond, I
talk.
want to let you know you get on my nerves.
And I'm so glad. That means I am doing my job. Thank you very much. Thank you very
She
much.
said, "What? How did this become women's fault?"
Yeah. Okay. So can I talk? Can I talk now, please?
Yes,
Go for
Please
it.
let
Go
me
please.
for it.
Okay.
Please.
So what I think I'm hearing is it's a woman's fault. It's a woman's fault. No matter what we do, it's the woman's fault.
Oh my
Women are in
No.
control of
Okay.
sex.
So
If
listen.
I marry wrong, that's on the man. If I have sex with, if a woman has
Hold
sex
on,
with the
hold on,
wrong
inmates.
person,
Let her
that's on the
finish,
woman.
inmates. Let her finish.
Okay,
bro.
So yeah, I was just trying to clarify it so she can understand what I'm saying.
Okay, so I'm
No doubt.
gonna take this, if you don't mind, in a couple of layers. I'm gonna do surface really quick. So
Okay.
oftentimes it's always put on the woman, oh, she out here doing this and that, but the men are doing the same thing. So if she ain't got her stuff together, then you clearly ain't got your stuff together because you over there with her, hopping around here and there. It's about self-control, control that testosterone. And yes, women get testosterone too. She's on her moon cycle. And if she didn't learn how to control it, she'll be hopping on everything in sight. You got to learn how to control those hormones that's flowing through your body, as well as making sure that they are at the correct level.
Okay, so let me ask you this question. I seen a video not too long ago. It was like a panel of a couple of people, but one of them was this African lady, and she was talking about how men need the release, how sperm builds up so much in a man's body, and how we need that release, and this is why men will typically just sleep around and it
That
and it is
sounds ridiculous.
emotional.
Don't your hand work?
Oh my God.
I thought you needed a release.
God.
Come on, y'all. Let's we all adults here. Don't even act like you ain't never.
man.
If you are not comfortable with self-exploration, that's an issue you need to deal with.
But why
Okay,
does
I'm
he?
gonna
If
give you a
there's
chance. I'm gonna give you a chance to enlighten me by telling you my experience. My experience growing up in church, when I was kind of like right around adolescent age, right? My auntie had a church back then, Apostle Vivian Harris, and she used to preach so hard against masturbation.
Yep.
Well, see, that's why so many people are, they have hangups when it comes to their body.
Right.
Because of being their body is being demonized. There's nothing wrong with self-exploration.
But in the religious setting, what he's talking about, the self exploration.
Folks ain't reading their Bible clearly.
No.
They really ain't.
Okay, but the reason why his auntie was so hard on it is because if he's thinking about another woman, like if he's with a woman and he's thinking about another one while he's doing his self exploration, well, from a religious standpoint,
Wait a minute, hold on. Wait a minute. You don't took it somewhere else. Wait a minute. He with one.
No, I'm saying they were really on that because there's ways that leads you into sin. You know what I'm saying? Because the Bible talks about not lusting after.
Wait, hold on. Before we go into what it's saying, I gotta ask.
Yeah.
So you're saying, Sister Leo's fire. You're telling me that this self-exploration thing is supposed to just be done in silence, like in a closet or something?
I mean, you can do it solo. You can do it in front of your partner.
But I'm saying, like,
you can do it in front of a whole
Really?
We're adults. We're adults. Yeah, and you should be comfortable with that. If because you said you like to be transparent, right?
I do.
Okay.
I don't see nothing wrong with squeezing one out. These boys lying if they say they ain't never put the squeeze on one.
What I'm saying is this: I will tell you exactly how that worked out for me if you want me to.
Well, perhaps you was with the wrong partner, but go right ahead.
I'm just saying, my lady, several years back, we were going through something, and I don't want to say what it was because it was really her thing. And we couldn't have sex, and hey, she used to get upset because I was doing that. And I hadn't done it for years because that was one of the reasons why I loved being with her, is because I didn't. You know what I'm saying? She was very submissive in that way. When I wanted it, it happened. But she was literally upset. Like, dude, like, go in the other room. Like, I don't want to wake up to that. Like, I don't want to hear that. Like, ooh.
Sound like it was a regular routine.
It depends. There's
not having sex.
Well, there's so much missing within that story, but I would say that there was a disconnect between the two partners, because if she was having a medical condition that would not allow you to visit upon her body like that, if she had a mature thinking when it came to the body and sex, that shouldn't have been an issue.
But if I'm thinking about someone else, is that
listen, hold up. Is this a projection going on?
That's definitely a projection.
You're gonna drive that point all the way home.
He like, I got a story. Like to hear it, here it go. I was thinking somebody else.
I'm saying I'm cheating in my mind. I mean, that's what his girl was.
Well,
that's what Bean's girl was thinking. She was thinking
I'm gonna take it even deeper.
Okay. Go deeper.
You can bring yourself to arousal without touching yourself through energy. It's called energetic orgasm.
Now you on some American Pie.
I seen this where the dude had the girl laying on the table and was like,
yeah, but you can do that with
taking
yourself.
His arms over her body, and like, I'm not even gonna touch her and watch. And I'm like,
but you can do that with yourself though, and that is a different feeling.
That's something I'm gonna have to look up. But for this conversation,
that way you ain't gotta be thinking about nobody else.
Okay, so let me ask you this: so where does your stance on pornography?
Well, I would say that the vast majority of pornography, particularly male and female, is violent in manner. So it's not a mutual pleasing unless you're looking at something like Kama Sutra or something like that. But just like the mass consumed pornography is a violent exchange.
Is it violent or is it just male oriented?
One and the same.
I don't know if
What
that's
makes
one
it
and the
violent?
same.
Okay, somehow men have gotten in their mind that pain equals pleasure to women. Oh, baby, I'm gonna beat that up. I'm gonna do this. Oh, she was backing up. She was running from me.
Okay.
You see what I'm saying? That like that.
Oh, I get what you're saying about that stuff.
Yeah.
I mean, no, I feel what you're saying because I mean, if you think about it on like you were talking about on the metaphysical level, this is an exchange made for money. It's not pleasure. There's no love in it. It's almost like it's almost forced, so to speak. You know what I'm saying? It's like I don't like a lot of the porn. It almost seems like they're not even really enjoying it. It's just a job.
It's
So
just
I
a job,
get
and
what you're saying. I get what you're
it's
saying.
done in such a violent manner. See, the
It
woman
is.
body responds, and so imagine with a forceful entry and just the motion like that, she swells up, honey.
Yeah, they don't even be wet.
No,
You
she
ever notice that?
swells up, so she's just being tortured throughout the whole entire scene.
Yeah, and that's facts because, like I said, the women they don't even be wet.
But
So
I will say this. I
they're
will
not
say
enjoying
this.
it.
I
It's
will
a
say
job.
this, and I'm not in this in on this particular subject. I'm not gonna generalize Keyhol. Okay, I'm gonna just say this. I've seen randomly a bunch of women say beat it up, this or that, woo, woo, deeper, harder. You know what I'm saying? So are we saying that they too have been
Okay, you seen this
conditioned
where
to
on a
think?
porno or
No, I'm just saying, like, okay,
No, in
like
real life.
I'm talking about like not just on porno, but I'm saying like on social media, women basically saying like this what they want. This what you know how people was put something, a meme, and then like, man, my mood right now and stuff like that. You know what I'm saying? Or also in the movies and also homemade porn. I mean, that's all the rage right now.
They're speaking to their audience. And
but I'm just saying women in general also. Just
well, no, you
social
can't
media.
say women. You can't say women in general because
I don't mean 51%.
Can't nobody approach me with the verbiage beat up nothing. So they're speaking to their. They're speaking to their.
Let me break down in general. When I
This
say
is
in general right now, what I'm saying is this. I'm saying in general, women on all different platforms, not just porn. I'm talking about with their clothes on. I'm talking about on Facebook. I'm talking on Twitter. I'm talking on Instagram. I'm just saying women in different respects of life, in conversation, at work, on the street, at the park, at the club. I've been with.
Yeah,
harder,
but it's a certain mindset is what I'm saying. It's a certain mindset. So you can't generalize a particular group of women who like a particular group of men who use that vocabulary. Because every man don't say he's gonna beat something up. Some men say, I want to make love to you. Some men say, I want to please you. I want to please you first and then me.
Okay, so but what I'm asking you is just simply, are the women who desire that type of sexual action, is that a condition, or is it possible that they might actually enjoy that?
Get their stuff beat up? Well, some people like to play out sexual trauma throughout.
I was getting ready to say that,
and they claim that they're enjoying it, but that goes deeper. That's deeper. If you, it's supposed to be.
I'm asking you.
It's supposed to be a creative exchange together, not a violent thing. Some, it's the programming of what they've seen. If they've encountered or abused, or if they, like you said, submissive. Whenever I wanted, she gave it to me. That right there is an issue within itself. But if they have taken on that role to whatever he likes, I like, because they don't know their own worth doing that activity.
Let me write this.
Yeah, they're liable to do a lot of toxic things.
Or like you said what they've seen. So if they watching porn and they seeing Mars beat it up, because that's one of the problems with porn. It sets unreal expectations for people's sexual interactions, and then they almost rather look at the porn because they're not fulfilled in real life, because they seeing dude beat it up, throw her around crazy, And then literally because these days
I
more than
read that
ever, a
somewhere
lot of
before.
women are consuming porn. So when they're making these stats, they're watching porn and
I be
watching these
wondering
dudes. You
where
know what
these
I'm
lot of
saying?
women y'all be talking about
I'm
that,
trying to
because
figure out
I am never.
quality of
I
these
told
women
y'all about
they
that
talking about.
generalizing
Well,
and
okay.
that statistic. When you say what the statistics say, I told you name me somebody on the statistic board. Name me somebody who took these statistics. That don't because I don't be meeting these type of women, man. I have met the woman with the traumatic experience who seek sex in different ways to fill a void or something, but I don't understand the women where y'all be meeting these women at.
Well, the
Well,
generalization
here's the
comes from
thing.
if I got
Hold on, real quick,
yeah, go
MH.
ahead.
Here's the thing. We already know that. I think I can't remember who that was saying this, but they were talking about how we attract people that are on our frequency, right? I can't explain that, but that's just the way that they were saying it. We attract people that are on our frequency, so that's probably you not into that, or you not on that frequency, and that's probably why you don't attract that many type of women for at least for a few years now. All I can't even remember the old Keyhol. All I can think about is this new guy, this intellectual guy. You know what I'm saying? This well-read guy.
The
You know what I'm saying?
shade.
So I don't even know the old you anymore. I can't even remember anything.
Well,
Right?
I look at it like this. I just grew up, I just grew
I
up,
can
man.
dig it, but I'm just saying, like, I won't lie and say, listen, my baby mamas and my girlfriends, hey, they were some broken women, and I
You
take
said it
pride in
right
the
there.
fact, and I take pride in the fact that I contributed to their evolving. But you know what I'm saying? At the end of the day, they were in my life because I too was broken. You understand? And here's the thing that I am going to generalize about: most of us are.
Okay,
So at the end of the day, it just is what it is. 1 second, real quick, sis. I want to cut you off, but I want to let MH finish with his thought because I cut him off. Go ahead, MH.
No, I was gonna say, for Keyhole, like generalizations is inevitable because we don't know everybody, but you can make a generalization from what's going on in the world, what's trending, and how
Mhm.
people are acting. Like when Emerge talks about, that he's seeing these memes and women are posting this stuff, bro. It's like if you got 3,000 friends and 80% of the women is posting this stuff, well, you can make a generalization that majority of the women out here, this is what they own. You know what
but
I'm
But there's
saying?
7 billion people in the world.
yeah,
Seven
and
billion
who
people.
made
Right. And that's
them?
what I'm saying. So you don't know everybody. It's like
That's
for
not, you can't generalize from
But who's the
3,000.
creator of the meme? Because see, one thing that our
not
people need to realize
not just a
is that
meme, but
it's not always us creating those memes
I knew
that's
you was about to
pushing
say
out
that. I'm glad you did
no.
it too.
that negativity within the
Yeah,
community. We always assume that, oh, it kind of sounds like something, and we think that it's us because
right.
most of us has grown up in a household to where you do not take all your dysfunction on Front Street. You just don't do
Right.
it, especially
Right.
the older generation. I'm 48.
Right.
Right.
Right. But
We
what
just
I'm
don't do
saying is
that.
right.
So, and when you said trending, you have to also think about who's controlling these platforms that decide what trends. And when it comes to
Mhm.
our people, and I know we're using a lot of colors on this show with Black, but let me just first say that I am the ancient one and I'm indigenous to America. Now, going forward,
Mm-hmm.
you have to wonder who's on these platforms and what image are they shaping for our people. And then so we get up on these podcasts and things, and then we come with these generalizations because
Right.
these platforms that's not owned by us shape a certain view of us to make us think. And these same statistics that we're not creating. And then we always like to quote the statistics of the people who historically has caused us a lot of issues.
Right.
Okay, all my statistics come from a Black website. So when I say these statistics have been vetted
Okay,
by
and where do they get their
other
information from?
other African Americans. I mean, from their own research. What I'm saying is,
From where?
I'm saying is,
From the
okay,
research from whose site that's putting out the information? Because we're not controlling the platforms. We sure enough don't control this internet.
so are 70% of our kids born to single mothers?
Absolutely not.
No.
Yeah, that too. No, that's false.
No, that's false. And we already discussed the fact that there is no single mother.
Okay, I
And
get
that's
that with
why
no
you.
single
And
mothers.
that's why I knew it. I knew that's what she was saying.
But
Well, I'm glad your memory is working.
But no, I knew he was gonna say that too. When after I said it, I thought about it. But come on, now. I'm talking about what we.
My inter-ancient one.
Yeah, well, you better get the real conversation.
But what I'm talking about is sometimes generalizations is true. This is what we really doing.
But you cannot generalize. It's making other people a proxy for the trauma that you've endured in your life. Because there are good men. It's good men that exist in this world. It is good women that exist in this world. There are some people who are traumatized and who are broken. And then there are some people that is just born and they got some true psychological issues. And the only thing they want to do is hurt people because they can't get it together within themselves.
Now,
we can't generalize all men. We cannot generalize all women. Just simply say the people that I've encountered within my life, I've seen the majority of this.
Right. See, and this is why I'm going to tell you that we can't say that, because you will acknowledge that you have not met the majority of the Black people or indigenous or whatever you want to call them in America, right?
Exactly.
You would acknowledge that you have not met them.
I have not met the majority, but I have met a variety.
Right. But no, wait. Let me tell you why I said that. I'm only going to tell you why I said it. Because a few seconds ago, you said most of us was raised in a household where we don't basically air our dirty laundry out in the street.
I'm talking about the people on the panel right here.
Right,
no, I'm talking about the people on the panel right here.
Okay, but I'm just saying, you have not asked MH that. You don't know that.
Right. Okay, well, let me ask
now. But you can rightfully, you don't have to.
Let me ask now. Was this
you don't have to. Generalizations are part of conversation.
Okay, that's the only.
What I'm saying is this. What I'm trying to say is, we pick and choose the generalization, right? We don't want to be. We don't want to fit the description or be profiled, because that's also generalization.
I agree.
But then when we talk among ourselves, we want to keep doing it. Like, decide what you want.
But watch this. Let me tell you what I don't
generalizations though.
It's not accurate. It's not. It's only true for the people that you encounter.
Listen, let me tell you what I don't do. And you know I will generalize my behind now. But let me tell you what I don't do. This is what I meant when I said I don't gaslight people, right? So when I'm on social media and I see a woman and she has made this post and she's saying, man, why these men be this and that and this and that and this and that? You know what I don't do? I don't go in there and say, you're lying. Because it does not matter. It does not matter if it's 30%, 51%, or 80%. What she's saying actually happens. So that makes it relevant.
Right.
It only needs to happen to one person for it to be relevant to me. You see what I'm saying?
But how does that equate to generalization? Because you're talking about one person in there.
I know, and I'm saying what I'm saying is this: when I see them generalizing, I do not gaslight them. I don't try to change their mind that it ain't, because the generalization only means that you believe that 51% of people fit this category, whatever you're talking about. It's only a majority.
That means you're delusional.
And the majority is only 51%. That
means you're delusional.
Okay,
it means you're delusional.
If you've seen a post like
that, delusional though.
It should let you know that person is hurt because they are generalizing.
Okay.
They haven't evolved to the point where they can't recognize people as individual. So because they've been hurt by one man or two or three or four or five, suddenly it becomes all men.
Okay.
Or just because somebody was hurt by one woman, two women, or wasn't raised by a functional mother, then suddenly it becomes the problem of all women. And that's just not right.
Okay. Now watch this. Now I'm glad you said that, because first of all, before I say this one thing, I want to say something else. I do not like it when people do that. So I can make a post right now and I can say, man, Black women are so angry. And somebody would say, not all, when there's the word all was not present. So that means I wasn't talking about all. I was speaking in general, right?
So you know somebody that's named Black women.
Hold on. But then if I say Black women are beautiful, that same post was going to get 3,000 likes. You know what I'm saying? Nobody's gonna come on there and say, "Well, not all Black women are beautiful."
If it's positive, everybody.
You see what I'm saying?
You keep using that. You keep trying to use that as a comparison, and there is no comparison between the two.
What I'm trying to get you to realize is that people don't argue against generalizations that they agree with or that favor them.
Right.
They only say something about generalizations when it's something that they don't like.
Listen,
That's what makes the
I'ma tell you-
argument disingenuous.
Listen, no, absolutely not, because that's like, so if a person doesn't like something, they can't speak about it. The generalization is you making other people the proxy for your own particular trauma, and it's just simply. It is.
It's so
if I
messed
got
up that
here,
you view
if
it.
I got up here and I was like, all black men, this and that, I'm only speaking through my trauma, and I'm trying to make y'all the proxy for my trauma.
Why do you keep saying all?
Right. That's
Why do
the
you
difference.
keep
So you
adding
say
the word all? That is the difference. When
That
you
is the
say
difference.
all, now you're speaking in absolutisms. That is the difference between generalization.
Listen, when you said black women, you was speaking absolute.
No, I wasn't.
You would no.
That's absolute.
It's the same, because you said black women are, and that's it, right? Nowhere in that statement did you give a disclaimer and say, I do know that not all black women are this way. No, you said black women are, and then that's it.
And you know why?
What I get is
do you know why that's a generalization?
Hmm?
Do you know why that's a generalization?
Because you got trauma that you haven't healed from.
No. Do you know why it's a generalization?
Because you have trauma that you have not healed from.
That doesn't explain why the phrase black women are angry is a generalization. Nothing about me explains why that sentence.
Wait a minute,
is a generalization.
but who said anything about black women are angry?
Hold on, don't deflect. Listen.
No, you've been doing this the
talking
whole
about the
show.
sentence.
You've been adding extra ingredients.
We're just talking about the sentence. Okay, let's change it.
Right,
White women. Okay, let's change it. Hold on, let's just change it. White women are angry. So now you don't have to take it so
let's
personal.
not change it, because that's the problem.
White women are angry
and changing.
Do you know why that's a generalization and not an absolute statement?
Listen, let's not change it. Let's stay on
black women are angry. Do you know why that's a generalization?
No, let's stay on the original subject, which was not black women are angry. That's something else you tossed in because
that's not a subject
because of your trauma.
I'm just using it as an example.
But why would you go there for the example?
I just changed. Black men are angry. Do you know why that's a generalization?
Were we speaking about black men being angry until you interject? Now, remember, you said that we always like to go to the worst case scenario, but you've been living in that
black
land
women are
since
beautiful.
the beginning of the podcast.
Black women are beautiful. Do you know why that's a generalization and not an absolute statement? Yes or no? You either know or you don't know.
You don't roll that horse tired. Use another one.
Okay, black men are beautiful. Do you know why that's a generalization? Yes or no?
I think a lot of black men in their masculinity may have a problem with the beautiful statement, but go ahead.
I ain't gonna disagree with you on that one.
Okay.
You might have a point on that one right there. But the reason why it's a generalization, because as a society, as a human being, we all know that nobody
you use the word all.
I am because I'm speaking absolutely. I am. I'm using all because I'm speaking absolutely.
So it only works when you do it.
Hold on. No, because I'm absolutely speaking absolutely, which is I'm not generalizing right now. I'm not generalizing. I'm speaking in an absolutism. And I'm saying to you that every single adult human being on the planet knows that nobody knows every single adult human being on the planet.
Exactly.
Which makes the statement a generalization by
no,
default.
And see, no, that's no, because wait a minute. When you're talking about cultural things, right? When you put a label on it and you say black women, okay. So when you have someone else outside of that community consuming this information, they walk away believing that it's all black women.
So why wasn't y'all saying that to Oprah?
Right,
Ricky
when you're
Lake,
talking about all black men.
Listen, I am not sitting here, but I'm not sitting here on Oprah's podcast, though. I'm not talking about Oprah because I'm not against on Oprah's show.
But nobody was saying, but you're old enough to know, nobody was disputing these facts when people were saying black men and speaking about black men.
Listen, people have been disputing, and you keep saying facts, but people have been disputing generalizations for quite some time. How do you think a man feel when he been handling his business taking care of everything he need to take care of, and a woman say all black men ain't this and that. And how do you feel that a woman feel when she been? Listen,
I would give you $100
when you say
all, no more for the rest of the podcast.
No, you're gonna have to give me 1,000 or all is getting ready to flow out. Because you keep, as long as you keep with your generalizations, all
right, but that's not a generalization when you say all. So if you're gonna say, if you're gonna make an example of what we're doing when we generalize, then you have to be factual in how we're presenting it. We're not saying all. I'm saying,
first of all,
this, black man that, white man this.
First of all, if I can continue, okay, you got little control issues working over there with you. What I was saying was, how do you think a woman feels? Because I've already did the example for the man. She's doing everything she needs to do. She's a wonderful mother. If she decides to be married, she's in a functional relationship. She has everything that she needs to be in a healthy engagement with society, right? Including her nucleus family. Right. And then someone sits up here and say black women are. Now she identifies herself as a black woman. Right. And then she's getting bombarded with all of this negative stuff about black women. And she's like, but wait a minute, but I'm not that. So when someone else looks at me, they perceive all of this negativity that everybody else been spitting out. Right.
Far be it from me.
Do not generalize.
Far be it from me to pretend like I don't understand what you just said, because I do.
But you're gonna do what you want anyway. Go ahead.
The generalization is a part of life.
Not
it is not that. Okay. That sounds like someone who don't want to make changes, positive changes. It's a part of life. Who started the generalization?
It ain't that.
Because again, black men don't want to be profiled. They don't want to be generalized, right?
Listen. No. I'm gonna respond directly to what you said, because this is what you said. You said, how's a black man gonna feel if he doing this, he doing that, doing this, and then someone will say what black man ain't. I'm trying right now to see if I can find this post and share the screen with you. So
please, if it's toxic, please don't. I don't.
I made a post in a Facebook group, and I said, ladies, I said, take money off of the table. Don't mention money. You can't bring up money. I want you to tell me what black men are doing wrong. What is it that they need to correct, basically?
But why can't they bring up money, though? Well, we utilize money
because they do a lot, especially in this one particular group I'm in. That's all they typically talk about is money and how black men don't have no money. But that's neither here nor there. So listen, I got a lot of responses. I got a lot of responses from women, and hey, they were just being genuine. They were just speaking from their experiences and what they know and saying, hey, men are doing this, men are doing this. Some of them act this way, some of them act that way. Somebody is making a lot of Kiani. Can I mute you?
Yes, sir.
So what happened was this one girl, right? She came and she made like 13 comments. She was like, men are dogs, and men are abusive, and men are this, and men are that, and they don't do this, and they don't do that. And it was a few brothers that was responding, you know what I'm saying? Of course, like the same way how you would assume they would respond, very defensively. And you know how I responded to every last one of those comments? I said, thank you for your candor. Thank you for sharing. Man, bro. Then I had guys like, man, bro, why you saying that? She lying. No, she not. Every single thing she just said, men do. It don't matter if it's not all of them doing it. Some do it, and we know it's true.
Yeah, but did you really hear what she said, though? Because she wasn't saying men. What she was saying was the men that she allowed into her space did those things to her or someone in her close proximity.
Right.
But she was trying not to reveal her own trauma and be transparent.
But guess what? Even if that's the case, she still wasn't.
She's still right, because if she got 5 guys that fit the generalization, because the generalization is a statement or concept attained by inference from specific cases, right?
So that was her own personal experiences.
Right,
so
but
saying
if she got 10 cases of bogus men, her generalization is true to her.
Well, you said
That's all she can generalize off of. That's all we all generalize off of. What
No,
we
she
see,
don't want to see past her
what's
trauma,
going
because if
on.
she can see past her trauma, she can also see those healthy relationships.
Well, that's true, but on that particular
that's
post,
true,
I specifically asked what are the brothers doing wrong, because in this particular group.
But what I'm saying is learn to read
war.
between the lines. Like everybody was, the child was screaming for help.
Okay, I get that, sis. I get that, but I'm just saying, can you just for 5 minutes of conversation, can you come down off the elevated, enlightened?
Nope. You can't ask somebody who's evolved to step down a rung. Absolutely not.
But to be
can
honest
you step
with you
up?
right now, you don't sound evolved.
Why? Because I said she was crying out for help.
No, because you're not wrong about that. But what I'm saying is this: if I go on a post and I ask somebody specifically to tell me what black men are doing wrong, she did exactly what I asked her to do, even if it was a cry for help. But it wasn't like
what she did was tell you her personal experiences.
A general statement or concept attained by inference from specific cases. That's generalization. Based off of what you live, what you see, and what's going on around you. You're going to generalize. That's just what it is. If I lost 5 guys to gun violence, I'm going to say Marks be killing people. Right. Would I be inaccurate? No. I stay on 60-something and whatever, and over here they be killing people. But only 5 guys have died around me. But the generalization is specific to my cases. So the generalization is still relevant.
And that's all I'm saying is that yes. On a normal basis, that same girl is not just going through the group just posting men ain't this, men ain't that, men ain't this, men ain't that. You see what I'm saying? I specifically were asking women to tell us what's wrong. Just stop making it about money. Every time we say something, we say, well, sisters, y'all need to change this. And they be like, well, y'all need to make more money. Well, sisters, y'all need to stop behaving like this. Well, y'all need to make more money.
I think some people just like to argue. They love the argument between the male versus female.
Yeah, I ain't
don't nobody want to heal. They just want to keep talking in circles while sitting in their trauma.
I agree with you 100%. 100%, because that is exactly what this group is. This group is gender war on steroids. That's exactly what this group is. But there's like 5 women and like 5 men in the group that make it all worth it. You know what I'm saying? Because you get those perspectives and you see those conversations when you're going through those threads. And even if it's just for a moment, you see the impact. You can see the impact.
Say something just about generalization. So it's like, if I'm on TikTok and I scroll through 30 things and all the women is twerking and showing their booty, and I'm going through these things, I go on another social media site, same thing. Another social media site, the same thing. Should I not generalize that women is out here twerking their booties on social media?
You should have enough intellect to know that you do not control the algorithm. You should also have enough intellect to understand the war that we have always been in with the colonizers.
Right.
I mean, so yeah, why would you see our images in a positive light?
But the thing is,
the issue that we have
control those images though, and we're creating images that show us in a non-positive light. Like
not some.
No, a lot. That's why I always use a lot.
It's not a lot. You say a lot. You say a lot because of what you consume, but you don't control the algorithm.
When I say a lot, I'm not even talking about online. I'm talking about in the real world. I can go right now and I can line up 50 black women that all have children. You gonna tell me that half of them not gonna be single mothers? That's not a generalization. That's the reality.
Wait a minute, we on the single mother.
I'm saying look at, because I'm still out in these streets. Okay, look at the women that's around you. Like the thing about it is, so one thing.
Where these women are the single mothers? Where are the men at?
One thing I find that's really difficult.
No, where are the men at? Shouldn't y'all be having a conversation with these brothers?
Oh, listen.
And let me answer that real quick. And I'm explaining to you why. Because
wait a minute, you shouldn't be talking to the brothers about making single mothers.
Should I be talking to the brothers about single mothers? No.
Yeah. No. Why not?
No.
Why not? They help creating them.
because brothers aren't single mothers.
Oh, Lord have mercy.
I'm gonna talk to the
Here we
single
go.
mothers about single mothers. You know
You
why?
can't talk to a
Because-
single mother about a single mother. You're not a
Yes,
single
I
mother
can.
and never will be.
It doesn't
But you
matter
can't
because
talk
there's
to
only
a man.
because there is only there. Listen, there in our community, there's one major step to becoming a single mother, and that's carrying before you marry.
Right.
Now that does not mean
Wait.
That
Okay,
does
see,
not
and
mean,
this is another thing.
That
Facts.
does not mean that divorce doesn't happen.
Right. But
when
those are
you're
the outliers. Let's talk
but
about
when
the
you're
general.
divorced, more often than not, you're still not a single mom.
Nope.
Because you're getting help. You have resources. You're getting alimony, child support. The father is in the life. That's more often than not the case when we talk about divorce. Single mother, all it takes to become that is to get pregnant and have a baby before you're married.
Okay, so you know what?
That is a choice.
I see that your
And you
view
had many
on
choices
single
before that
motherhood
choice.
is very narrow because nowhere in that scenario did you account for fathers that died. And now the mother has to raise the child by herself. Nowhere in that scenario did you account for fathers who's away on business,
'Cause they're
or maybe
outliers.
they live in another country,
Right, because
or
we're talking
they
about
in.
a small
You wanna
percentage.
talk
We're
about
talking
the
No, wait a minute.
small
No. Quick.
What's the commonality?
Listen, take the percentages out the equation.
But
Because
we can't.
because when you came up with this single motherhood, it's always a scenario of, hey, you had a baby before you was married or you got divorced, but you didn't factor in life itself and
But
all the
those are
complexities that can lead to that woman being the sole caretaker of the child or children.
What's the common way that women
And here's
become
the
single
dim-
mothers?
Wait a minute. Let me say this real quick.
Because a man ejaculated up in her.
No,
Let
I'm
me say
saying,
this
come
real-
on,
let me
answer
say
it,
this real
answer it
quick.
really truly. How did they
Nah,
become
No, I
single
just
mothers?
answered it really truly
Hold on,
because
hold
it
on, hold
seems
on,
like
hold on. Let me
it
say
seems
this
like
real quickly.
y'all just want to make it Emerge want to make it the fault of the mother all the time.
No, because if we're talking about women, I'm going to talk about women. If you want to talk about the men, we can.
No,
Yeah.
you can't talk about a mother without including the father. It takes
Yes, I
the
can.
sperm
No,
and the
that's
egg
not
to create a baby.
That you know why I can talk about a mother without including the father, because if you and I right now had relations and you got pregnant, I don't have any say so on whether or not that baby gets born.
Facts. That was all you.
So how do you
Really?
get to
Well,
determine?
first of all, you should have been you. We're gonna go
Now
with
it comes
this.
to my responsibility.
No, we're gonna go with this pseudo relationship you're speaking about.
Mhm.
You should have had, as the old folks said, you should have had enough discernment,
right,
to know that this woman would make those decisions. And
right. But
I
the woman
don't
shouldn't.
I don't
But she
I don't
shouldn't
take
have the
away.
discernment to know that the father ain't gonna be there, or that
Right.
he's gonna be a
To know that
deadbeat,
he a
or
Wait a
that he
minute,
gonna
but hold
walk
up,
away,
wait a minute.
or that
A
he
lot
gonna
of women,
divorce her.
but wait a minute, a lot of women already know that from jump. They already
Right.
know that from jump that the man is immature, and they are already prepared to move on, not from the victim mindset, which a lot of men want to keep women in. All of a sudden, you a single mama, so all of a sudden
ain't
you a
keeping
victim.
women in that.
Basically,
Y'all
just
do
once
that
again,
yourselves.
wait a minute. You basically just
We don't
co-sign the
victim-
argument that they're choosing single motherhood.
No,
Right.
what I'm saying is
So they're not
this.
victims. They choosing it.
What I'm saying is this. A lot of them already know that the man that they dealing with is immature.
That's
So
messed up.
why are they dealing
Wait a
with
minute,
them?
wait a minute, and then a pregnancy happens, but they take the responsibility of.
That's wild.
Wait a minute.
I'm sorry, go
I'm
ahead, go
going
ahead.
somewhere. If you listen
Okay.
and not cut
Yes,
me
ma'am.
off, you understand
Sorry.
where I'm going.
I got you.
Then they step out of the victim mindset and they take care of responsibility. Same way where you were talking about the baby mothers. Well, if you take responsibility for making the wrong decisions with your choices of the women you lay down with and impregnate, then you don't have to sit up here and complain about the abortions and the this and the that.
Okay.
It's also your
That
responsibility
is
choosing a single woman.
so funny because it sounds to me like you're giving a lot of leniency to women.
Woo.
I didn't give leniency.
My, how the tables turned.
Wait a minute. I didn't give leniency to women. I said
You
the
are.
women.
You giving it
I
to
said the women that know that the man that they are dealing with is immature. What other choice do they have?
Not
It's
to have
either
sex with a bra.
realize. Wait
You
a
can
minute.
have
It's
sex with
either.
a condom.
Wait a minute. Hold up. It's either. Now we know condoms don't prevent
No,
pregnancy.
we're not just gonna
Hold
ignore
on,
it.
hold on. Somebody, I'm getting feedback. I'm hearing our voices back.
Your feedback on when?
Okay, go ahead, sis.
So yeah, so y'all gotta stop cutting my wisdom now.
I still hear it.
It didn't ask me to come back to
All
it.
right, get your
But
wisdom
no,
off.
I'm
Get
not
your
giving
wisdom off.
leniency. What I'm saying is, if she knows that the man that she's dealing with is immature,
Mhm.
she has a choice to say, I'm not having a child and be attached to an immature man for 18 years, or she raised that baby and do what she got to do, right?
Right.
What I'm saying is, even the man, it's like at some point you have to realize, like, I just made some wrong choices when it came to these women. This woman is immature. She was never mother material. I was just having sex with her.
Agreed. I don't disagree with that.
Absolutely. Hey, 100%.
I don't disagree with that at all. But what I am saying is this: there's a process to most things we do in life, and the process to making a baby, in general, 94% of the time.
Well, here you go with the percentages.
Exactly, 94% of the time is that the woman says yes.
Right.
She consents to a sexual act, which leads to a pregnancy.
Okay, first of all, okay, let me. Okay, I see where you're going, but understand this: there would be no sex if the man didn't get erect.
The
consent
that's
like the man.
There would be no door if I didn't put a door up. No duh. Like,
there would be no baby if you don't ejaculate her.
But there would be no baby if she never opens the leg. Like, I can never
for
get
real,
in the house if I
that's
open
the
the door,
process.
right?
So you keep trying to, just.
But if the door is
no.
locked,
Listen. First of all, if the man's mind didn't connect to cause that blood to flow down there, that was his consent to say yes. He
birth
to.
control,
and then the woman,
birth control, condoms, like this still her choice though. Like our dicks get hard all the time, and women ain't hopping on them every time they get hard. So just because it get hard this time didn't mean she had to open up her legs, not have me use protection, and then get pregnant.
Consent is consent on both ends, and if she ain't using no protection, why are you laying down with her?
Consent though.
But we not. Hold on. We not. This is the thing, sis. This is what's so crazy is that most of the stuff that you saying, it's not like everything you say. None of it is wrong. No. It's not that I even disagree with anything you're saying, but I'm just tripping off the fact that you won't allow there to be an origin to this story. Right. It happens.
I'm giving you the origin. Listen,
woman says
there is no sex there. Okay, so we know that there's no sex without
yes.
Right? Can we get to that? There's no sex without her saying
and a woman saying yes.
Right. Even if my dick get hard, that's not consent. I have to still ask if I can enter.
A man can say yes, and if the woman says no, that's the end of
I just said that there has to be mutual consent.
Right, but it starts with the woman.
No, it starts with both people consenting. What are you talking about?
No, not all the time. Because if I want to have sex with you, I'm already with it, right? But you didn't ask me permission for me to have sex with you. I have to ask you permission to have sex with you. That's why men dictate sex. I mean, women dictate sex.
Okay, I'm gonna slow this down for y'all. I'm gonna slow this down for y'all.
Men dictate marriage.
Mutual consent.
It's not
mutual consent, because if it's not mutual consent, I can't say the full word because they may ding you on here. It's the R word.
Right.
It takes two parties to consent.
But that's not how
there is no woman controlling the sex or man controlling the sex.
Because in reality,
act.
I'm not in control of sex. If you say no,
that's the end of the act.
Okay, so this right. If I want a cookie, I have to get it from a baker, right? I have to go and get the cookie from them.
Or you can cook it yourself, but go ahead.
Okay. but the thing is, I have to ask them for this cookie. Like, as much as I want the cookie, I can't have the cookie. I have to ask for the cookie. So the consent is, can I have the cookie? Yes, you can have the cookie. There's no consent on my part.
Your consent was wanting it. Your consent was wanting it. You can't. Both of y'all keep bypassing that. I want. You already wanted it. That's the perversion. That's the perversion I was telling him about last week. The perversion makes it. See, I don't walk around just wanting things. Maybe one time in life I might have, but I don't even recollect that. You know what I'm saying? So I won't walk around just hard up, you know what I'm saying, looking for something. But that's the consent right there.
And listen, at the end of the
Permission
day,
for something to happen
at
or
the
agreement to
end
do something.
at the
Okay.
end of the day, this is what I'm saying though. If
Give permission.
I say to me, right, more often than not, men propose for marriage, right? So
How do we get?
if I go and I make it and I
Because
find a
women
woman
control
and I
sex, men control
propose
marriage.
and I say, man, listen, please
Wait a
be
minute, hold
my
up. You
wife,
said
right? And
okay.
then I marry this woman, I bring her into my space. From whatever she does at that point, people are going to expect me to be accountable.
Absolutely. It's
The
on
first
you.
thing they're gonna say, and the sister has proved it tonight, is you chose her.
Yep, you
That's
consented.
the first thing they're gonna say. You chose her.
Yeah, and
Yep.
she chose you.
Okay.
Right.
So
Okay. So
and
where's
at
the
the
consent?
end of the day,
The consent was
when
in the
you lay
choosing.
when a woman lays down with a
Right.
man, knowing that
She
sex
chose sex.
leads to pregnancy, especially when you don't have any
So
birth control or anything in place.
don't have the intellect to know that sex leads to pregnancy.
Of
He's
course they
not
do,
choosing to.
but we're talking
He's not
about
choosing.
the woman. If you want
He's
to talk
not
about
choosing
men, we
sex?
can. Yes, of course.
Yes, he's choosing the sex, but
But
he's
what
not.
is he? But what is this? Okay, let me ask it this way: what does he have to do with her responsibility or her accountability?
Right.
Okay, which accountability are you talking about? Birth control?
All of it. What does he have to do with her saying, yes, I'll have sex? Yes, you can go in raw. Yes, I'm
He
gonna
has
let you
to
lay hands on
insert
me.
Well, first of
himself
all,
What does
into
he
her
have
role.
to do with her accountability?
Well,
Right.
first of all, both of y'all need to be accountable. And irregardless of what she telling you to do, you should have some standards put in place and some boundaries where you say, I don't want a child. That's not going to happen. I'm going to use protection.
Sounds like.
And once again, you keep saying things that hold men accountable, and we're not
Wait
disagreeing
a minute.
with
No,
you.
what I've been saying is accountability on both sides.
Right.
We ain't get
But
ready to do that.
But at the same time, you want to pretend like there isn't a starting point to this.
Right,
The
and there-
starting point
To
is
sex.
mutual. The
Wait, and there's a
starting
start
point.
and a stopping point because once you
starting
get
point is
pregnant,
mutual
I have
consent.
no choice. I have no choice once you get pregnant. You're in control. So
Your
Okay,
choice was to put on a rubber.
If you're going to be left holding the bag, then whose responsibility
Listen.
is it?
What I hear is victimhood and helplessness.
No, this is
And a lack
victimhood.
of taking responsibility. Because before you lay down with someone, you need to know that there's a possibility that pregnancy could happen.
That's
You
every
need to have a
time.
contingency plan in place. You don't need to go buy no plan B when you can take and drink some herbal tea. Ooh,
Listen, let's be real. I
So
ain't gonna
you
carry no
basically
baby.
hold on real quick, inmate. So right there, you were talking about both parties. And
I'm talking about both parties.
Exactly. So because of that, we've been on this for a second. I kind of want to run through these other topics real quick because I know Keyhol probably gonna try to get out of here. But so listen, here's a quick question, real quick. Is it logical to ask men to be sole providers in an equal society? Is it logical to ask men to be sole providers in an equal society? And again, the reason why that question came up is because we, in a lot of the Facebook groups that I'm in, we do have these conversations, and women like to, our women like to throw around a lot that they're educated, they have these degrees, they're bossed up, they got all this and that going on. But then when you talk to them about the responsibilities, the financial responsibilities of a household, they think 50-50 is some BS. Oh, well, I went and I got all these degrees and I'm making all this money, but I shouldn't have to be responsible for bills. I should be equally paid as a man, but I shouldn't be equally financially responsible as a man. What do you all think about that? Keyhol, let's start with you.
Well, my stance on this, with that, as far as being a provider or things like that, I think whatever a couple does should always be discussed from the gate. Mm-hmm. Unfortunately, I haven't done that all the time, but I think everything, if that's the case, then that should be something that's agreed upon from day one. Not an expectation, but something that was agreed upon. So I still stand right there with that.
MH?
I would say that I mean in the equal society how a lot of women are asking for it to be right now. If you want everything equal, then women should pay their equal share. Now, I do believe that if you want a traditional relationship, which they ain't want to even stay married for 5 minutes, but if you want to go through the long suffering and be there for the long haul,
Woo!
and you want to
Long
play your and
suffering.
you
Yeah, that was rough, buddy. You broke my spirit with that one.
nah, but you know what,
The long
y'all
suffering.
hear y'all
Lord.
hear y'all hear suffering and y'all look at it as a negative, but
Well,
Whoa,
is
long
suffering a
whoa.
good
suffering,
thing?
look,
Yeah, they
long
know what it
suffering.
mean. They know what it mean. They just like, wow, you know what I'm saying? You
No,
pulled
it's
that
the
one out.
verbiage that he used. You
No,
ain't
but
always
it's
gonna be
the
happy
accurate
in
verbiage.
marriages. Then long suffering. It's like,
Yeah, because
whoa.
okay,
Mm.
let me give you the definition of long suffering. So having, or it's not even that big of a thing. Having or
Right.
showing patience in spite of troubles, especially those caused by other people. That, in a nutshell, is marriage. Like I said,
That
you
sounds
ain't
like
gonna
a
be
lack of
happy.
accountability right there
Uh,
too.
that
No,
that
how's
Wow.
that
sounds like
lack of
some red
accountability?
flags.
Hey,
No,
when
it's
you said that, the first thing that came to my mind was slavery.
right. I
I'm gonna
know.
be
That's what I'm
honest.
saying. That's why I'm giving you the definition. All it's talking about is just having patience when you're not happy. It's
No
like
doubt.
Ooh,
things
ooh.
will.
Oh, that hurts
No,
every
So
time you say it.
basically, allow people to
no, I
cross your
don't.
boundaries and
I
deal
like,
with
what
it.
relationships have y'all been in? Y'all happy all the time? You don't
Listen,
disagree with
No,
your
Mm.
partner?
not at all.
You
Not
don't.
a
You
at
don't have. You don't
all.
disagreement doesn't
Mm.
listen.
equate to
So
not
you.
being
So
happy.
you. So you don't
Mm.
understand that. Oh, I'm not happy every moment of the day. I don't know. Maybe
Right.
you all are.
Yeah, but
Like
what I'm saying is a disagreement doesn't equate to not being happy. Not being happy in a relationship mean there are some real issues that has been at some point discussed or not. And if it's been discussed, people have not made the proper changes to make it get back to that state where it's functioning.
okay,
Mm.
and
I
as
It's
can't
human
not
disagree with
beings,
saying,
that. I
we're
want to, but I can't disagree with
no.
that.
Yeah, I mean the thing
well,
about
why
it
you
is
want to.
that's, and you know what? I'm
Because it's
not.
you.
I don't have a problem with your definition. But the thing is, what's wrong with that? Like, I don't understand. Like, I'm just trying to understand. Like, what is you all's timeline for if I'm in a relationship, I'm not happy, you immediately leave? So I
I
got
mean,
10
but
years.
why are
Wait,
you
wait. I got 10 years in this thing, and we hit a rough patch. Like, cause I'm just trying to understand. Like, have y'all been married before? Cause
That could
like,
yeah,
that
and
I
could
had
have
have.
happened
kids,
at 9 years too.
Yeah,
and had kids. Because the thing about it
yeah.
is, because it's a thing, right? As a human being, when you get with someone, you can talk as much as y'all want to talk, but there are some things that will not come up until it happens, and there
Mm.
are some things that you're gonna vehemently disagree with, and you're gonna want to be on opposite sides of the room, and this agreement can go on for a long time. But when
What
you're
now?
married, you sign on to say that I'm gonna be with this person for thick and thin. And my thing for marriage is that you are, two imperfect people coming together to agree to try to love each other perfectly. And when I say love
Right.
each other perfectly, I mean
Right.
that when there are difficulties, we're not running. If there is a year where we just don't get along at all, it's not
Damn.
trying to. It's not.
That's
Hey,
what I'm
I don't
saying.
understand
That's
what
what
y'all
I'm
Man,
going
saying.
through.
boy,
But
your
it
stereotype
happens, bro.
sounded wrong.
But
Say,
see, let me
yeah,
tell you something. But keyhole. It sounds
yeah.
crazy, but that's the key to staying married. To
That
Oh
understanding
my
that
God.
feelings
okay,
are.
so the key to staying married is to do some long suffering. See,
No.
long,
You know
not
what?
short,
By by
long
def,
suffering.
by definition, yes, because it's not. You hear the word
It sounds like
suffering.
a lack of, if you are going, y'all don't like each other and y'all together for a year, there is a lack of communication, there's stubbornness, nobody wants
No,
to
okay,
change,
okay. See,
no
that's the
one
craziest
wants
thing
to
in the
be
world,
held
right?
accountable.
That,
Hold on. Let's let each other talk.
right,
Go
because
ahead,
that's
sis.
crazy, right? So you got men.
Hold on, MX.
Okay,
I want to
Grandpa.
hear what she was saying. I want to hear what she was saying. Say that again.
What I'm saying is, if you are don't like each other for a year and you just staying married because you don't put all these years in it, like somebody just there is not the relationship is not working. Communication is not key. Change is not happening.
That's not true.
Some
So
people, you know what? Some
so
people stay married because they don't want to be seen as being a failure. Some people stay married because they think that marriage is breaking a generational curse, although they're in a dysfunctional marriage.
but that's not
And
true.
I'm
though.
not. Hold on, real quick, MH. I'm not disagreeing with you, but I sometimes, and this has happened kind of frequently tonight. Not a lot, maybe like 20% of the time. Look,
The
I did it.
percentage.
Look, I did that percentage on purpose.
The
But look, no,
statistics.
it seems like you say things. It's like I can't disagree with what you're saying, but you're not actually addressing what's actually being said, because all he
I'm
is
not
saying
addressing
is,
it in the way that you want me to address it, or the way that you can
not
process
that.
it.
I'm saying exactly what's being said, not how you feel about it, but what's exactly being said. Because if I believe, matter of fact, a few years ago I read this quote online that said, loyalty, real loyalty, is keeping your commitments even when the feeling that you had when you made the commitment has worn off.
Long
That
suffering.
sounds like slavery.
You just don't like the word. It's called long suffering. You don't
No,
like the
that
word.
sounds like
No, that sounds like a relationship.
You see, a lot of these
want none of that.
quotes,
You get along with your friends all the time. So
a
your
lot of these
friends,
quotes
y'all
are
always
made
get
by people
along.
who don't have
Keyhol,
boundaries.
shut up, man.
Man, he make it sound rough, boy.
Man,
Woo.
no.
Lord,
What
I
I
don't want
sound
your
like
version.
is committed. I sound committed. I sound loyal. Because the simple fact is, this is why marriages end. Because the way that y'all thinking. Y'all thinking, I got a year where we
Is
not
that a
getting
bad
along.
thing, though?
It's
Come on, let's
time.
work
It's
with
time
it.
to
Let's
let it
work
go.
with it.
It's like
Is it a
no.
bad thing to realize that the person you coupled up with, you are no longer compatible with? Is it a bad thing to say that I'm going to walk away from this situation? Is it a bad thing?
Listen,
No. Let me answer that, MH. No, but you know what? I get what MH is saying, because when you champion the idea of walking away, there's no real commitment.
No,
That's a lie.
literally just asked
You
this
committed
in.
up until the point that you walked away.
Up
There
until the
was
point.
commitment.
That's not what
But
marriage is.
listen, up until the point, first of all, there has to be self-love, right? You have to have boundaries, and love is not suffering. Okay?
What?
I disagree with
Love
that.
is not
I disagree with
crazy.
that.
I'd have to agree with her.
Love is not
Love
suffering.
also love is rainbows and
Love is the
flowers
most
all the
selfish
time.
thing
Okay, listen.
in the world.
Love is what now?
It is the most
You
selfish
don't suffer in love at
emotion in the
times.
world.
Listen,
Nothing
y'all
is
sound
more
like y'all
selfish than
speaking from
emotion.
some
I mean,
truly
boy.
dysfunctional relationships,
No, I'm
or
speaking
maybe
people
I
just
am.
stay
loyalty.
together just to be together. It's like
No,
that.
that's
What was
not
it?
what
The
I'm
Living
saying.
Color skit.
I'm
We
saying
still together.
no, I'm saying you're not always gonna be happy. Like, what is your time frame for how long you
Get on
not
my
happy with that
nerves.
person before you leave?
Listen, my time frame is
What's your
when it becomes uncomfortable to me, to where it's just hitting up
See,
against my
love
inner.
is not
Let me
always
finish.
comfortable.
Let
Right,
me
let 'em
finish.
Yeah,
Let me
I get it.
finish.
Let 'em finish, bro.
When it's hitting up against my inner knowing, when I realize that this person, whatever boundary they crossed, that they don't care that they crossed that, and they're not trying to recalibrate themselves, I am not staying in no situation in suffering.
I agree with. See,
I
this is
heard
the
I don't
that.
do
thing.
that.
This is the thing. I don't disagree with you on that. I just think in today's time, that line is like
It's
right
quick.
by a person's toe.
But what is the
right while
problem
they're
with
getting
that?
minutes.
No,
married.
I don't understand that. With
today,
as
I'm not
many
happy.
people,
Here's the
as
problem
many
with
people
that.
as we have on this planet, what is the problem with saying, you know what? It's not really working, because some people, men and women, some, not all, but some, when they get a marriage certificate, things sort of change and go more deeper into this ownership idea, and the together forever and the
I think you
long
caught up on the
suffering until
ownership idea.
death do us part in good times and bad times. Like, you already setting yourself up for failure with
Yeah,
those
good times and
phrases.
bad times. What is wrong with that? I like
Okay,
the
let
crazy
me do
part
this. Wait,
is
hold on, inmates, real quick. Guess what? Guess what I just figured out. Let me see if I could do this. I hope it worked. Please let it work. Please let it work.
Please don't let it work, Lord.
Oh God. Wait a minute. Remove.
So that's what you be
there
listening
it is.
to.
Can y'all see that?
yep.
Hey, now let me see if you can hear it.
Oh boy, is this from one of those? Never mind. I already just about figured what it is. Go ahead.
Let me see if you can hear it, please. Can you hear that, MH?
No.
You can't hear it?
No.
God doggone it. Okay. I'm gonna try to see if I can get where it plays on here. This lady, her name is Amina Baraka, and she was talking about the relationship between so-called black men and women. Hey, and I want to say this too, real quick, to interject. If you all have something else that we can call black people besides black, please enlighten me.
People of color.
Because that's too long. See, that's why I like.
How was that?
Just go with black.
How was that too long? Okay, you know what? You wanted
I like Nubian. I ain't gonna lie. I like Nubian.
Yeah.
I like Nubian, right? But when
Ancient
I try
one.
to use it with people in conversation, they be like Nubian.
But
like,
everybody
you know
is not. Everybody is not
Everybody
Nubian
not
though.
Nubian. Some of us Ghana.
Yeah. So why? I mean, what's wrong with
Some of us.
Why not saying our? Why not say our community? People within our community, because we don't want to get into labeling people. Allow people to be whoever they want to be.
That's so long. People of our community.
How is it so long?
People of our community.
If you can say black women are, I know you can get people to
buddy.
Hold on. I don't know if I told you this, but I have these things in my body they call nerves. And you are working them.
Really?
You are working the heck out of my nerves. She said, if you can say black women are, that is hilarious. But listen, this is what I'm gonna do. I can't get this video. I'm gonna play this video at the end of the broadcast for the viewers that's gonna watch on YouTube.
Well, I see the heading and it's kind of supporting your whole.
Yeah, I see the heading and I'm with that.
Wait, hold on. This was crazy
your
though.
whole motto.
This was crazy. Let me ask you this. Do you see that's those?
Because she don't want no labels.
Wait, but you see those are quotes, right? That's
I
not
see
me
those
saying
are
that.
quotes from that person and their mindset from their experiences.
Okay, I just want to make sure that you.
Yeah, but I see that you're cherry picking things that support your whole black women are.
Well,
You know what?
I mean, that may
You
be
need to get a
true.
T-shirt.
I ain't gonna lie.
You need to get a T-shirt. Just put black women are ...
But wait a minute. But do you realize? But do you realize that right there is saying black women have so much power?
Mm-hmm.
That's not saying anything bad about.
I don't think that you have to tell us that. We already know.
Yeah,
that.
we do.
Now, what happened
because there
is
is a large percentage of you who do not realize.
Okay, a lot of women don't realize that they have this power because their power has been lied dormant through religion, toxic families, so on and so forth.
Can't deny none of that. Cannot argue with you on that.
But what I notice is some men who are still within their trauma, they like to find quotes from women that supports blaming women.
But why is it that everything that you don't agree with or whatever it is has to be labeled as trauma? Somebody that don't want to use labels.
It's always trauma.
It absolutely is trauma when you are not, doing self-reflection and you're not taking accountability for your own choices and your own actions.
Right, but
when you use statements like, but when you use statements as black women are, that's trauma speaking.
Oh my God, man! What about observation? Does that work?
Right, that's what I'm saying.
But are you
observation? Because you're making one right now.
Are you observing through your trauma?
Why don't I say all the women in the observing? Why are you automatically assuming that everything is through that lens? I will admit to you when something.
Okay, so to go back
to the beginning with that.
Well, to go back to the beginning of the podcast,
right?
2 hours and 30 something.
And I appreciate every minute of y'all time that y'all gave me. I showed you. Thank you.
When you were transparent and you expressed all that, you did not explain the steps you have taken to heal from that.
Right. But that wasn't the topic of conversation.
Okay, but wait a minute. Have you healed from that?
No.
Okay, so there you go.
But what is that? So what you're saying is because
all right. Hey,
in my life,
it's coming close to my time, man. You didn't play to lead all your cards out tonight. It's been a good one. It's been a good one, bro, you man.
Okay.
Yeah, right, y'all enjoy it, man. I'm gonna wrap it up, man. Peace.
Thank you, man. I appreciate you, bro.
All right, peace.
No doubt. No doubt. No.
So yeah, this is what I'm saying though. If I if I have everybody, including you, whether you want to admit it or not, has something to heal from. So
Okay,
therefore,
listen.
wait a minute.
So
therefore,
every perception, not trauma.
So therefore, I can view things in observation, and it doesn't have to come through that lens. I will absolutely admit and tell you when it does. I have no problem with doing that. Just like earlier when I was talking about if a parent whips a child and says, stop crying before I give you something to cry about, as if they didn't just give you something to cry about. Your flesh is burning. They just whipped you with an stitching cord or switches off the tree or something crazy like that. And then they have the audacity to tell you to stop crying, right? Yes,
what I'm saying
I've endured that.
But
I also have seen memes of other people posting those same things and laughing about them.
Okay,
you know what I'm saying? Like, yeah, man, black mamas be crazy like that.
But what I'm saying is you haven't healed from your trauma. So when you speak on women, you're speaking about them from your trauma. Your vision of women of color is through your trauma.
Why can't it just
this
be
is what I'm saying. This is what I'm disagreeing with you.
No, it can't be a general experience if it's all predicated on his particular trauma.
Okay, but this is where I'm disagreeing with you at.
But it is trauma. He just explained his trauma.
This is where I'm disagreeing
that he has not healed from it.
This is the point. This is the part where I'm disagreeing with you at. Because right now, if we start talking about the so-called good things, the benefits, the nurturing, the loving, the caring, and all of the other faculties that women and in general and specifically black women carry, I can talk about that. Without
why haven't you? Because that would have been a nice balance to the show.
That hasn't been the subject. If you want to have a conversation
about everything else under the sun, and you couldn't bring that up.
No, because that wasn't the topic. But if you say to me right now, man, have you had any loving experience with a woman? Yes, and guess what? Most of those women were toxic too.
Okay, let me ask this question:
I accept
had you ever had any? Have you ever had any experiences with non-toxic women?
No, because there's no such thing. Everybody is good and bad.
Okay, listen, again. Well, we can revisit this conversation after you've healed from your trauma, and then we'll see if it flows the same way.
Because I can tell you about great things that encounters that I've had.
But you just said you essentially said all women toxic.
All people. Everybody has toxicities, and anybody who think there doesn't.
The question was, have you ever dealt with any non-toxic women?
Exactly.
And you said no. You said no.
All people.
No. You said no. You said no. But instead of just leaving it there, right? Because if according to your narrative, all people are toxic, why are you complaining about what black women do? Because all people are toxic.
Yes, but this is the thing. I can deal with, full transparency, right? I've been in a relationship with a woman for 10 years. Guess what? This relationship, super duper duper toxic.
Well, I hope you ain't currently in it.
Toxic. I'm still in this relationship. And you know why?
Oh, it's all making sense. Again, back to what I said. Speaking through trauma.
And you know why? Here's why. Because I don't like giving up on people. I understand. I grew up I've heard some of the worst things about my grandmama and how she was to her kids. I know the things that I went through with my mom. I've seen other friends who had dope fiend moms that was prostitutes and all that. But you know how I knew those things were bad? Because I knew women that were great. I knew women who didn't even cuss. I knew women who didn't yell and curse their kids out or mistreat them. I knew women who were sweet and nurturing and caring as well. That's how I know the difference.
Right. And that's how I know that it's changed. That's how I know that's not what's going on out here.
But you are currently still dealing with the trauma from your childhood. You are currently still dealing with the trauma in your current relationship that you say you've been in for 10 years and it's toxic. So when you at the stage when you're not healed, you should not be the voice to speak about black women, because
but you are in the healed.
but you're in the eye of the tornado, so you can't see nothing else but that toxicity swirling around you.
I could say the same thing about you because all night long, everything we talked about, you went to
True.
the bad case
True.
scenario.
It's all
I never
negative.
went.
long.
No, I did not go to bad case
The
scenarios.
video is
I
there.
brought I brought balance.
The
You
video
were
is
always
there.
on the bad case scenario. But
What?
oh my!
I say
Well,
long
wait.
suffering.
Okay, wait.
And all you hear
Wait.
is suffering.
Every
No, I will acknowledge
scenario,
this. I will acknowledge
every
this.
scenario with you was bad. I
No,
was trying to bring some balance.
Okay. I'll acknowledge this. The topics themselves, we're dealing with things that are traumatic, abusive. I'm trying to have the tough conversations. The element that you and the sister Blackfire brought to the show tonight was absolutely great. I wish you all would come every week. Like I told her, and I'm telling you now, and I'll tell you again before we close the show. Open invitation. You're welcome at any time.
We got to work a contract out. How this pay gonna split up?
Hey, I'm with that too. I'm a fair person.
Yeah, we get it profit.
I'm with that too. I'm a fair person. But what I am saying is this though. The reason why I can talk about the bad is because I realize the bad in myself.
Right.
That's why I said I'm fully transparent. If you ask me something, I'm gonna tell you. I'm gonna answer the question because I'm not afraid of what anybody's gonna say or think about me.
Okay, let me ask you a question.
Mm-hmm.
When are you gonna remove yourself from that toxic environment?
When she says it's over and it's done, and I know she means it.
Wow.
Because when I said that I don't want to be with anybody else, I don't want to have to meet anybody else and go through learning anybody else. I've invested 10 years of my life into this. I've invested money, pain, suffering, blood. I've invested jail time. I've invested everything I have into this relationship. It means something to me. If she says she don't want to be together anymore, she blocks me and doesn't accept my phone calls anymore, guess what? It'll be what it'll be, and I'll move on. I carry bitterness from my son's mom. I carry bitterness from my daughter's mom. I carry bitterness from my very first girlfriend. I've been through a lot with women. Most of my life, not too many men has done anything to me. I've always been a pretty sized cat.
Let me ask you something.
Yeah.
Did you grow up with your dad in the home?
No. Let me finish this statement real quick, and I'm gonna get back to that. Yeah. I carried that bitterness, and then 2 years ago, my lady had a medical scare. We were celebrating each other's love, and she passed out in front of me. And I started crying like a baby, trying to wake her up. Mm-hmm. And when I finally got her up, and she's like, I'm okay. No, you're not okay. You just literally passed out. She went to the doctor. We found out what was going on with her. And that thing lasted like 9 months, man. And in them 9 months, there was no sex, no intimacy, no none of that. I didn't know what I was doing. I didn't know how to love her. I didn't know how to be there for her. And in that moment, I realized I got some growing up to do too. Much as I sit around here and point the finger and can talk about what's wrong with her and what's wrong with her kids and what's wrong with her family, I got my own stuff too. And in that moment, I made a change. And I've been trying to change ever since then. And she will tell you as much. You know what I'm saying? I try not to even have no long, drawn out, blowout arguments with her. But at the same time, I'm not going to let you be unaccountable. Now, to get back to your question, MH, no. I grew up with fathers in the home. My mom's been married like 5 times, bro. So I grew up with fathers in the home, but they weren't my dad. Prior, the first one, my brother up under me, his dad, Maurice, that was my dad. He was with my mom for like 6 years before my little brother came into the picture. My mom went to the military and left me with my auntie. That was a very bad decision, right? And that's where sort of my abandonment issues kind of began there. And but that man told my mom, hey, when you come home, marrying you, let him come stay with me. And he did, bro. And that's some of the most memorable, most warm memories I have of my life was the time I spent with that man. You know what I'm saying? Then when my mom came home and they got married, and the time that I had with him and her prior to my little brother being born, man, it's some of my fondest memories, right? But after he left, it was all downhill from there for me, bro. Like around 11 years old to about, I'm 44 now, so I say 11 to about 42. It's been turbulence, rough, bro. I mean, everything you could think that could happen to a kid happened to me. Everything you could think that could happen to a teenager. happened to me. I'm talking about shot, stab, gangbanging, selling drugs, jail, everything, bro. You know what I'm saying? And then on into my adulthood. And because this happens often, we send our 18-year-old boys and, and we say, well, I got you to 18, so I did my job. And then we send them out into the world. They dysfunctional. They not ready to deal with it emotionally or psychologically or any other thing. And then we all point around and say, look at that broken man. Like he just woke up one day broke. And that's not how it happens. And that's why I'm having a conversation. You asked, am I taking any steps to healing? I don't trust the white man's drugs, but I do trust these conversations. This tonight was healing for me. Every Tuesday, most Wednesdays through Sunday, I'm still battling depression every single day. I'm still battling PTSD every single day. I'm fighting anxiety every single day. My mind does not want to shut off. That's why I have a second shift job, because my mind doesn't want to shut off at night from the fear of the visuals and the dreams that I'm going to see. I had a dream last night that the GDs was trying to kill me, and all my cousins is GDs, and they weren't even trying to help me. They're just like, man, we told you not to mess with them GDs, and I spend the whole dream just running from the GDs. They trying to kill me, right? And then most of the other nights is not getting the validation from my mom that I've been seeking for 44 years, not getting the validation from a woman that I've been seeking for 44 years. My kids not loving me, even though they do, and that's probably the bright sprite in my life is my kids, but still, the anxiety that's in my mind that plagues me, I'm battling with this every day. And you know what I'm not doing? I'm not doing drugs. I'm not robbing people, kicking old ladies down a flight of stairs. I'm not cussing people out left and right. I'm not out in the middle of the street acting crazy. I'm having a podcast with some of the most intellectual people I've ever met in my life. And I'm loving the woman that I've been loving for 10 years and feeling proud of the fact that I haven't touched another woman in almost as many years. So I'm doing what I can trust in myself to do to heal. And this right here is a big part of that. Okay. Having these conversations. The floor
you need to book a session with me.
How much that's going to run me? See, that's what I'm talking about.
Is there a price on your healing?
It don't matter.
Is there a price on your healing, sir?
Is there a price on your contribution to society by helping emerge?
No. I've done plenty of pro bono.
Look, I knew that word. I knew that word.
Pro bono.
No, but seriously, because you got a lot of stuff stored in, and because I noticed the first thing you said is you didn't trust the white man's drugs, right? As if that's the only solution to help, heal what's happening.
No, but you know what? The reason why I said that is not. See, it's at this point, honestly, sis, it's not even that much about a lack of information. It's just about battling the depression. Sometimes when you're sitting there in your thoughts and you can't get around them, man, and you just sit in the chair. Like, well, after I get off this podcast tonight, and I'm not speaking this into existence, but I'm pretty sure I can tell you what's going to happen is I'm going to sit in my chair and I'm going to go from my chair to my bed, back to my chair to my bed until about 6 or 7 o'clock in the morning. And then I'm going to lay there from about 6 or 7 o'clock in the morning to about 8 or 9, because it usually takes me a couple of hours to get to sleep. You see what I'm saying? Now, I had a friend recently give me a package that contains something called ISO T and something, a Nutra Booster and
you don't need
other things supposed to be like a CBD product.
Ashwagandha is good. Ashwagandha is an adaptogen, and it helps. It helps with the calming. They have a whole bunch of herbs out there too. Yeah, ashwagandha, chamomile tea.
Chamomile. I hit some of that up because
that'll help you.
It's a lot of pressure being a man.
But a lot of the stuff
is a show we need to do right here, where we need to do a show where we discuss healing.
Man,
give Nashoba the products that can help people, because it's a lot more of us that need this than we actually want to admit. You know what I'm saying? That thing that you just said, I don't know what it is, but it sounds like it began with an A. And I trust things that begin with an A.
We'll check that out.
I'm going to spell it out. It's ASHWAGANDHA. And that's just one of the many things that help bring the body down, just like calms the brain, because the brain is like the computer, is always processing thing. And when it's stuck within that trauma, right? Like they have different modalities to help release it. You have energy work, you have acupuncture, right? You have past life regressions, because sometimes it's not just from what you're dealing with from this lifetime, but from several other lifetimes.
Wow.
I know I got a little bit deep there for a minute, but yeah.
Yeah, she went real deep. Now she talk about our past.
Yeah, and it's about releasing those emotions, because the emotions are circling within your body because it's never been released. And I'm gonna circle back around to the crying, and the crying is a way to release the energy, right? We're constantly releasing energy in our body. Even an orgasm is a release of energy. And when that energy, including emotional energy, gets stored up, your body is taking you through it like the trauma again, so that you can purge the correct way, because you never got a chance to do it.
So then, see, and this is what I'm saying, right? I'm 44. I've been around for a few moons, and the way that you talk, the way that Blac Fire was talking, I mean, for that matter, the way that MH talks and the way that Kiani talks, I didn't hear that growing up, right? The first time I heard anybody talk about something outside of normal culture, rhetoric, and religion was when I was 17 and I was locked up, and this guy was talking to me about dreams, and he was saying, man, listen, you got to learn how to lucid dream so you can control your dreams. And he said, and a lot of times dreams or visions, it's like when you're asleep, you go off into your life and you go off into your future and you dream all these different possibilities of what can happen. And so he was like, have you ever had what you thought was like a deja vu, and you sensed something and you remember you felt like you've been there before? He was like, that's because you already dreamed it, you already saw it, and it's kind of like a warning. It kind of lets you know that maybe you need to go in a different direction. It was, and I'm 17. You see what I'm saying? I'm in jail. I'm worrying about somebody stabbing me, but at the same time trying to take in all this information, and it's coming from a guy that's locked up. You see what I'm saying? So it's like when we know this is why, like, the reason why, and I'm gonna be completely transparent with you. Yes, I have deep-rooted mom issues, right?
Yeah.
But again, the only reason why I even knew at a young age, I'm talking 10, 11, when things really started, me and my mom started butting heads, is because I was able to see other people, other women, other mothers be in other households. And I'm like, well, my household ain't like this. You know what I'm saying? I'm not getting the hugs and the affection and all of the warm words and the uplifting and all of that I'm seeing other people get. You see what I'm saying? I'm like, man, where's this at for me? Now, later on in life, my mom was able to explain to me, hey, listen, I can only give you what I had.
Yeah, I was getting ready to say, did she get that? Did she get that as a child? Did your grandmother get that as a child?
Like I said, I've heard some very disturbing things about the way that my grandma spoke to her children, right? But the thing is, and this is why I was leading into, or especially like when you made the comment about leniency, it's because we don't give that same benefit of the doubt to men.
Some of us do.
They only can give what they have gotten. They
Small
can only
amount.
give what they know.
Yeah, but a lot of well, I ain't gonna say a lot, but some
Don't say a lot.
Some women, I ain't gonna say a lot because I don't want to hear your mouth. I don't want to hear your mouth.
Right.
Some women do realize that though. When you look beyond the surface and you go deeper, we are dealing with post-traumatic colonization disorder.
Right.
Okay.
Right.
We have constantly been on the battlefield physically and mentally.
Right.
With some people whose sole purpose is to destroy us either physically and or mentally.
Right.
That is the reality. So it plays out in different ways. It plays out, and sometimes people will grow up in a toxic household and they say there's no way possible that I'm ever going to repeat that pattern. And then they do whatever they need to do early on so that they don't go that route. And then other people just don't know not to say that. And they see and they mimic what they see.
Right.
And then if their children happen to be a beneficiary of that toxicity, there we go. It's the scenario again. Do I follow alone or do I change this scenario?
Right. And
You know,
and
in some
I'll ask
communities,
you this. Can I ask you a
Mhm.
question?
Yeah,
Just your opinion. In your opinion, would you say 51 to 49% on the majority side? Do you think most people go the opposite direction of what they've been shown?
I cannot say on the percentages. I would
Right.
say, because I don't know the percentages of that, because
Right.
sometimes you'll have maybe three children within the same household experience the same thing, right?
Mm-hmm.
And one child to go in one direction while the other two go in another.
Yeah.
So it's just individually how they process what they're going through.
Do you think, well, I guess, yeah, that's no. See, that right there probably was based on my situation because my mom has three sons, but we
Mm-hmm.
all have different dads.
Mm-hmm.
You see what I'm saying? And I even see how that is different than like my auntie. She has three sons, but they all have the same dad. And they
Mm-hmm.
are way closer than us. You know what I'm saying? I haven't even been to my brother's houses before. And one of my brothers been in his place for like 8 years. The
Yeah.
other one has had like three different places. I've never been there.
Yeah.
You see what I'm saying? So I mean, it's just like I said. Look, I'm very transparent because I want the people around me to be able to be transparent. I want people that come to this platform that have been going through something and feel comfortable enough to talk about it, man. I mean, all the years that I've fought with suicidal thoughts,
Mm-hmm.
and I used to, cut on my wrist. If you saw a picture of my wrist, you see all of these cuts. It just looked like it's like, several dozen cuts on my arm, and cut. And I realized then, because I used to abuse pills too, Tylenol 3 with codeine and
Oh.
ibuprofen 800 milligrams, and I'm just taking 20 at a time. You know what I'm saying? But even then, I realized I don't want to die. I'm just tired of this physical hurt. I'm tired of this mental hurt that's going
Mm-hmm.
on. You know what I'm saying?
Mm-hmm.
And listen, of course, I took that into my relationships. You know what I'm saying? But I was always honest. I never tried to pretend like I was somebody I wasn't. You know what I'm saying? That's why, and that's one of the reasons why I admitted, hey, I carried a lot of bitterness around about my baby moms, especially when they put me on child support. Y'all know I'm broke. I don't have a job. I couldn't get a job for 12 years in Illinois. And everybody just thought, oh, you ain't really applying. You ain't trying. No. And then I'm coming home with all of the, extra applications to show them, hey, I went here, I went here, I went here.
What was
You
because
know?
of felony?
Yeah, I had a couple of felonies, but my auntie was the one who told me the domestics was the ones that was really hurting me. It wasn't the felonies.
Yeah.
Because the felonies was just drugs. It was the domestics that I had. I had two domestics and two situations where those women will admit to you today, I never touched them.
Wow.
You see what I'm saying?
It seems like you need a self care, self love. Well, you need more than a hug. You need some chakras opened up and rebalance and aligned. You need some trauma released. But you just, first of all, in order to truly heal, you have to remove yourself from the current toxic situation you were in, because it seems like because you endured what you endured as a child, you don't have boundaries.
Right.
And you're
now
leaving
that's
it.
accurate.
Okay.
Your
That is an
loyalty,
accurate perception.
your loyalty trumps your self-care.
That's accurate as well.
Take the loyalty and just throw that bad boy in the trash, because it ain't been working for you so far. Because you have to have boundaries. You can't just be,
I don't want to take away the man's loyalty.
Go ahead, Mitch. I'm sorry. Go ahead, Mitch.
I'm sorry.
You're loyal up until one point.
Yeah.
Right.
I agree.
Right. I mean, it's an adjustment of your loyalty, but that, and listen to you emerge. That's the one thing that I hate. When it comes to our brothers, you get a good loyal brother like yourself, and man, when you loyal and then it doesn't reciprocate back to you, it leaves a lot of scars. And that's what I'm hearing a lot from you, brother. And I hate that for you, because that loyalty is something that, man, people should covet, and that, women want, you know what I'm saying? But when you couple it in your trauma, it's toxic to you. You know what I'm saying?
But it's also toxic to the woman, because he's not really speaking upon his toxicity playing out within the relationship, because you cannot have a non-toxic relationship when you have abandonment issues.
No,
Abandonment issues
I'm pretty
lead
sure if
to
we rewind the
possessive,
tape, but
huh?
I'm pretty sure if we rewind the tape, I actually stated that I said, "Do you think that didn't play out in my relationships?" Of course
No,
it
I know.
did.
I
Right,
was
right,
just
right,
saying from
right,
what he was
right,
saying,
right,
but
right.
you still didn't get into like basically it's two unhealed people together, and that ain't gonna work.
That's a fact, and
That's just
and
not gonna work.
and
But you said when she tell me she's over with. So who's pursuing who here?
well, yeah,
That's his
it's
loyalty.
yeah,
You know.
exactly. It's definitely me. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah.
Again, that's a part of the. I know that that's a part of the abandonment issue, but I also know I just love who I love. I
Hmm.
don't want to find anybody else.
So
I
you love
want.
abuse because you were trained to love abuse.
I'm not gonna deny or confirm that because I can't right now.
Right,
So I'm not going to deny or confirm that. But
right.
I'm just saying when I look at this woman, even her two kids, and that relationship is dissolved, right? My relationship with her kids. Uh, I mean, I watched them when they were young and they were super bad, suspended every other day, and then I came along and I added balance and I added structure, and they changed, and she saw that. But it's some things you can't make other people change. You can't break other people's vices. You can't cure other people's traumas. You can't change their behavior, right? And one of the things that I always tell myself is that you can't go around judging other people for not being on your level, for not reaching what you've reached yet, because you reached it when you reached it, and it was somebody that had it before you did. So you can't really move through life just judging people, right? And I know I've wanted to be accepted and loved by the people in my life. And so I want that same thing for my woman. I want that same thing for my kids. I want that same look, I love my baby mamas now. Love them to death. Period, point blank. Whatever. If I got it and they ask for it, they can have it. You know what I'm saying?
But
Because at the
when do you love yourself though?
you know what? I'm not gonna lie.
Mm.
Some of this is religious based as well too, but that's a hard question to answer because if I'm just being completely honest, I think I know how to do that, but I'm pretty sure if I laid out like the 5 things that I think that entails, you're probably
Let me,
gonna tell me I'm
let
missing
me,
them.
No, I didn't
yeah,
say
let me, let me,
how. I didn't say how do you love yourself. I said when do you love
well,
yourself?
let me slide in
Oh,
there. So
Okay.
like, well, go ahead, Emerge, if you
let,
want to.
yeah, let me answer the question real quick. Please hold
Okay,
on to where you were at,
absolutely, yeah, I
Mitch.
got it, I got it.
Uh, so when I do, I'm not gonna pretend like this is all the time or even most of the time. This is maybe 25% of the time. But when I do, I go to the gym, you know what I'm
No.
saying?
I didn't
Work
ask you
out.
how. I didn't ask you how you
I
love yourself.
know. You said
I said
when. I'm
when.
telling you when. I'm telling you when.
Mm,
That's what I'm doing right now.
mm,
When
I'm
I go
talking
to the
about
gym,
you were
okay,
no. You're telling me how you love yourself.
I understand. Just look at it from my perception. I'm telling you when.
right.
I love myself when I'm at the gym. When I go get in the pool and I'm in the pool and I run in the pool and I swim for 45 minutes and then I get out and I play some basketball, lift some weights, or get on the treadmill for a little while. That's when I'm loving myself. I'm loving myself now currently. Like this is it. I'm gonna be honest with you. The gym, the podcast on Tuesdays. Uh, that's about it. You
So
know what
you
I'm
don't love
saying?
yourself enough to remove yourself from toxic situations. You don't love yourself enough to give yourself time to heal before engaging in a relationship.
Yes and no. Because I believe some employment situations are toxic and I will quickly remove myself from that shit. But in relationships, I won't lie, it's very, very hard for me.
What
Because
makes it
I
hard?
felt because I'm dealing honestly because I'm dealing with abandonment issues. I felt so abandoned as a kid
You
by
don't want
my
to
mom
abandon
and my
nobody else.
dad. Yeah, and I don't want to do that to anyone else. I thought everything that was going on with my mom was my fault. And I thought the reason why my dad wasn't there was my fault until I was old enough for my mom to sit down and tell me, like, no, it's not your fault. But by that time, the damage was already done. When my grandma died, my mom immediately left and went to the military. Well, my grandma had me most of the time. So now she's gone and my mom gone just like that. Grandma dead, mom's in the military. You see what I'm saying? So because of that, I know that that's what began the abandonment issues. And then as I got older and me and my mom started really butting heads, first time I think I was either 13 or 14 when she put me out of the house. Now I'm sleeping on the train and hopping trains and stuff and sleeping on trains and buses and at different friends' house one night a week that I could and stuff like that. You know what I'm saying? So yeah, I have all of these abandonment issues, and then I carry that into my relationships where the first time the girl did anything to break my trust or make me feel like, she wasn't in it for the long haul, those abandonment issues kicked in, and now I'm responding to everything that way as if it's the end. You know what I'm saying? Everything is coming. It's like the smallest thing, but to me, everything is crashing down. I remember my son's mom, her 21st birthday. She promised we would go out together. I had just met her. We was only together for a couple of months, and 21st birthday, and I was broke. I had no money. I had just got out of jail when I met her, but I was gonna beg and borrow and get some money to take her out. But little did I know, her sisters already had some plans for her. So even though she promised to go out with me, oh man, my sisters got this whole thing that they put together. Why don't you come with us? No, I don't want to go with y'all because I'm broke. I don't want to be there in front of all of them broke while they spending all this money on you. So she went, I stayed home. Guess what? That was a big deal. I felt abandoned. And from that moment on, I had trust issues in our relationship. All it took was that one thing. I know now that that's bad. That's the difference between the then me and the now me.
Okay.
You see
Well,
what I'm
but
saying?
it seemed like the now you is abandoning you. You don't want to abandon other people, but you're abandoning you.
I won't disagree with you.
And like Emerge, when you were saying some of it's religious, that
Mhm.
that that struck a nerve with me because sometimes for men it is like that when they've got religious foundation and background because
Mhm.
in the Bible it talks about um Jesus that we should love our wives as Christ
Christ
loved the
loved the
church,
church and gave his life for it.
gave his life for the church, right? So what kind of
Exactly.
pressure is that on the man where you feel like, man, this is all on me. I gotta basically lay my life down. And when you say life, Emerge, you giving the exact example of that. Your self love is when you go to the gym and stuff, but in your everyday life, you basically laying your life down for the life of your family in order to make sure that they straight to get them the love that you think is required. So sometimes we get
Honestly, it's more simple than that. It's
okay.
really it's laying my life down for their validation.
Mm.
That's really
Oh,
what it is in a
You should work
nutshell.
right.
on self-validation. What sign are you?
I'm a Taurus.
Yeah. Okay.
And see, growing up, it was so crazy. Growing up when I was young, my mom, we was all in the church, right? Everybody in my family, I got all my aunties is apostles and bishops and
Mm-hmm.
ministers and all of this, all these different titles and stuff. But the scriptures in the Bible that I always love were the ones about marriage.
Mm.
First Corinthians, the 7th chapter, which deals with marriage all through and through. Proverbs 31, the virtuous
Mm-hmm.
woman. You
Virtuous
know what I'm
woman.
saying? All of those, the scripture you just talked about, which was Ephesians 6, I think I can't
Yep.
remember the verse, where it talks about, loving your wife as Christ loved the church. The Bible tells you, he who findeth the wife findeth
Finds
a
a good
good
thing.
thing and obtaineth favor from the Lord. Then you
Exactly.
couple, the Bible also tells you, shall a man leave his mother and father and cling to his wife.
Cleave
You
to
see
his
what I'm
wife.
saying? And
Mm-hmm.
so when you couple all of that along with abandonment issues and you know what I'm saying, and all of the different things like that, these are the powder kegs that we don't typically recognize in people. We
Mm-hmm.
just see their behavior, we see the reactions, but we don't see the triggers. You see what I'm saying? And so now I know all of this. It's different. I'm trying to right now where I felt like I was loving my woman in spite of her toxic traits. I'm trying to love her through her toxic traits
How
because I
about
need
you love
somebody to be
yourself?
loving me through mine.
No.
Nobody
You
ever
got to
did.
you got to love you. I mean, because when you step outside the situation and you hear somebody say, "I'm gonna love my man, I'm gonna love my woman through their toxic traits," instead of saying, "I'm gonna love me enough to remove myself from the toxicity."
Right.
You know, that's you speaking from a place that has nothing to do with self-love. You need to love you. You need to validate who you are.
And I don't disagree with you. The only thing I push back on is the fact that from my perspective and in my world, so to speak, everybody has toxic traits. Nobody is perfect. And I understand that we use toxic when we're talking about things just being so bad. But I'm just saying, like, listen, I know people, okay, full transparency. This past weekend, me and my lady, we live in, and right now we're in a long distance relationship. We're in 2 different states. So we get together at least once a month. So this past weekend we got
But
together.
don't give out too much information because you ain't have her consent for it.
Well, it is what it is. Don't nobody know who she is anyway. But so this weekend we were hanging out and
she know
was
who she
sweet.
is. And if
She does. She probably watching the
Nashoba,
show
you
now.
funny.
Yeah, so let's not do it. Let's not do it. Let's not.
Okay, but it's not that big of a deal. What I'm about
yeah.
to say, it's not that big of a deal.
What? No,
We
it's
got
not big.
into-
It's not a big deal to you. But please get her consent first.
Noted.
And with that, let me segue into this in some of the traits for Taurus men. Since you like to quote statistics and this and that, let's get into it. It says sometimes they can end up in bad situations because they would rather suffer than go through a transition.
Okay. I'm noting that, but before we do that, let me say this real quick. It's not as bad. Listen, it's not as bad as you think it is. This is all I want to say.
No,
me and my lady had an argument this weekend.
No. If you
argument, wait, let me finish.
Don't do it, please.
It's not that bad.
Okay,
please.
but it's not
Let
bad to you. You are in a relationship with your spouse.
I get
that.
The
consent from your spouse
I
first.
Get that.
I know you want to get the therapy session out, but please
let me operate my show. Thank you.
So no, I ain't gonna know. It's your show now. I thought you asked all of us back, but
it is. It's our show, so let me operate our show. So this weekend, my lady and I had an argument, right? And the argument was because she was asleep, and I turned the light on, and so we had a really big blow up argument. Should I leave her?
Sir,
because we had an argument.
Sir, you trying to cherry pick situations when it was you that said it was toxic. It was you.
I know. I said the relationship itself. Yeah, that's 10 years.
So we're talking about the situation itself is toxic.
Right.
So for your own well-being, mentally and physically, love yourself enough to remove yourself from that situation because there is no healing while in it.
What I'm saying is this: I don't know a situation that does not have.
Okay, so basically, you're addicted to the toxicity.
No, basically you're just not going to address the fact that there are no completely 100% healthy situations. They don't.
That's a negative, but your abandonment is talking. You're too scared to transition.
Cool. This is now. I'm gonna say this. This is one of the reasons why somebody told me to be weary about letting people into you, because when they know something about you, then they think everything you say is coming from that place.
No,
they can't believe for 1 millisecond that you might just have a pure observation. Ma'am, I was in college. I was in philosophy, ethics of philosophy. I took philosophy of religion. I was in speech classes. I did speeches. I did dances where we had debates.
Okay.
Trust me, and I was getting all A's. And the reason why I'm bringing that up is to say this. I know when I'm thinking from a certain place and when I'm not. I will tell you when I am. You don't have to tell me. And I'm
so
telling
based
you
upon
right
all of those classes, if you would hear this scenario being played out,
right,
where you have someone essentially crying out for help, right? And they're saying they're going through some stuff, but they're currently in a toxic situation. Right. Your words, not mine.
Right.
And they telling you that they just can't leave, but they're saying that the situation is toxic.
Right.
So how is that not speaking through abandonment? Like because you said you don't want to abandon her. You don't want to abandon her.
Because you don't be, and here's the reason why is because you're refusing to accept the words that are coming out of my mouth right now. What I'm telling you is this: because I understand what's going on, that gives me a measure of control. Understanding is such a great thing. Even when it's bad, there's a scripture in the Bible that says, I, God, create the good and the evil.
Well, I'm not biblical, so that one was wasted on me.
So then you have to just roll with my perspective for 1 second. So when I first saw that scripture, I'm like, wait a minute, what? God create the good and the evil, but then it makes sense.
But I also told
right?
you to love your master too. So there's a lot of dysfunction up in there. So
and I would agree with you 100% on that.
What I'm saying is this:
context needed for that too, though.
Right. Well, the whole entire context of the Bible, that's another show. But
yeah, we can do a show
that's another show. Like really.
And
what
I'm saying is, I wish we could. Because
what I'm saying is this: if you feel like you're in a toxic situation, you feel like you have all of these things that you're trying to work through, but you've not healed from it, so they're still playing out in this relationship.
There is no 100% healing. That does not exist.
That's incorrect.
Okay.
I
wish you have to because I ain't seen it.
Well, because you ain't healed. But if you speak to people who have healed, they will let you know.
I think there's not 100% healing.
100% healed.
There's acceptance.
Listen, y'all can speak that and not heal, but
I just asked you directly.
People who have healed don't use that verbiage. What I'm saying is this.
Oh God. That's biblical, you know that, right? That speaking it into existence thing.
What?
You do know that, right? Because you said people don't use that verbiage. Like that's
who said anything about speaking it into existence?
Well, what are you saying? What verbiage? Because I just asked you directly. Are you?
You just said that there's no such thing as 100% healing.
Because it's not.
Well, I mean, I got scars from when I was a little boy, and they still there. Now I've healed from them.
Well, you know what? You know what?
Don't leave.
You know what? If that scar was tended to properly, you wouldn't be able to see it.
All of them?
Not all of them. It depends. How deep was it?
Man, I want to believe you so bad.
You
but I just don't see
well, you have to get to the point of healing over whatever that is, and then you can look back on it and be like, wow, man, while I wasn't healed or even thinking about healing, I kept saying this. Because see, that's just an excuse not to heal.
I don't understand what you're saying right now. Like I understand the
Which
words.
way do you want me to say it?
Because
if someone say there is no one so if someone is speaking through their current trauma,
right,
and they're not ready for transition, they say things like, well, all relationships are toxic. There's not 100% healing. It's like they're giving themselves excuses for not making the change.
Do you know how I know that you're not 100% healed? Because you
mean how you assume
everything that you're saying is correct, and you don't make any room.
When did I say that?
Because right now, when I'm explaining, because you just said when a person is speaking from this, and you
but you said yourself you wasn't healed.
So what?
So
when
how are you?
When I go tell my son that I love him, I'm not telling him that because my dad wasn't around. I'm telling him that because that's the truth.
But you're mixing a lot of things together.
No, I'm not. Because I'm still not healed 100% from the fact of my dad not being around.
Okay, I understand that.
But when I tell my son or my daughter that I love them, I'm not saying that because my dad wasn't around or that I'm speaking through trauma.
Well, who said you was?
Opinions and feelings and perspectives that are my own.
But who said that you was saying that through trauma?
No, but you're saying right now.
What I was saying is I was repeating your own words where you said there's not 100% healing.
And
you also said that everybody is toxic.
They are. I don't know
That's
a person
because
who
you are
isn't.
in a toxic situation where you said you can't leave.
Show me the person who has no toxic traits,
Oh,
and
my
I'll show
goodness.
you a ghost.
You know what? Show me,
and I'll
show me
a
that you are
ghost.
ready to heal.
See, all you want to do is keep talking about me. Make it in talk in general. Show me the person who there is nothing wrong with them.
You wouldn't even be able to see them because you stuck in one mindset.
I'm asking you to show me now. Send me the picture of that person. Show me them in conversation. Show me them at home. Show me them at work.
You know what? That's what people say. That's what people say when they don't want to open their mind. They be like, show me this and show me that and show me this.
My mind is open to whatever you want to present, but not everything about me. You can't dictate.
But we was just talking about you, though.
I know. So then let me tell you when something is true about me. So when I'm speaking from a place of trauma, I have said this multiple times. I will tell you that. When I say to you that there is
so why do you believe that there's not 100% healing?
I'm glad you said that because that's where I was about to go. When I say there's not 100% healing at all, that's not speaking from a place of trauma. That's speaking from a place that I've been on the earth for 44 years.
Dealing with trauma.
Come across so many people, some who were majority good and a little bad, and some who are a majority bad and a little good. The whole point is nobody is perfect.
But what does that have to do with healing?
Because everybody has something in their life that they have not healed from. Everybody has that, even if it's just on a day-to-day basis.
Well, that's why you work on yourself. That is why you work on your healing daily.
No, you work on dealing with it.
No, you work on your healing daily and you remove yourself from toxic situations.
Did you hear what you just said?
I heard it perfectly. Did you hear me?
Repeat it again.
No, you heard me.
Repeat it again. Stop being difficult.
Listen, quit trying to be controlling. I'm
asking you to repeat it again.
No, you're trying to be controlling. You heard exactly what I said.
You literally just hold on.
And if there was any confusion, you can hit playback.
Okay, no, you don't have to repeat it. MH, did you hear what she just said?
I did hear I heard what she said.
Okay. Yeah.
That didn't work out well, did it?
Did you hear the word that she used?
Which one?
She said you have to work daily on your healing.
Daily, yeah.
Yeah. Right, but he's saying he just told you that there is no 100% healing, and then you said you got to work on your healing daily.
You absolutely have to work on your healing daily.
So he's saying as long as we alive, we're gonna be
no, I was talking to his talking points, saying that stuff happened every day.
And
so in response to him saying stuff happens to him every day,
he's saying you heal daily because stuff happens daily. Yeah,
and then and I'm saying, but the fact of the matter is
that scenario is not true for everybody.
Daily, then that means it's a constant thing.
No, because that scenario is not true.
What scenario?
Everybody. The scenario that you're painting as if trauma is happening to them every day.
No, I'm saying you said you have to work on it every day.
Because you said things happen to you every day. So I said, so you have to work on it every day. You have to work on your healing.
Okay, so what you're saying is it's possible to not have to work on healing.
Why are people taking medicine to heal every day until they heal?
Right, but that's the point.
And then once they heal, they don't take it no more.
Listen, I get the point that you just made right now. I get that, right? But what I'm saying is this.
What are you saying?
My uncle had what's the disease that black people get all the time? Diabetes. My uncle was battling diabetes. He got that under control. Guess what happened? His eyesight started going. He got that under control. Guess what happened? Gout kicked in. He got that under control. The next thing. That's what I mean.
Did he get his diet under control?
Probably not.
Okay.
I don't know. But I mean, I know some people that was vegan and died from cancer. So I mean, all I'm saying is it's a daily thing. I agree with you, but that's the point of why.
But it's not a daily thing for everybody.
Healthy.
It's not a daily. It's a daily thing for people who are in the battlefield, in the middle of a war zone.
So you say there are people on the planet who get to a point where they day after day after day with never having to meditate, never having to get the chakras in place.
Yeah, it's some people living their most happiest life. The world is not a miserable place to live.
And you think that's because the things that are in them aren't the things that were in them aren't there anymore?
Absolutely.
I am going to 100% vehemently disagree with you on this.
Well, of course you're going to accept. Of course,
right, this right here, what you're about to say.
You're not at that place right now. So of course you're going to disagree. You're not at that place.
It has nothing to do with that.
It has everything to do with that.
It has everything to do with the fact that you take your past, you take your life, you take your experiences with you. There are things that happen to me that don't bother me today, but I still know that they happened.
You said what? You said they don't bother you, right?
Yeah, they don't. I'm not this.
Okay.
There's nothing triggering me, or there's nothing happening that's reminding me, or you know what I'm saying. Like I know that they happened. It is what it is.
Okay,
you know but
we got to get to the point where those other things don't bother you and don't trigger you.
Right, that's what I'm saying. Even if I get to the point where they're not bothering me, that's not saying I'm 100%.
But do you hear the language?
You can be triggered.
You're right. I think I get what the language is saying.
You're talking is like a defeatist language. It's
I don't. That's how you taking it, sis.
It's like you can't visualize healing and happiness. It's like you can't see it. It's always got to be something horrible in the mix. Again, I ain't gonna say it, but you know.
No, you saying that right now, and you know what? You're saying that because you know that it's accurate, but you're applying it to this part of the conversation, and it's not.
You just said
accurate in my life. Yes,
it applies.
In my life
it applies overall,
to but it's not accurate to this conversation.
But it applies to everything in your life because
what I'm saying is this: there are days and times where that is right now.
Where
I'm not dealing with
depression
at all.
Right
now, I'm not dealing with my trauma at all. Right now, I'm not dealing with my anxiety at all because I am in love with this conversation. Conversations like this for me, where I don't have to sit around and talk about love and hip hop, you know what I'm saying, or all this irrelevant stuff that don't matter to my existence or what I want for my kids in life and stuff like that. I don't like having those, but this type of conversation right here is so stimulating for my brain that I haven't felt bad, none. And we've been on this call for 3.5 hours. And I haven't felt bad at all. So that's what I'm saying. Like, yes, there are times, maybe sometime tonight when I'm asleep or when I'm laying in my bed, that anxiety is going to kick in, that depression may kick in, and I'll have the type of mind frame where I can't visualize complete healthiness and all of this type of stuff that you're saying. It's true, but it's not true 24 hours a day, 7 days a week, 52 weeks, 365 days a year out of my life is all I'm saying. And in this moment, in this conversation right now, what I'm saying to you is just simply my perspective. It may have been fueled, you know what I'm saying, at some point in my life. Yeah, everything that happened to me brought me to this point.
Right.
You see what I'm saying?
I respect that. Are you do you live in an area where it's safe to go outside at night and ground yourself when you find that anxiety ramping up? Where you can discharge
that is so crazy. I need you to. That is so crazy because you're the first person that has ever said that to me, and I thought maybe I was the only person in the world that did that. But I want you to tell me exactly what you're suggesting that I do, because usually I just open up the door to feel the air, right? Especially when it's cold. And I let that cold air hit me, especially like when I've just woken up out of some type of traumatic dream, and my mind will feel like it's like stuck in the 4th or 5th dimension somewhere, and I'm trying to get back to reality. And so I'll just open up the door, you know what I'm saying, and let that cold air hit me. And, you know, after a few minutes of that, then I'm like, okay, you all right. You know what I'm saying? I remind myself, I'm okay. You know what I'm saying? Or sometimes my uncle is here, I'll go in the room and just, you know, bawl out, and my uncle, you know, he'll give me a hug. You know what I'm saying? And I'll just cry and let it out. You know what I'm saying? But yeah, that thing that you just said about going outside, please go into that deeper. Because I thought I was the only person that did that.
First of all, I'm going to preface it with, before I started my healing journey, first and was able to isolate what was really happening with me, I dealt with anxiety. Never dealt with depression, but I dealt with anxiety.
Yeah.
where it's like, like somebody don't touch you and adrenaline, everything is ramped up, and you just, worst case scenario, you're gonna die.
Right.
You feel like you're dying. You can't hardly breathe. You're shaking. Your heart racing, and then you like, what the hell's happening to my body? And then it just makes everything else just ramp up. And then you go into this like, I can't tell nobody because they gonna think I'm losing my mind over here.
Exactly.
So you're trying to hold yourself, together in public while your body is going through this fight or flight mode.
Exactly.
But but when you start to release that stored trauma, that'll start to happen less and less and less. But when you find yourself that adrenaline going, you have to catch your mind and say, I know what this is. Calm down. Talk to your body. See, what I do when I work with people, I also teach people how to talk to their body, and their body will respond, because we are not the body. We are the energy that's within the body. But you can go outside and connect in with that living earth, and you can release some of that stored up extra energy that you got revving through your body at the moment. You can also
water. You don't mean like laying down or nothing, do you?
No. You can just stand there barefooted. Yeah. You can, but if you can't get outside, you can go to the water, because water is very powerful.
Right.
And you can turn the shower on, and you can stand there. You can, first of all, greet the water. Don't just get in there and not acknowledge the water. And you ask the water to heal you.
Okay, now you're going deeper.
I can go real deep. That's all deep
for real. Okay, I want to ask you a question real quick, MH. But before I do, I want to ask the sister one more thing. So, would any of this help me to be able to take flights? Because at this point, I can't get on planes.
Okay, yeah.
I just tried. Full transparency, I just tried for my lady's birthday in September. That was my first time going to be on a plane since '94, and yeah, it didn't work out too well. As soon as I stepped onto the plane, it was like I couldn't get my legs to take any more steps. My mind went into fight or flight, like you said, and it was like, dude, you're gonna die. Run, get away. No, you know what I'm saying? And that was really traumatic. And of course, my lady was upset because we had a whole plan for Myrtle Beach and everything. We lost money. You know what I'm saying? So would any of this help with being able to fly?
I would say it would help with a lot. That's why I said you need to get with me. I can really help you out. It helped with a lot, because you will start releasing the stuff that's stored inside. And because when you self-blame yourself for things, right, that was out of your control, you store that, you hold it in, and then you don't want people to see just how hurt you are. And sometimes we say we're being vulnerable, but we really ain't being vulnerable. We just sharing the parts that we don't mind sharing.
Right.
So it's like, we keep things to ourselves, bottle it up. But if you bottle it up, the body will respond, and the mind still got to deal with it.
And see, and this is a part of the reason why it's like with my lady, I love my girl. I ain't trying to go nowhere. All this information that I'm learning now, I feel like, man, look, I want to be the one that gives her this. I want to be the one that shares this with her, and you know what I'm saying, and helps her exercise some of her demons, the stuff she had to go through and endure as a kid, and dealing with, you know what I'm saying, and the deprivation of things that she had, the traumas that she had. I don't. Well, that's why I said the situation is toxic, right? It's a lot going on inside of the situation that is just not conducive for a healthy relationship. But we can change that, right? We're in control of that. And all of this information that I'm taking in, guess what? I want to be responsible to give her that, which is, and I'll use that to segue into my question to MH. When it comes to your wife, I mean, do you even consider divorce at all? Like, is that even a thought in your mind? Like, I'll leave. Oh, he's on mute. I think he might have went somewhere.
He might have went to sleep. Let
me find out he went to sleep. Well, and Because honestly, again, like I said, the way I
But
grew
what's
up,
wrong with divorce though? Like it's like be okay with being by yourself at some times. Be okay with making the decisions that this is no longer working out for me.
right?
Be okay with that. It is okay to be divorced. It is okay to be single. Some people are being very responsible by being single because they know they're not equipped to be in any form of a relationship. They ain't healed.
Right, right, right. I give a lot of respect to those people too.
Yeah, I give a lot of respect to people too that say, listen, we're going to have to reconvene. But we need a break, a healing break. You go over there and heal, I'll go over here and heal. And then after we heal, if we decide we want to get back together, then we'll do that.
But see, and again, this is what I was saying to you earlier that I think you have to consider, and I understand where you're coming from. I know why you try to look at our people the way that you do, but you have to consider that the majority of us, we just don't have a lot of the information that you do. You know what I'm saying? We're not even in the same stratosphere when it comes to the spiritual and the metaphysical and all those other good
But
words
a,
I was
a lot
using
of
all,
us do because we all got that inner knowing. We all will say, something told me not to this, that, and the third. And you ain't had to pick up no book for that.
True.
It's just sitting with yourself, like all of those thoughts that you have in your head, like I shouldn't do this. Just listen, and make a decision. Some people don't want to make a decision, so they stuck. They just right there on the fence. They know they shouldn't be there. They should be somewhere else, or they know they shouldn't do this. They don't want to make a decision.
I ain't gonna lie, with this anxiety, it is very, very, very hard to make decisions. The one thing I have done is try to tell myself be grateful for the fact that you have choices, because a lot of people don't.
Mm-hmm.
But it's still hard because right now I'm trying to decide: do I go back down here where my lady is at? Do I stay here where I'm at now, or do I take another opportunity to go to Indiana where my brother set something up for me? Neither one of them is perfect. You see what I'm saying? They both have their good, and they both have well, not that both, but all three of them have good, and all three of them have bad.
In which
You know what I'm
space
saying?
could you start your healing?
If I had to choose based on what I think you would say is the best space,
No, not me, because you know the situations that
I
your
do.
choices.
But I know you just said that we should be okay with being alone. So if I go off of that, it's gonna be Indiana.
In that environment will allow for you to heal.
I'll be alone. I just don't believe that that's the environment for me to heal in is alone. I don't believe that.
You may be you're not really alone if you reach out to those who can assist you, like counseling or someone else that do different type of work to help with the healing of the trauma. Then that's
Okay,
not
yeah, I see.
alone.
Yeah, I see what you're saying on that front, but I'm saying like when I say alone, I mean like once I go out there, I'm literally alone. I have no family, no friends, no nothing, right? In Kentucky, at least I have the same thing, but at least I'll have my lady. Here in
Okay, but
Illinois, I have my kids, which is like I say I have my kids, my cousins, my family, but I don't even go outside as much because I'm typically in the house being depressed. You know what I'm saying? Just being honest. Just because I don't even be wanting to take that energy around other people most times. You know what I'm saying? But there's days when I feel good, like over the summer when the sun is out, I typically feel better for some
you
reason.
probably need some vitamin D supplements too, because y'all up there. I'm in Florida.
Yeah.
And so I've been here for 15 years. I was born in Ohio, so I know all about the cold.
Right.
But my body had got so used to the concentration of sun here that when I, during the winter, traveled to New York, my vitamin D levels dropped so doggone fast and quick. Wow. Felt like I was nearly dying. So they have what they call it seasonal depression, especially people that live where winters and you don't get the sun like that. They do have seasonal depression.
It's listen again. Like I told you, I'm all about transparency, man. Over the course of my life, it's just been even hard for me to even keep a job, man.
Mhm.
Like when I be on jobs, the job be depressing me. It's like I know I'm not supposed to be doing this. I'm not supposed to be here being micromanaged by these people who don't even think anywhere near on the level that I do. You know what I'm saying? And I have a talent for speaking, and I have a talent for making music, and the Bible tells you your talents are supposed to make way for you, right? And again, I quote the Bible a lot, but it's not because of spiritual, it's not because of religion, but it's a lot of stuff in the Bible that I like. And the stuff that I don't, I just don't deal with. You know what I'm saying? That's why I was so glad that I found that scripture about, God saying I create the good and the evil, because it made me more accountable for the choices and the spaces that I was putting myself in. Now, in my relationship, it might seem like, well, you're not applying it to that. Well, I am, because I try my best to not, erect those situations that I used to erect all of the time. I mean, it was bad. You know what I'm saying? Like I text my girl, she don't text me back in 3 minutes. You're cheating.
Oh
You
wow,
know what
that's
I'm
horrible.
saying?
That
And
that right there, that's
yeah.
now that is called toxic behavior.
Exactly. And that's what I'm saying. Like, I had to get to a place where I realized, because I was trying weed, and for a few years, it was like when I was younger, it was helping. But as I started getting older, when I got into my 30s, all it did was heighten the anxiety. You see what I'm saying? And so it wasn't helping. And so I quit that too. But it was like I had to realize that I'm causing a lot of the stuff that I'm complaining about. I'm assuming, or I'm thinking, or I'm having this anxiety in my mind while I'm imagining this worst case scenario. And then in order for me to be right about it, I'm subconsciously making decisions that's going to lead to what I saw happening. Just so I could be like, I told you so. You know what I'm saying? Like it was all these different behaviors, man, that I had to really sit back and realize that it was going on. And it took, like I said, for my lady to get sick. When she got sick, I started really waking up, because I didn't want to behave towards her that way anymore. You know what I'm saying? Like, she's sick. I don't want to be acting this way. You know what I'm saying? So I started reading more, watching more videos, doing all this different research on my own. You know what I'm saying? Figuring out what was going on with me. And so that, like, I really, really, really would love to get with you and take some of your lessons or whatever you have for me. Um, I, Honestly, right now, I'm not really in a financial space to do much of anything, because I'm trying to decide what I'm going to do. And in either case, it's going to be a move. So all of my resources right now, I'm trying to work a little overtime and work everything. I'm kind of tied up at this point. I ain't saved no money over the summer. I spent the whole summer drinking liquor and buying shoes. You know what I'm saying?
That's a whole nother show.
That's what I'm telling you. Look, I'm here for it, man. Because, like
Mm.
I say, what I know from my experiences and all the moons that I've been here, right, is there are a lot of people. I'm not an anomaly. There are a lot of people, male and female, like me. But I know that what is being asked of our men, we're never going to get that until we deal with their childhoods. It's never going to happen. We're going to keep having to try to fix people. And I don't know if it was
But
Frederick
no, no,
Douglass
no,
or
no, no,
one
no,
of
no, no,
them.
no, 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 no. You don't have to fix people. Fix yourself. If everybody fixed their self, there wouldn't be an issue.
I like the sound of that, but that's just not possible.
No, it is very possible. Fix yourself.
But that, and to me, what I hear from that is we're just gonna continue to allow people to be broken and be in a space where they have to
Listen,
fix
why are you worried
themselves,
about other people? You need to get yourself together. You
because
worried
we
about
have to
bandaging
deal.
somebody else up when you bleeding out.
I understand the metaphor, but what I am saying is I have a son. My son has been raised in a household with his mom and her boyfriend. I have a daughter. She's living with her mom and two other siblings. I have a goddaughter. She just moved out on her own, working 3 different jobs. I have brothers, cousins, family members, friends. I see the world. I see the totality of the picture. I am consistently in my own body. I know what I have to do for me. I know the things that I have to do. The hardest part is just overcoming the fear of doing them. Actually, I actually have a fear of success. I have a fear. When I was young, I wanted to be a rapper, right? But I didn't want to leave my woman, right? But then at some point, when I was willing to leave my woman, I started being afraid of actually succeeding, because it's like, if I make this hit record and then it blow up, and then now they're going to expect me to do all these shows, they're going to expect me to make another hit record and this and that. Woo, woo. It's like, I understand that this is what's going on. I know that I have to deal with me, but the point of doing this podcast and all of that is that I care about our people in general. Because in order for there to be less versions of me, then we have to deal with the ones that's coming in now.
But can you put a disclaimer? This is from the perspective of a man who has not yet healed.
I don't have to put the disclaimer.
Yeah, because some people may assume that you have healed or that you're working on healing, but you're not doing either of those things. So
I actually am working on healing. I'm just not doing it the way that you think I should do it.
But you didn't, when I had asked you how were you working on healing, you just said,
I told you this podcast. This is literally, like I told you, we've been on this podcast for over 3 hours now.
I know, and let me just say,
I haven't had one traumatic episode. I haven't had one anxiety feeling. I haven't had one depressionist thought.
Yeah, so you need more things to engage your mind, because you are the only podcast that I've given almost 4 hours to, and I'm getting ready to get off this phone because I got to get up in 4 hours.
I definitely appreciate you, and you know what? So I won't hold you, and because I definitely want you to come back and bring topics. Like, we can talk about whatever you want to talk about. That's what I'm here for.
But we're gonna have to talk about your control within the format as well.
Well, but here's the thing about that. There's a hierarchy everywhere in life. It just is what it is.
How about if you're going to have co-hosts?
This is technically okay. I understand that, but this is what I'm saying. There has to be someone in control, and that's what I'm here for. I'm here to mediate. I'm here to host. I'm here to do that so that there's a sort of measure of control, and then also I chime in. Now we start having 5, 6, 7, 8 different people on the show at the same time. I'm going to talk less. You see what I'm saying?
No. If you don't have a co-host or co-host, then you ain't fully in control. It's a balance. It's not a dictatorship, because you're gonna lose people to want to join in, because it's like, listen,
You said that you have to get up in a few hours, so you have to go to work.
That was a good one right there. No, I'm actually at work right now.
Oh,
I get paid while I sleep, huh?
So you have a job that you go to and put hours in?
I have a job and a business.
Okay. And the reason why I ask that is because when we go to people's jobs, we don't go in and tell them, hey, listen, we're co-owners. We allow things to flow the way that they flow. Like I said, I have opened up this platform. I want everybody to have a voice. I know some of my friends are telling me that they're a little leery about me allowing people with how can I say it so you know what I'm talking about? The different lifestyles. You know what I mean?
Like,
you know, the alphabet people, so-called alphabet people.
Okay, what about?
Right. So I even want to include them.
But why would they be leery? See, that's some other issues right there too.
That's what I'm
saying.
No,
because that's just from a business standpoint. It could put you in some murky water, like how we're talking candidly and we're talking honestly and we're giving our opinion.
No. Everybody, if it's a platform about healing, or then it should be open to people. In a person's sexual preference should not.
Yeah, that sounds good, but like once again, like earlier, how we were talking about what reality and what we really see out here in the world.
Yeah, but I didn't ask. Nobody asked each other's sexual preference while we was on this panel.
No, but that's the thing. If you bring somebody on that has a sexual preference, that's going to seep into whatever they're.
But how are we going to even know that if we're talking about certain topics? Like,
you know what? The way that you think, Nashoba, that's how we would want the world to function. Because for me, like I don't ever need to know that, but we know for a fact that ain't how it works. That's the first thing they gonna
Yeah,
let
but
you know.
who would? I'm just trying to figure out. Is there like some flashing lights and
Let
glitter
me tell you.
somewhere
Let me
that
tell you.
says?
Let me tell
I
you how it's
mean,
gonna happen. Let me tell you how it's gonna happen. It's a guy that I work with. Now I do basically this show at work every day. Like we be at work and we all be at our stations and we be debating and we be going at it. So it's this one guy I work with.
wait a minute, hold up,
We-
LMH. Where was you at?
When
I don't know. You popped in like you just woke up.
oh
Oh
man,
yeah,
I was
because
just
I
letting
had
y'all.
asked you a question a few minutes ago.
Oh yeah, I stepped out for a quick second. I'm sorry.
Okay, no problem, no problem. That's
Cause
cool.
y'all
Yeah,
y'all was
everything's
going. I had to run upstairs real quick.
and you muted it, so that's cool too. But
Mhm.
no, so listen, this guy I work with, hey, we was talking about Lil Nas X one day. This dude had never said 2 words to me. He just hopped in. Well, I think Lil Nas X is a great role model for the community. And whoa, whoa. And I'm like, I'm looking kind of funny, and my coworker was like, bro, he one of them people. You know what I'm saying? So I'm like, no, I didn't know that because I'm not watching him. Everybody got masks on. I didn't know. But immediately when he started defending Nas X the way he did, it was very clear to me. And I've been asking him to come on the podcast because at work, we talk about how people tell them they need to heal from that. People tell them they aren't born that way. People tell them that it's just you're making a choice to be that way, and all these different things. And he has a perspective on his situation. He has a perspective on all of them: the L's, the B's, the G's, all of them. You see what I'm saying? And but it's like I've had a couple people like, bro, that's probably not a good look. And when I look at other platforms, so-called black platforms, they not having that.
Yeah,
They
well,
not having
that's
those
because
people
of the
on or those
toxicity
conversations.
that's because of the toxicity that exists within the community. Because somehow they believe that somebody else's own personal choices makes them that way. Allow people to have a voice. If you feel like you need him to come on, let him speak. Let him speak.
I want to, because at the end of the day, here's what I know. No matter what we think about them, our personal preferences is or whatever, they ain't going nowhere. And they deserve to be understood like everybody else.
But the way that you're even saying that is like a disease or something. Like, listen,
I'm not saying it that way.
I
You're taking
don't
it
have
that
a
way.
preference for toxic relationships, but I don't reference people who are in toxic relationships like, but they ain't going nowhere. They deserve a space. Come on now.
I think people that qualify to have a voice should have it.
Getting
I don't.
Everybody has a voice.
I mean, the thing is, yeah, but I don't care. I don't care nothing about your I don't want to know about your preference. Me personally, if you
I don't want to know about none of y'all's either.
If they're coming on the show,
you do want.
But why would you assume that somebody will come on the show and then suddenly start to tell you what their sexual preference is?
Well, the generalization
not like
is pretty
that.
accurate.
Not like that. Right. Not like that. But what I'm saying is this. It is just no way. I don't know. Maybe now this I'll take it if you say it's true. Every single day that we have a conversation at work, sexuality comes up.
Okay, fine. What would be the harm in him letting people know what community he's a part of?
It's not that it's a harm in it. Again, remember, I'm the one who wants him to come on. He's the one that's kind of like, you know what I'm saying? I don't know.
Yeah, no.
Probably you know we don't think it's going to be a safe space.
Well, and not to mention, I didn't mention this either. He's white.
And?
See, you saying but you have to consider people's, you know what I'm saying? Because
a lot of us got European grandparents, but go ahead.
He compares their struggle to the black struggle.
Right, and that's
almost every conversation we have.
Yeah, but a part of learning,
we would eat them alive on this show.
But a part of learning is allowing people just to speak.
Some
agree.
things don't
Let
need
him
to be
let him
learned
speak.
though.
If that's because that's his perspective. He's comparing because he has no other struggle to compare it to.
I agree.
I mean, I don't know
I
what
don't like
value does
hearing
it
it,
have
but I
though.
agree with you.
Huh?
What value does it have though? Like what
Listen,
value
it
does
has
it have?
great value because if he want to reach out to, as he called them, black men, there are gay black men.
Right.
Okay.
Has always been. It's not a new phenomenon.
It's not our culture though.
That would be a lie.
It's a European phenomenon.
Listen, that's okay.
It ain't
First of
our
all,
culture.
the first
Yeah, that would be a lie.
the first Europeans were dark men. They would call them black these days.
Well, I'm talking about Greek Roman culture.
The first Greeks were black. The
Well,
first Romans were black.
black men were everywhere, but you know what I'm talking about. I'm talking about the
I know exactly
whitewashed
what you're talking
Greek
about,
Roman
but
culture. I'm saying it didn't come from us, so that's not our
when you say
origin.
us, which us are you speaking to? Because you generalizing again.
Dark people.
I am generalizing. People
Well,
of
that's
color.
a lie. When we were the first,
Yeah, but we
that's
didn't start
a lie.
that because we had
So
standards.
we created everything.
Right. We didn't create
Listen, what I'm
everything.
saying is,
We
see,
had standards. We
people
didn't
living in this
create that
fantasy
kind of
world.
lifestyle.
Listen, people living in this fantasy world, like this is something that new just popped up on the scene.
Right.
But we ain't created it.
You
We
sound
ain't created
just
Okay,
it.
first
like
of all,
my
let's go a little
coworker.
deeper. Let's go a little deeper.
Right.
We're energy housed within this shell. I don't know if you believe it or not, but we've lived previous lifestyles. And sometimes people come back into the new shell with the memories of them being a man before, but now the shell they're in is a woman. And they're not comfortable with this new shell because they still got the memories from when they just lived the life as a man, and vice versa.
I'm clipping that. I never heard that before.
Or they got a new demon.
I mean, it's like quit demonizing people for their choices.
It's
Ain't
not
nobody
about
demonizing nobody from choosing toxic women or toxic men. Like,
it's not about demonizing.
but it is. It seems like all
of
of a sudden because someone has this preference.
No, not that part. Not that part. We right now, I think what MH was specifically addressing was comparing their struggle to the black struggle.
And what I said was this:
is that if nobody said anything, how would we even know what their sexual preference was, right? But when you come outside and you black, and everybody know it.
Period.
What I'm saying is this: what other struggle can he compare it to? Have he lived any other struggle?
Nah. Well, yeah. He didn't grow up with his mom.
Man, he can compare it to the Holocaust.
Yeah, but that's still a lot different though when you're in a society that supports you merely because of your skin color. Until you are a part of a community that don't follow what the people call norm.
Right.
Then they kind of ostracize you. So now you're starting to feel just a little bit of what people of color deal with.
I mean, I get that.
Yeah, but choose better scenarios and words to compare your stuff to.
But what I'm saying is,
if you've been
if they don't have
anything, well, figure
they
out
don't
something.
have any other tool in their toolbox, so they don't know what else to compare it to.
But that's crazy to me, because if we start going around comparing ourselves to certain things that don't have nothing to really do with us, that aren't the same level. I mean, these people not getting their balls cut off, hung from trees.
What I'm saying is
not having to have sex with their mothers. This is not the trauma that they went through. Don't compare that trauma.
Listen, I'm saying simple dialogue. So if someone is that's the only
that's a horrible way to start a conversation
that they have. Let them get their story out, and then later on we can have a conversation about, well, I see where you're at and how you would use that language, but this is how it's coming off to people who actually had that experience.
Well, but
I've never had the experience.
But that thing has been detrimental to us as black people because our struggle gets diminished because it's been coupled in with that struggle.
Well,
and so we've taken a back seat to our struggle, and they've gotten everything they want.
Listen,
But hold on,
I don't know the black struggle. I know the indigenous struggle. But go ahead.
It's the same struggle.
It is not the same struggle.
I'm gonna start
What's the
using that
difference?
one.
It's not the same struggle when someone's origin starts from another land and being brought over here.
Well,
I
all
guess
of
they
us,
will.
I mean,
different.
my
talking about
origin of
that at
people
work a couple
is
of days ago.
Cherokee Indian here. So if we all end up slaves, what's the difference? Like we
First
all
of
get
all,
took from our land.
first of all, everybody didn't end up slaves.
Okay, wait. Let me ask this question real quick because I just want to.
And slavery has nothing to do with skin color. It has everything to do with economics. And they had the first slaves were the indigenous population.
No doubt.
Then
Hold
the
on,
Europeans.
Well, hold on, real quick, because I want to
Then
make
the
sure you respond to this the
imported
right way. Sister, I want to make sure you respond to this the right way. MH, but were you really saying that the problem with comparing the gay struggle to the black struggle specifically on these type of platforms is the pushback that he would get?
Yeah, I think that's the put if he was to do that, yeah, that's the pushback that he would get, especially being a white man.
So that's what I'm saying, sis. Don't you agree with that a little bit though? Like, even if we say I agree with you,
First of all,
we should
if we walk around this world worrying about pushback, it's a lot of stuff we won't be able to get done. What I'm saying is allow people to have a voice and speak.
And I'm saying for why.
Now, after the person speak, then you can give them an insight and some more tools or maybe different languages they can use. But if that's the only language that he knows, listen to his story.
And this is the thing about it. I'm gonna be 100% honest with you. The dude is ultra intelligent. Like he is like a jack of all trades. He has information. Anything I bring up, he has some information about it. Except for when I go too deep into certain black situations, like when I bring up the Tuskegee experiment.
But it's not his experience.
It's
but
not,
to compare it
and
to
that's part of the reason why you shouldn't use it.
Yeah, because
that's part of the reason why you shouldn't use it.
When people think about oppression, right? Because they don't have knowledge of the European oppression that was going on here, they always compare it to the black oppression.
Wait, which said that the first part? What oppression?
European oppression. There were European slaves as well.
Okay, yeah.
They call them white gold. They call the Irish slaves that will come over here on coffin ships.
Is that the same
in Jamestown? They traffic young European women into the colony to give birth to these old men's babies. They call them tobacco wives because they bought these trafficked girls with tobacco.
So, but you're not suggesting that the European slaves suffered the same atrocities.
Listen, any enslavement is suffering. Any enslavement. Listen, no, but you're not listening to me. Any enslavement is suffering
in the world.
Agreed. Now,
most people are not even educated on European slavery, and so that's why they always want to dismiss slavery.
Well,
slavery has nothing to do with skin color.
Servitude.
Listen.
I'm saying that's the term that's usually thrown around when they talk about the white people who technically.
Because white people don't want to be known for enslaving their own.
Okay.
So they put a nice term on there called indentured servitude. But they were slaves. And some people didn't even live past the point of their service ending. And some people got their service extended.
All I'm asking is, were those white slaves being beaten and lynched and made to
they
have sex with their mothers?
Listen, beaten, lynch, the R word and everything else.
Okay.
That's why we got basketball players today. We was literally bred like pit bulls to have the best outcome of the strongest slaves.
Okay, I know we ain't talking about the Willie Lynch letter, which is not even ain't even true. The Arthur,
oh my God!
No, I'm serious. Listen. The Arthur.
There's research.
Wait a minute. The author of the Willie Lynch letter did a video about how he made it up. He made all that stuff up.
So
they actually supposed to believe. So none of this was executed on us. Unless you say it's okay, huh?
So that is
what I'm saying is he was referencing with a lot of stuff he was saying with the Willie Lynch letter.
I'm not referencing Willie Lynch.
Which wasn't even true.
Wait,
But
I'm talking about history too. Why is it that when European enslavement is brought up, people want to be dismissive of it? Slavery is slavery. There was indigenous people enslaved, the first people enslaved.
I admit I don't care about it.
But when
you don't care about it?
Wait a minute, wait a minute.
Enslavement, no, I don't.
Hold on.
Well, I'm sure you got some European grandparents. You should care about it.
Hold on. Let's not get off into that. Hold on 1 second. When you first said that there were white slaves, and I asked you was they had all those different things done, so you said yeah. I said, oh, okay, cool, and that's it. But my thing is this. Let's get back on this because you ain't finna just gloss over this. So from my research, the Willie Lynch,
I kind of want to delve into what MH was saying.
Well, you can right after we do this. From my research, the Willie Lynch letter, the Willie Lynch letter was written by a Muslim lady who saw what the Europeans were trying to accomplish.
No, the Willie Lynch letter was not. Okay, go ahead.
Yeah, who saw what
the Muslim lady?
Trying to accomplish. Yes. So here's the thing about the Willie Lynch letter. Let me ask you this. When you look at the community, do you see what was detailed in the Willie Lynch letter?
Right.
I see people playing out the characters.
So they
playing exactly. So how was it false?
I'm telling you that the author of the letter said it was false. The person who created the letter said it was false.
And I'm telling you, I don't believe that that's who that was. I believe it was what the minister.
So you don't believe that propaganda exists. I guess you believe that the drawing of the slave ship with people packed that tight is also true.
Ma'am, all propaganda is not bad. Some propaganda is used to wake people up.
Clearly it's bad because people walk around here thinking it's the truth, just like the Bible. That's propaganda.
That's because it is the truth. Working on my nerves right now.
Right, it is.
If I can look out my window and I can see it, it's the truth.
Right, exactly. That's what I'm saying. Like if I can look and see some kids
outside your window right now.
Say that again.
Do you see the Cookie Monster outside your window right now?
But I'm saying when I look out my window, I see broken people of color executing everything that's in this letter. And we're in 2021.
Woo, child, you need to move to a different neighborhood.
So like we in 2021, and the Willie Lynch letter is still working. But you want to say that it's fake?
It's working for some people.
It's working for our community, man. That's what I'm talking about, right?
You talk about that everybody is unhealed and everybody is broke. Some people saw their situation and removed themselves from that situation and did better for themselves.
Man, you be talking about your own little
people
circle.
Don't even know what's better.
We're talking about
but you're talking about your circle. We all talking about our circle.
You know what the thing is? I'm not really talking about my circle.
Really quick question. Have any of you traveled outside of the United States?
Yes. And I'm not talking about my circle. I'm talking about what I see in the world outside when I walk around each and every day. I see single mothers. I see niggas with their pants down. I see moms shooting people. I see young people getting killed. I see drug dealing going on. I see single mothers. I see unwed mothers. I see
you said single mothers twice.
Wait, watch this. Hold on. Bring this into the fold too now.
Okay, so that is your community. That is your community, but
no, that is our community.
Okay, you know what I see when I walk outside?
That is our community.
Wait a minute.
You want to play with words and talk about wait. You want
to know what I see when I walk outside?
What do you see when you walk outside?
Okay, when I walk outside, I see palm trees. I live like in a bird sanctuary, so I see all of these beautiful birds.
Okay, then you're not qualified to talk about what's going on in the real world then. Because I live in it. I walk around it every day. I go to the streets of Chicago every day from back and forth all through the street.
Wait a minute. Which world am I living in? I didn't know. So I'm not on Earth. This ain't nothing.
You're not in the right Earth because you talk like our people is something that they not. Like we have an issue.
I must be on planet.
Hold on. Nashoba though, but Nashoba, check this out. We are living, and you cannot deny this. We are living in the age of social media. And now there are so many platforms from the UK with black men and black women over there
they doing
experiencing the very
Listen, it seems like y'all are consumers but it seems like y'all consumers of negativity because we're on that same token.
You want to ignore negativity.
You want to ignore the good side of things. With the same advent of the internet and social media, you can see people living their best lives. You can see them traveling the world. You can see them in functional relationships.
want to
You can
ignore
see them
what's
happy.
common.
You can see them
We
happy.
You want
those
to
two.
ignore commonality, and
I like
commonality
those
is
two.
not that happy-go-lucky
No.
paradise that you want to paint it.
Listen, what I'm saying is your current
It's a killing
situation.
field out here.
Yeah, it's not a killing field where I'm at.
Good for you, but we talk about
And-
the real world and what
Okay,
majority of black
but
communities
you
look like.
Okay, you know what? I lived in Cincinnati, what they call a nasty natty, right? I've lived in a hood.
Nah.
I've lived in the hood where they nicknamed it Little Beirut. Okay,
Yeah, that's bad. And I love
but
Cincinnati.
those people'
Cincinnati
reality
is
wasn't
beautiful.
my reality. I lived there, right in the hood, but I made my reality different.
That's cool. But when you
I didn't
talking about the world,
I didn't succumb to my surroundings.
see, you're talking some Zen stuff.
I
I'm talking
get
about the
that.
real
I'm not talking
world.
to Zen stuff. I'm talking about choices. You make your choices. You can become a part of it.
Yes,
you can
look.
get consumed by it.
I stay in
But
the
do you
suburbs in a
understand
3,000
that-
square foot home. Being seen where I stay at,
Yeah,
I got
did.
2 Rovers in the driveway. I'm talking about what's real outside of me, where I grew up, and what I still see when I go
in your
outside the
so your
suburbs.
3,000 square foot home with 2 Rovers outside. When you walk outside, you see single mothers.
I'm telling you, outside of my suburb,
Oh,
the real world
you
out
are not
there,
qualified. You are not qualified.
If I'm
Sir,
I'm qualified because
you're
I'm
not.
still out
No,
there.
sir.
I actually go
No,
in the streets.
no,
I actually
no,
deal
no,
with the
no,
people in the
no.
streets.
That
I
3,000
actually
feet
deal
and
with my
2
community.
Rover disqualify you. You
This
got
why-
to be
this-
in that.
You
got to
know
be in
what
that.
qualifies me is I came from those trenches, worked to here, and I still go in those trenches.
Sir,
so I'm still in touch
you've
with
been removed.
reality.
You've been removed. You have to at
See,
least
and
have
this
an
is why-
800 square feet home to qualify.
So I'm
You
still
so
in touch with reality
silly.
because family is
Oh my
still there.
God, why are you so silly?
My life is still. I'm still in the
Because
hood.
he
helping the people,
disqualified me, right?
seeing the people.
800
No, I
square
disqualified you because you say you see palm trees and all you want
Yes.
to talk about.
But
Wait,
you in
I
the
disqualify you
suburbs
because
with a
all
3,000
you
square
seem to
foot
see.
home and 2 Rovers.
And I disqualify
Yeah.
you because I still go out there. I know what's real out there because I could say that, man, ain't nothing going on. When I look outside my window, I see everybody is living well.
I didn't say nothing was
That is
going
what
on.
you said.
That is,
what
sir,
you
that
said.
is
You
not
said
what
when
I
look
said.
out my window, I see palm trees. We telling you when we look out our window, our reality window outside of my suburb.
Outside the suburb.
I see, yes,
Yeah, I'll
because
be honest. I'll be honest.
that's
where I
reality.
live-
I'm insulated. I move
Hold
my
on.
kids out
Hey.
here to insulate them.
Hold on,
But-
And
I'll
that's
be
all I
honest.
was saying originally. Some people see their environment and they remove themselves from that toxicity.
Right, but here's the thing. Now, and this is one of the things I like to propose to people a lot. You have to consider this, right? If you look
But
at
don't
a
propose
specific
to me.
area, look, if you look at a specific area of people, right? I think in Chicago, I think it's somewhere close to around maybe 500. I don't want to
It's
lie.
a million
But
people.
I think
in
it's like
Chicago.
400,000 black. Yeah, but I think it's only like 400,000 black people. And so at least 51% of those are women, right? And
Mhm.
so
Where do you be getting these statistics from?
Listen, man, I don't argue with the numbers. They are what they are. They don't.
Right.
You
They
should
don't.
probably
They
learn
don't
how to start
change.
arguing with those numbers.
They don't change the circumstances. So
Right,
it
they
is what
just,
it is.
If they don't change the circumstances, why are you quoting them?
Because they don't change the circumstances. That's why I'm quoting them.
But
I'm just
why?
using it to say
Just leave
because it doesn't even affect what I'm trying to say right now. The point I'm trying to make is this.
Apparently it
When
does.
you look at those 400,000 black people, right? And you say, out of those 400,000 black people, how many of them are ever at some point going to leave? Like I have conversations with people.
The ones who make a decision to do.
Right.
to
Hold on.
leave.
Let me finish. I have conversations with people who tell me they ain't never leaving. They ain't trying to hear nothing. You know what I'm saying? They would consider living in the suburbs, but they not leaving the Chicagoland area. Okay. So then not only that, you have this part of it too. Decision making is a skill. Literally. It
People
is a
make
skill.
decisions every day. No
Exactly.
skill
And that's
involved.
the reason why they make them so poorly. And that's the
Yeah, but
reason
you
why
just
a
said
lot of people
decision
make
making
them
is a skill. It's not a skill.
Exactly.
It's something
It
that's
is.
natural.
No, it's not.
No,
Making a
good
choice.
making good decisions is a skill, but
No,
making
making a
decisions
choice.
is not a skill.
Making a choice is natural. Decision making is a skill.
People make a decision all the time.
They
You
make
made
choices.
You made a
I'm not finna
decision
go
to
back
be in
and
your
forth with you over
situation. I
words.
made a decision to be in mine, and Ilmage made a decision to be in his 3,000 square foot home with his 2 rovers outside.
Right. And there's a difference between writing and being a journalist. I can sit down right now and write something out, but that don't make me a journalist. But it's both writing. What I'm saying is yes, you're making a decision, but I'm saying decision making.
Right.
That itself.
I'm getting ready to make a decision to get up off of this live that's been 4 hours at least.
And guess what? It's gonna be one of the best shows ever.
Reached after consideration. That's a decision.
Yeah.
So that means
that
you
is a
actually
skill
pondered
that
it.
needs to be taught.
You researched. You took.
Oh,
your
I
time.
researched that I need to get up off of this because I got to get up soon. This CBD is getting ready to kick in.
So you are. You know what? Yeah, we're gonna have to wrap.
Oh,
so listen.
kava. There's also another indigenous herb called kava kava.
Wait a minute. I got my pencil.
Kava,
Spell
kava.
it.
Yeah.
You know how to spell it? I got my pencil.
Yeah, it's KAVA KAVA.
KAVA. Okay, cool. I got that one, and the other one that you said was Wakanda.
Ashwagandha.
And get you some sea moss.
Okay. Man, that sea moss. There be so many people saying that. I just don't know if it's real.
Man, you know, so many I've done some research, and you know, even Dr. CB and a lot of the natural medicinal kind of gurus out there. It's got all the essential herbs and vitamins you need in it.
Let me do this real quick.
And prove it under a microscope.
Dear sister, I want you to.
You can do moringa for that.
I want you to. I want you to hold on real quick, dear sister. I want you to take a second, promote whatever you want to promote. You know what I'm saying? Because I want people to get in touch with you, be able to retrieve your services, and get as much information they can about healing and become the best version of themselves possible.
First, I want to promote proper sleep because I need some right now.
Not on Tuesday.
Okay.
Alrighty. So my website is Nashoba Moon Consulting.com.
Okay.
And I do tarot reading. I do energy healing. I'm also an author. And like I said, an indigenous activist. So life coaching, all of that.
Yeah. Okay, good, man. Because man, that's like I said, that's the point of this, is for people to heal. We're gonna talk about how the money gonna get split up once we start earning some. We need to get to 1,000 subscribers, and then we can sit down with these contracts and put it together. But I definitely
contracts need to be put in place prior to earning money. You don't wait till the money flow in and then get to talking about. That's when all the mess happens.
I'm put to you like this right now. I'm the only one paying for something. Forget y'all. But no, I really appreciate it. I'm gonna go. It made you going too, right? So I'm gonna just do my goodbyes right now. I want to say to both of you all, Nashoba and Mage, Keyhol, the sister, Blac Fire. Thank you all for being here. I really appreciate your time, especially you two for staying so late. And as always, man, you know, it makes you already know what it is. It's an open invitation, man. It never closes. I hope to see you again.
For sure. And also I just
I was about to say, I want you to take a minute and promote too, because this boy on the music side, we need to get together, bro. But go ahead and promote whatever it is that you want to promote, man.
For sure. You know, I'm in the studio right now / podcasting room / home office
right.
/ all that. But yeah, you know, I got my album that dropped last year, Rain and Rainbows. Y'all go check that out. Real R&B, you know, some good stuff. We ain't talking all, you know what I'm saying, under people's clothes and stuff, you know what I'm saying? We making you have to guess, you know what I'm saying? So we got some good stuff, great music. Just dropped the single X's last month. Go check that out on all streaming platforms.
Up under what name?
under MH Peasy. Same name that's on here, just MH Peasy. You can find me on all streaming platforms, YouTube, any of that stuff. You can find all my music. And the 31st, we got a new one dropping called Up There. So y'all be on the lookout for that too. You can find me on all my social medias, PZYDA1. PZ the one.
That is what's up. Now I'm gonna do my promotion. I'm currently making ramen noodles. I work for the white man day and night. No, I'm just playing. Hey, listen, I'm all about this podcast. I'm all about bringing people together, man. Hopefully we can keep building. Again, thanks to you all for being a part of this, man. This was a blessing for me. I'm actually tired. I might actually be able to go there, lay down and go to sleep, man. And that would be a blessing.
Yeah, that would be a blessing.
Thank you all
bro.
for keeping me up for so long. I love both of y'all.
That's what's
Hope
up.
to see you soon, real soon. Thank you.
Love.
I mean, I noticed how I ain't get an invitation back, but that's okay.
I
He
literally
told you,
extended the
he
invitation
told
to both
you
of
that
you.
you
Okay,
got
I'm
it.
sorry. I'm sleepy. I'm sleepy. Like I only
You
heard
got
the
an
part that
invitation, girl.
I heard
Listen.
the part that said don't come back. Sorry.
Oh my God.
No. Listen, all you have to do is take this number. You got your phone?
Yes, sir.
Take this number and send me a text so that way I can drop you the link, the live link directly every week. We good to go. You ready? The number is 502-309-4711.
4711.
Exactly. Yep. And then I can drop you the link directly so that way I ain't got to go through nobody to get to you. Plus, I can start seeing what services of yours I can afford. Because I need,
Negroes always want a discount.
Listen,
Now, I say though, y'all could have a podcast where none of us is invited just that one day, and you just have a session with my man.
Listen,
No, not on the podcast because he liable to be contorting and
Listen to me. They gave me 1 year to use those plane tickets. So
really?
So I gotta, you know what I'm saying? I gotta find a way to defeat this flight anxiety, man.
Okay.
So I can, start. Plus, I want to start going places I haven't been. New York, Florida, Texas, California. It's too many places I haven't been.
You man. Out the country. Where you been at? Well, you say you went out the country, MH.
MH been out of the country. I've never been out of the country.
What beautiful places have you seen?
Switzerland.
Ooh, wow.
Nothing too major. Mexico. They got to do some more traveling out, but outside the country right now it's a little complicated. But
I know I got travel fever. I do. Mexico is definitely on the list because I have some Mexican ancestry, but I've been to Belize and Guatemala and Honduras and Colombia.
Honduras is South America, right?
Yeah.
And you came back?
No, Honduras is like central. What you mean? Yeah, I came back. Yeah, I came back. I was
ever
down.
Make it to
had
South
a
America,
really good
I'm
time.
not coming back.
I had a good time down there with the Garifuna. Because they always live on the coast, so we was like all 11 is like right there on the beach.
Right.
It was beautiful.
Was the water blue?
It's like a turquoise blue.
Oh my God, I gotta get away from
it.
it.
Beautiful, man. But
yeah, it's the village is like it's called Sambo Creek, and everybody was so welcoming, like so welcoming. Like the guy didn't even know me, but he knew my friend. He was like, "Where you at?" And I'm like, "I'm in Honduras." He was like, "Go over to my village. You ain't got to worry about nothing when you get over there." Everybody was so pleasant and nice, and they just welcomed us in like family.
Right.
That's most of the world. The United States is a totally different place.
A different vibe. When you get back in, like when you going through customs, you get back in, the energy switches to. It's just a weird vibe. It's like an uneasiness. Wow.
Yeah, I mean it's like we say we have freedom, but you feel a different freedom in other places.
Like, the freedom ain't for you here. Like freedom is just not,
It's a facade.
I understand why too, because it's the perpetual genocide of the indigenous population.
Right.
So,
See, now I really need you to come back next Tuesday because I want to talk about. I talked about this at work Thursday, and a lot of people there. There's one older cat. He was kind of like looking at me like, maybe he's onto something. But I kind of believe that most of the people here that we call Black worthy indigenous people, and the reason why they try to say that we are from these other places, including Africa, is because they ever acknowledge that this is our land. That's going to cause a lot of problem for
And,
reparations.
right. And another reason they do that too is because when they were giving the indigenous people their rights, white people saw what they were getting and they started paying to be able to get that paper to say that they're Indians.
Oh yeah,
That's
the
why,
$5.
right. That's why a lot of the people that, what they call Indians that call themselves indigenous, you see the color
Mm-hmm.
of their skin. That's
Mm-hmm.
because they not indigenous. They are the ancestors of white people that got those papers and lived amongst the indigenous people and took on the culture and whitewashed it.
Well, let me interject.
Mm-hmm.
Indigenous has nothing to do with skin color because throughout the course of time, depending upon where you live at, there has been colonization from different European nations.
Mm-hmm.
And the offsprings from those babies with indigenous women, right? And then the choice is made thereafter. If society says your child will have less of a hard time if their skin is lighter, and you fell for it and was like, I don't want my child to suffer, then you find somebody who is lighter, right? And you just keep it going.
God, I have so
There
many
are
questions now. No.
I'll put it to y'all
Next
like this, right? I'll put
Tuesday,
it to
let's
y'all
do
like
this
Going
next
this.
too far
Tuesday.
'cause we can get to a
Let's
lot.
do this next
Argentina.
Tuesday
Well, no,
because
wait a
this is
minute, but I
so
don't
deep.
want to
I have
leave.
100 questions right
But I
now.
don't want to leave the people with a cliffhanger when we get to this part, though.
Yeah, let her go.
Then look at Lucia. There is a documentary called what is it? Tracking the First Americans.
Mhm.
Within that documentary, they have Lucia, which is one of the skulls that was found in Brazil, in Lagoa Santa, and she was dated at 12,000 years old, and she would be deemed having Negroid phenotype.
Right.
I have that bust right on my ancestral altar from that BBC documentary via ancestral intervention. I bought it from the producer.
Wow.
Yeah.
See, yeah, this is I need y'all back Tuesday because this is I want to go in this direction. Kind of move away from the negative flow. Not necessarily negative because I feel like we have to have the tough conversations, but I kind of want to go into a more of an enlightening, a more educational direction for next week. And then I think this would be a great starting point because like I said, I think I thought for a minute that we were beyond the whole, Black people came out of the jungle, stuff that they used to tell us when we were younger, and all the pictures of Africa they show us, and always hungry, starving babies and with bugs on their face and everything. But after watching the Hidden Color series, I feel like we're not. I feel like there's still some things that are hidden, and I think that both of you all too. I mentioned I didn't know you were familiarized with this subject. I most certainly am not. I assume the sister would be, but I need to have you all back for that Tuesday. So I'll definitely send you the links, man, so you guys can come on. If you plan on being a permanent fixture on the show, send me a pic because I'm about to do a promo and put a promo together. Mm-hmm. And so that whenever the show is advertised, whenever it's seen anywhere, everybody's pictures will be there. People can get familiar with the faces they can expect to see and the conversations that we will continue to have. Once again, I love you all, and I'll see you all next time.
All righty, I enjoyed the conversation. Yeah, it was nice. It was a little smoke, just a little smoke.
Hey, the smoke is what make the show. We gotta have the smoke.
You gotta have
it. That's what you here for. The show for you here for the smoke.
No doubt.
I
That's why. That's why.
Every time I want to
hey.
see smoke is when I'm like, I'm doing like hot boxing, or I'm in the sauna, and I'm just like in Zen mode.
Hey, look, hey, MH. That's why next week when I say all black women are bald headed, I know that's going.
Listen, I'm
gonna get it popping.
You know what I'm gonna say? I'm saying, yeah, I would agree. All the women you dealt with were bald headed.
we already know that's your comeback, man. I'm out of here, man. Peace.
Holla
All
back.
right, peace.
Yup.
Great show, man. I appreciate all the guests who was on. We all went faceless tonight. I appreciate one commenter who commented, gave us a couple of comments. I was able to put those on screen for the first time, so that felt cool. Felt like I'm upgrading a little bit, right? I was gonna try to play this video, man, at the end of the clip, but the problem is, I think because this video is in a private Facebook group, like I can't grab it, so to speak, right? So I'll just probably have to say that for next week. As usual, I'm going to leave you all with the current theme song. I guess it's not a theme song, it's more like a theme instrumental, right? Combination of theme and instrumental for the show. But I appreciate everybody that's watched tonight, everybody that's gonna watch in the future, man. Hope we help someone out, man. Hope we provided some healing and some enlightenment for the people who tuned in. And I'll speak into existence that this podcast is just gonna get bigger and better, man. All right, y'all. Peace.
If you're focused on something, then you can take things into your own control. It doesn't happen overnight. It's not easy. Expect pain, expect anxiety, expect everything to go wrong, and just be cool. Breathe easy, and then just see it out. It's never gonna happen the way you want it to happen, ever. And if it does, do not trust it. It's the devil. I should have to be nice to get somebody to give me something. If my product is good, no matter how I act, you will pay for it.